Welcome to the first ever virtual City of STEM. I'm Ian Armitage and we have a full day of STEM content for you. Music, interviews, awards, experiments, all kinds of fun contests and way more. And all on 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 live channels. I hope you find it super fun, amazing, educational, inspiring, and I hope you go out and do your own experiments and have your own fun with STEM. Because, it's awesome. Helping kids' minds grow and expand. Helping them get good jobs and get really smart. But, enjoy. Goodbye.
Welcome to City of STEM 2020, everybody. It's our virtual edition, our first one. Thank you very much for tuning in today. And thank you to Ian Armitage for that wonderful intro. That is young Sheldon, the real deal right there, introducing City of STEM 2020. You know, City of STEM is LA's Science Festival, and we couldn't think of a better way to start this off than to have entertainment, which is the TV show, and STEM smooshed together to get this thing going. Good morning, everybody. We're really happy to have you here today. Thank you very much for coming. The City of STEM is a program of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, where I'm sitting right now. And my name is Ben, by the way. My name is Ben Dicko. I'm the president of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. And we put on City of STEM every year, broadcasting from our facility here in Downey, California. And I'll tell you a little bit why we do this here. But first of all, how about a welcome from the mayor of Downey herself, Mayor Blanca Pacheco.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending City of STEM's first virtual event. I'm Blanca Pacheco, Mayor of the City of Downey. City of STEM is a program of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, the Space Museum, and Science Learning Center, located here in the beautiful city of Downey. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to this virtual version of one of our city's signature events. Today we celebrate the ongoing STEM innovations in Southern California with over 21 hours of online streaming content on 3 channels. STEM is near and dear to our heart here in the city of Downey. The Apollo Space Shuttle was built and designed here in the city. And STEM carries on that tradition of inspiring the next generation of creative and critical thinkers to help their communities. I hope you have a wonderful day viewing the many programs that are being streamed to you. And I hope you stay connected to the Space Center all year round, not just today. Thank you everyone again for joining us and enjoy the content.
That was Mayor Blanca Pacheco from the City of Downey. We are broadcasting from the Columbia Memorial Space Center in the City of Downey. And why are we here? Because this place, this land, this area where the Space Center is, this is where NASA had a big facility back in the day, and this is where all the Apollo spacecraft that went to the moon and all of the space shuttles were designed and built, right here. We have a very long legacy of STEM, space exploration, aerospace, here at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. And we decided, let's share that and celebrate that legacy with an event called City of STEM. But we realized that, you know what, it's not just the city of Downey, actually, that is a STEM city. It's the entire city of Los Angeles. It's all of greater LA. LA is a STEM city. Everybody knows it, of course, as the entertainment capital of the world. But do you know how much STEM goes into that? You've got VR and 3D media and all kinds of stuff, the mechanics of a movie camera. But then it's also been the hotbed and still the center of aerospace. JPL, where they're sending satellites out across the universe, is here in LA. SpaceX is headquartered here in LA, Virgin Orbit, all these STEM companies. Biotech is a huge hub here in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a STEM city, a city of STEM, actually. And City of STEM is here to celebrate that legacy. And you know what? To sort of welcome you to the sort of greater network of City of STEM, I would like to thank and welcome LA Mayor Eric Garcetti.
Hi, everyone. I'm Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, and welcome to the City of STEM. You know, Los Angeles is a place where innovation and imagination are part of our DNA, where new ideas take root, and stories take shape, and humanity takes flight. Here we have engineers who are designing rockets and rovers that will explore the cosmos. Researchers are developing medicines that will save lives of our loved ones. And innovators in every industry are pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. All of this is possible because of people like you, those dreamers and doers who are committed to changing the world. And every year, thanks to the vision of the Columbia Memorial Science Center, more than 10,000 students come together to find inspiration and to start their professional journeys. Today, you'll get an inside look at science and technology. You'll be able to check out the Natural History Museum's presentation about nature in your backyard. Join the LA Public Library for an exciting science experiment, or drop by the Diversity in STEM discussion to learn how you can help make our STEM classrooms, labs, and startups representative of our city and all of our society. There is so much to learn today, with over 21 hours of content at your fingertips at cityofstem.org. Let yourself get inspired. Let interests become passions. And remember that hard work will help us make sure there's no limit to what you can achieve. So have fun and good luck.
Thank you, Mayor Garcetti. We really appreciate your support of City of STEM. You know, for the past few years, City of STEM has kicked off on the steps of LA City Hall with the mayor and special guests. So it was really great to hear from him today for City of STEM 2020 in this virtual event. We're not on the steps of City Hall, but we're coming at you live in your own computer. City of STEM could not be possible without the support of our sponsors, and in particular, our lead sponsor, Amgen. Amgen is a large biotech company based right here in the greater LA area, and we thank you very much for sponsoring today. And let's hear from Amgen. Thank you again. Thank you to our lead sponsor, Amgen, a LA-based company. Later today, our educational professional development block of programming that starts around 2:50 Pacific time will feature Marty Samuels, the head of Amgen's content development and the lab exchange. I have to say the Columbia Memorial Space Center is a STEM education institution, and the City of STEM is all about getting STEM education out into Southern California. So the message of Amgen rings very true to us. I'd also like to thank our other sponsors. The City of STEM is a group effort here in Southern California. We've got support from Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, which, by the way, Aerojet Rocketdyne started here back in the 50s on our site. Hitachi, Northrop Grumman, SoCal Edison, SoCal Gas, the Broad Foundation, the Amgen Foundation, Kaiser, Financial Partners Credit Union, and DeVry University. Again, can't thank you all enough for the support to allow us to be able to put on City of STEM 2020 virtual. And you know what? What is City of STEM? Well, City of STEM is LA Science Festival. And this year, we're going virtual, but usually this happens in the spring. Every April, we we have a big kickoff event which sees tens of thousands of people, and then throughout the month, we sponsor and support over 150 different events throughout Southern California that are all tied to City of STEM. It's a way of celebrating Southern California's STEM leadership and of making sure that the public knows that they have access to STEM every day. The vision of City of STEM tracks to the vision of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, which is to ignite a community of creative and critical thinkers. For City of STEM, we want to make sure, we would like to have 1 month where everybody in the greater LA area can walk down the street feeling like they're surrounded by STEM, feeling like they know of and have access to all of the great STEM resources around them, and to know that every single person in greater LA is part of the ongoing STEM story of Southern California. Southern California is the leader in STEM. It's where we're going to the stars. It's where biotech discoveries are being made every day. We have top-tier research universities here. We want to celebrate that and make sure that everybody here in LA feels like they're all a part of that. And you know, last spring we had planned this big live event like we always do, and a whole series of live events. But of course, we are living in pandemic times. Which is amazing, and it was very important that we do this today for the virtual City of STEM. COVID-19 is a STEM story, even more than anything else. It is the biggest STEM story. It's all about science and how do we problem solve to make the world better and to defeat this virus. When we had to postpone the live City of STEM back in the springtime to make sure that everybody was safe, we right away decided that this was going to have to go on somehow in 2020. So we decided to do this virtual event today. I hope that you enjoy it, and it's our way of making sure that everybody feels connected to STEM in these times when we're going to depend on STEM to keep us safe. You know, I was saying before that LA is this great place for science, technology, engineering, and math. By the way, that's what STEM stands for. I should have said that again. S for science, T for technology, E for engineering, and M for math. I'm sure you guys knew that already. But LA is this hotbed for STEM. And we, a few years ago, started to recognize one person in Southern California that we thought was really an icon of STEM and that really encapsulated what City of STEM was all about, but also what sort of Los Angeles STEM was all about. Somebody who was STEM forward, who got the message out about the wonder and excitement around science, and somebody who's also tied to Southern California. And this year, we are very, very pleased to give this award, the STEM Icon Award, actually I think it's this way, to Allie Ward, who is a science communicator and the host of the Ologies podcast. You've probably seen her on TV and a bunch of different places. I know she's got a new project that's coming up. I'm very pleased to give this to Allie. I have to say, I also want to thank the Carrot Group, another STEM education group here in Southern California, and Alan Zach in particular. He always heads up our STEM Icon Award committee, and I want to thank him for making this possible today. But Allie is actually here in another part of our Space Center. So I'm going to walk over. I'm going to put on my mask. I'm going to put on my gloves. I'm going to walk over because this is City of STEM virtual and we're still in a pandemic, so I'm going to be safe. I'm going to walk over and hand Allie live in our broadcast her City of STEM Icon Award, and then you're going to be hearing from her. And actually, Allie's been gracious enough to also be our guest host for the first couple of hours of City of STEM Virtual this year. So I'm going to walk over to the next room and hand this to Allie. It's your safe Icon Award. Thank you so
much. This is huge. This is so huge. Thank you so much. It's so great to be here in person as well. This means so much to me. I'm gonna unmask for my thank yous, if I may. Thank you so much. It's amazing to be down here to be able to accept this in person. I know that we're doing this virtually this year, obviously, in the safest way possible, and it really meant a lot to me to be here. This is huge. I think of all of the things that have happened in the last few years in terms of career-wise, this has really been a giant honor and meant a lot to me. And I accept this on behalf of all the scientists out there, everyone who believes in science and promotes science. My work as a science communicator comes from a really deep sense of wonder and passion. And I have always really been fascinated by how things work. And I feel incredibly lucky that my job is to talk to scientists and talk to engineers and talk to ologists and inventors and really ask them how and why they do what they do. And I think one of the best things that we can do for science is to hopefully bridge the gap between the general public and people who are into science. And once I think I was on a dock and I was watching bats swoop in when I was in high school, and I realized these are things that we wonder at. We get to sit and wonder at, and if we open our eyes to the world around us, it really provides so much context, and there's curiosity and wonder all around us. And so I really want to accept this award on behalf of every single engineer and ologist I have ever gotten the privilege to sit down with and ask questions to. One thing on ologies I always say is ask smart people stupid questions. I think that a lot of times we don't realize that we're science people, and then you realize, yeah, there's science in sitting on a dock at night watching bats. There's science in ice cream. There's science in, obviously, space exploration. There's science in why we do what we do. And there's science in everything. And the one thing that connects all of those is curiosity and passion. And every single ologist and scientist I've ever gotten to talk to really does what they do because they love it and they have questions that they want answered. And so science is really about just context and about asking those questions and not being afraid to not know something. And one thing that I have loved in getting to be a science correspondent, a science communicator, and a science enthusiast for a long time is the realization that there is so much failure in science. And that is one thing I feel like is kept from us, maybe in school, is we don't realize that every scientist who's ever done an experiment, everyone who's ever invented something, anyone who's ever tried to launch a rocket fails. They fail over and over again. And science is really just the process of figuring out why things happen. And a lot of times your assumptions might be wrong. Your experiments might blow up or fail, or, your data might not click, and then you have to do it a different way. So one thing that I've really learned is to accept failure as part of progress, as part of the just the scientific way, really. And so I think that understanding that there's wonder and curiosity all around us, and that there are smart people all around us that you can ask questions to, and that nobody has to be perfect, that everything, life, science, really matters just to keep going and to keep asking those questions and to keep the curiosity and passion alive in you. So I definitely want to dedicate this to every single person who's ever been on Ologies, anyone who has ever been on Innovation Nation, and did I mention Invention, and Brainchild, and everything else that I've gotten to work on. And thank you to every single scientist who's out there who is asking questions and who is following your passion, who keeps going through tiny failures or big ones or cul-de-sacs of knowledge where you don't know the answer. Thank you for helping us understand the world around us. And thank you to everyone out there who is questioning why snails do what they do and how your toaster works, because that's all science. And so thank you so much for this. This means absolutely everything to me. And I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thank you, Allie, and congratulations. You are the City of STEM Icon winner for 2020. I'm so happy that you are the person. You really have done such an awesome job, and just getting the excitement and sort of interest in STEM out there, both for young people and for adults. We couldn't think of a better person this year than to award the Icon Award to. Thank you very much, Allie. And I know you're going to be seeing people throughout this broadcast for the next couple hours as our guest host. Thank you for that. All right, everyone. We are getting to be close to that time. Let me talk to you through a little bit about how this is going to work today. So City of STEM Virtual 2020 is happening from 10 a.m., which we just started, until 5 p.m. Pacific time today. That's 7 hours. But we're doing it over 3 channels, which means we're giving you 21 hours of content today. STEM content, everything from hearing about rocket launches to COVID-specific discussions. We have a panel about diversity in STEM. We have live animals coming up from the Natural History Museum here in LA. City of STEM is really all about being able to, like I said, celebrate the incredible STEM resources that are here in Los Angeles, from the world-class museums to universities to fantastic, STEM nonprofits here in town, STEM education institutions, and city institutions. And also STEM media. So again, like Allie and others who are science communicators, most of them are based here in Los Angeles. So we have a lot to offer. So you're going to be able to see all of this content streaming to you on 3 channels. Channel 1, Channel 2, Channel 3. If you must have gotten to our website to be able to get in to see this stream. You can toggle around in there and switch from channel to channel as you want to. Also on our website, you can see a list of what we have coming up, and so basically our playlist for the day. So you can move from Channel 1 to Channel 2, Channel 3, and choose your own adventure as the day goes on. Again, you'll be able to see animals. We have science music. We have a science rock band, the Amoeba People, and a science rap group, the Music Notes. We've got science experiments, live demos, maker activities, deep discussions, and inspirational talks in a variety of STEM fields. We actually had way more content that we could fit into 21 hours. So there's also on our website a few extra bonus features. I know we have a video from UCLA and a podcast actually from Biocom, our big biotech industry hub here in Los Angeles. So please, I encourage you as the day goes on to explore the different channels and to explore the website and just check out all the STEM that we have to offer here at City of STEM. Also, I want to encourage you to interact with us. A lot of today is going to be live like this, and we're asking you to interact on social media. We have a Padlet link below, which is a way that you can post pictures and comments on what we're doing. And throughout the day, you'll be part of a drawing for winning a giveaway item, namely a robot, a Sphero robot, our City of STEM prize of the day. So interact. Share what you've got. Tell us how we're doing today. Like I said, we're streaming at you in 3 channels today, 21 hours. We have several guest hosts. Again, my name is Ben. I lead the Columbia Memorial Space Center. We have Allie Ward, who is going to be a guest host in the morning. Milena Acosta from the Natural History Museum here in LA is going to be joining us. Maynard Okoreke from the Hip Hop Science Show is going to be a guest host. Chi Ni, Noah Kalb, Ray Hedgepeth from the Amoeba People. And then, like I said, between the different hosting jobs, we have different musical interludes and things like that. I also want to thank, by the way, before we get into things, I really want to thank the staff of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, especially Laura and Rick and Diana and Monica and Chi and Noah. For helping out. City of STEM is a conglomeration of about 130 plus different STEM partners from around LA. And we've all come together every year to put on these big live events. And this year we all came together. We've been meeting since May to put on this virtual event today. So I really want to thank all of the City of STEM partners also for sticking with us through this time and for contributing content, expertise. And like I said, Chi and Noah, who've really kind of rolled up their sleeves and volunteered to be a part of this today. I really appreciate that. All right, well, let's get started. On Channel 2, if you go to Channel 2, we're going to start out with Latino Health Today. They're a group based here in Los Angeles that obviously that focuses on Latino health and health in communities around Los Angeles and around the country, actually. They're going to be hosting a talk about coping with the stress and some of the science behind COVID-19. COVID-19, like I said, is a big STEM story. And it's not just a science story, but it's also a social story and a people story. So this talk is going to blend those together from Latino Health Today. On Channel 3, we're going to get an up-close tour of the La Brea Tar Pits. Did you know that the world-famous La Brea Tar Pits are right here in Los Angeles? We're going to right away show one of the gems, one of the STEM gems of LA. It's a Ice Age fossil gold mine, basically, and we're going to get a tour of the tar pits. And then here on Channel 1, we're going to be joined right off the bat with, this great fusion of entertainment and science from Jason Latimer. Jason Latimer is the host of Impossible Science. Jason Latimer is a world champion magician and also a physicist. And he's got this great sort of background in high-end science and magic. And he brings those two things together into something he calls Impossible Science. So we're going to get to that. If you stick with us on Channel 1, please remember that the links of all three streams are in the description on YouTube. But also you can go to our website and click on those streams too. So you can click around as best you can. I just want to say thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. We've got a great day planned for you. This is City of STEM Virtual 2020. It's super exciting that we're doing this today. Please celebrate STEM in Los Angeles and actually around the country today. It's important to celebrate STEM every day. And I'll be seeing you throughout the day. So will our hosts. So let's get to it. All right. Go to your channel. All right. So, hey, everyone in Channel 1. Thanks for joining us on this channel. We're starting off the day today with Jason Latimer. He is a scientist and world-famous, world-class magician. And he does something called Impossible Science, which actually you can find on YouTube right now. It's an educational program that blends, performance and science. And actually, Jason is going to work with me on a trick to kind of get us started today. So, Jason, can you hear me? Are you there?
Right here.
All right. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Great to see you.
I think we're going to watch a little teaser of Impossible Science, and then we're going to get into the trick. Does that sound good? All right. But all those out there, for the trick, you can play along. Get 4 cards. Can be index cards. I put these index cards together and drew some pictures on them. You can play along at home. All right. But let's watch this teaser from Jason.
Have you ever wondered what it would take to actually just bend light? Move an object with sound?
To blow something in midair? Big deal!
Hey guys, it's Jason Latimer, the world champion of magic, coming to you directly from my home. What you just saw was a total illusion. Well, if you don't understand it, you probably would call it magic.
2, 3.
How the heck did you do that?
The difference between magic and science was nothing more than a difference in understanding.
Magic! No, it's impossible science.
And you don't have to be a magician to do these at home.
Oh!
Stay curious, because the right question changes everything. And together, we'll explore the impossible. Welcome to Impossible Science.
How awesome is that? Impossible Science. Now, science is science. It's not magic. But Jason has been able to figure out a way to smush these two things together. Jason, how you doing?
Doing great, Ben. How you doing?
Good, man. Thank you. Do you want to just start right into the card trick, and then you can talk about Impossible Science?
Well, for me, magic is everything we don't understand. So I'm going to show you a card trick that uses mathematics. But if you don't understand it, it's going to come off as magic. And if you understand it, you'll understand the math. Or you can go back and just fool yourself over and over. But you will need 4 playing cards. I'm going to use 4 cards from an Impossible Science deck, by the way. I'm just doing that. Ooh, fancy.
You have your own branded card deck?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
We need to get you a Bendigo deck.
Yeah, you have to send some over, man.
Now you can. I see that you've made some playing cards on yours. Just you can, if for everybody at home, if you don't have any playing cards, just take 4 index cards and make 4 different shapes on the front of them. And Ben's done a lovely job with comets and rockets, a star, and a planet, Saturn.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Hey, and you know what? I have to say, I did these because my kids, Lucy, my daughter, loves the stars, and Saturn, my son Miles. So shouting out to those guys this morning. Get that out of the way.
Well, you'll be able to show them this trick. For this illusion, I've used to fool millions and millions of people. I've done this on a television special on the BBC. This is just—it's so much fun. You're going to fool yourself. first will allow you to the screen.
All right.
All right. So before we get started, I have to go over a couple of moves. Okay. The first move is we're going to take like when I say we're going to take a top, we're going to take the cards from if they're face down in your hand, so your pictures would be face down. Mm-hmm. If I said take the top card, move it to the bottom, that's one move. That's all the way to the bottom, right?
Okay.
Now the other type of move I'll do is I'll say take the top two cards together, turn them over together, and place them back on top. Now it's important. Okay. It's important to note that as we get going, you're going to start making choices on your side, and those choices are going to be different than my choices. So when I say take the top two cards, some might be face up, some might be face down. They both might be face up or face down. Doesn't matter. Your cards will not match mine. All right?
Okay.
And then the last one is called a cut. That means take any number of cards from the top of the pile and put them directly onto the bottom. Don't blend them together, just from top down to bottom. Okay? So now just mix up the cards. All right? All right, okay. And look at the bottom card. The bottom.
Am I showing you?
Yeah, put the cards face down in your hand. It doesn't matter if I've seen it. We're gonna read your mind, all right?
Okay.
I'm gonna use the Ace of Spades, all right? Now, let's get started. All right, take the top. All right, keeping the cards face down in your hand. Memorize that bottom card. That's gonna come up in the end. If you don't memorize it, then the trick's gonna look a little weird at the end. So take the top card, all right? Move it directly to the bottom. Okay. Now, take the next top card, turn it face up, and put it back on top.
Okay.
All right. Now, cut the cards as deep as you'd like.
Okay. And then just put them on cut them and then
from the top to the bottom. Great.
Okay.
Now, take the top two cards together. Turn them over together. And put them back on top.
Okay.
And cut the cards as deep as you'd like.
Okay.
Now we're going to do that again. Take the top two cards together, turn them over together, and put them back on top.
Okay.
And cut the cards as deep as you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. Now, since you've been cutting on your side, we've cut 3 times. So your cards are going to look completely different than my cards. Okay. Mm-hmm. But now, those choices are going to come together and you're going to blow your own mind. I want you to take the top card. I want you to turn it over, and place this one directly onto the bottom. Okay. Now, I want you to take the next top card. Do not turn it over and place it directly onto the bottom. Okay. Now, I want you to take the next top card. All right. I want you to turn it over and place it back on top. Okay. Now you've made choices. These cards are in different orders on your side of the screen, on my side of the screen, and anybody at home watching. But if you pan out those cards right now, there'll be one card that's facing the opposite direction. After all those choices, pull that one card out, and that will be your card.
Indeed it is. You got it, man. That's right. Is it magic or is it science?
If you don't understand it, it comes off as magic.
Right.
Now, the best part about this is at the end of City of STEM, you can go back, watch this video again, write down all the steps, and you'll be able to do this to anyone because there's no sleight of hand. It will always work. That's a great thing about math. Or
that's awesome.
You can also take down all the steps, figure it out, and you can modify it to make your own trick. Or you can go, if you figure it out, you'll forever understand the math. If you don't understand the math, you'll forever see magic. You'll be able to do it, but you'll never know why it works.
That's super awesome. You know, Jason, that's super cool. I know you've talked about that works on math, which is the M in STEM. Could you, tell us a little bit more about Impossible Science and then how you went from magic to STEM, sort of personally, and why this is important.
I spent my entire life studying applied science to be the best magician I could possibly be. And I used it to create illusions like bending light and shaping water and rotating big illusions. And then one day I started to realize it's so important for people to realize that they could ask about a question that no one's ever thought of before, like how wonder changes the world. And the only way we're going to bring new ideas to life, like a new magic trick or something that we thought was impossible, is to understand the tools that we have. And STEM are those tools. So I decided to transition all my illusions and teach the science that led up to those illusions. And hopes that something the same tools I have. So the whole idea behind that was trying to inspire people to challenge what they know.
And when you say you studied applied science, like what do you have what's your degree in, or what have you studied?
My background spans everything from psychology to chemistry to mathematics to engineering and also applied physics. I was a real Weiler at UC Santa Barbara. I eventually said, "What degrees do you want? Please leave."
Awesome.
But now the great thing about impossible science is it's like the MMA of science. It's anything goes. And it becomes like this. If I want to turn something invisible, I could use applied psychology, and we could use motion-induced blindness. We could talk about the physics of light. We could talk about the biology of the eye. So it's like the MMA of science. Anything goes as long as an object turns invisible or an object floats or an object teleports. That's what we study on impossible science is what do we not know and how do we make the impossible topic become reality in STEM?
Well, then that's great. So tell me a little bit more about, or tell us a little bit more about impossible science itself. Like, I know that you launched the
Okay, so Impossible Science started as a live stage show. It was just, I converted my stage show from the casinos I used to work in and my TV shows and converted it to a live show about why the world needs wonder. It's kind of like a TED Talk on steroids. And so then we modified that to create illusions that people could do at home or at the museums that I was working with on impossible festivals. Oh, yeah. And those were experiments. We did one at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. And then now, because everyone's stuck at home, I figured why not convert these into videos that everybody can blow their own mind with the stuff they can find at home. So right now we have Impossible Science at Home, which is the stuff you can turn something invisible with the stuff in your kitchen, make something fly in your living room with the stuff you can find around the house. And now I'm even working on another season of it, which is Impossible Science at my home. we should have a few more toys than everybody else. So we go from making rockets to turning larger objects invisible with a little more advanced science. But the second season is really about you probably shouldn't have this stuff at your house.
But the idea is that to kind of show these big illusions that you probably don't have at your house, but still be
the crickets.
Figure out some science that you can still.
Yeah. So the idea is that the principles are always explained. As far as impossible science starts off with an illusion. Let's say something floats in the air, and then we say, wait a second, how would you actually make something float in the air? And so we use anything. Well, each episode is a different topic of science. So it could be static electricity one day, and it could be magnetism on another day. We're going after the theme of impossible, and then we talk about how science brings that to life. So the first season is definitely everything you can find around the house. Absolutely. The second season, I'm stepping it up a little bit. So we're gonna talk about like we got Ivo, the robotic dog from Sony. We talk about cooking with impossible science. You could go into the drawer, get your liquid nitrogen container, and
and he said, "Oh yeah, that's because your phone is automatically filtering out that background hum, and it's also filtering out that part of your voice that's at the same frequency. So that's why you sound like
with
crap."
the stuff you find around the house.
So
I'm making another version on top of everything just to step it up even more because I'm having such a blast.
Awesome.
Maybe not my neighbors, but I'm having a blast.
What's that?
Wait, actually, this
keep
is
freezing.
So,
Oh, good. That's great.
So you've basically you've taken your love of magic.
Am I freezing for you too, Milena?
Together, it started off as this sort of series of live either events or exhibits, and now you're transitioning to more of a real sort of STEM education initiative.
We could try it
Talk
different.
a little bit about why is STEM education so important?
You're frozen right now.
Needed? Why do things like
good,
STEM
great.
You have too many things on the Wi-Fi.
Well, one of the things that really interests me a lot has to do with this accessibility to information. And I don't want to get too much into it, but this accessibility to information is great if you understand what it is. It's never been a great idea in the history of humankind to rank ideas by popularity. It's never worked out. If you look at the history of science, we've been very good at being wrong. And which is great because that's how we make progress. We created the idea, somebody disproves it, and we use that as a lesson to move forward. But now on the internet,
Yeah.
ranked click view. And so it falls to the bottom of a search result. And as it falls to the bottom of a search result, the person asking the question doesn't know it exists because it didn't show up on their first page, you know? And because of that, you click on a new, because of that, you'll click on the first idea, and the first idea could be wrong or out of date. And by making it by clicking on it, you make it more popular to the next user. It's this illusion of knowledge is brewing, and it's making it really hard for kids to see what's the difference between what's possible and what's not, because the age of information and the illusion of knowledge with the internet is growing pretty strong. Now, I don't know if we lost you right there. I lost the signal of Ben.
Sorry, hold on a second. I've got to plug in my audio over here. Seems like we lost your stream over here.
I don't have it.
Okay, we'll leave you alone.
Oh, stream ID is already in use. Sorry. See, it's technology, everyone.
Oh, there you go.
Let's try to make Melina laugh.
There you go. I'm back.
She has to do her outro.
Hey, woo! It's an illusion.
No, but the whole idea is with the internet. It's great to use it as a tool if you know what it's doing. It's ranking ideas by popularity. So there's two ways to do it. There's one way to explain to people, I don't know if we're ranking the internet the correct way, or just teach kids how to see beyond popular answers. Teach them how to see beyond the word impossible, and show them the tools they're going to need to see beyond that word. And that's where STEM comes in. STEM is going to be the tools we need for the jobs we don't even know yet. And so if you're going to do something that's never been done before, you're going to need tools. And science, technology, engineering, mathematics are those tools.
Theoretically?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I've always liked about your approach to this is, you know, for us at the Space Center, you know, STEM really boils down to creative and critical thinking, right? And critical thinking is all about, you know, looking at a problem or looking at something that doesn't seem to make sense and like breaking it apart and figuring out what it is. And the thing that I really like about your approach is that you present this sort of seemingly impossible thing, and get kids and adults to sort of turn on their critical thinking brain and try to go on a journey with you to try to figure out how this thing worked. I think I really appreciate that, and I think that really is at the essence of what good STEM learning is all about, STEM teaching and facilitation is all about.
For me, every one of my illusions, which happen to be right here, every illusion I've ever created, I've turned into blueprints. They're on the back of all the impossible science items. And because I have no superpowers, I've actually just built this stuff. So the whole thing behind it is there had to be a solution. No matter how crazy the idea is, there had to be a way to do it. And I think that's really the heart of impossible science, but it's also the heart of all STEM learning. There's got to be a way to do whatever you want, and you're going to need tools. And
listen, you're talking to a guy who right now is sitting on the same plot of dirt where a bunch of people in the 60s said, hey, let's go to the moon. We never really had, we don't really know how rockets work super well or anything like that. But, hey, we'll go to the moon in like 8 years. Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't need it right away. The cue for that would be like,
yeah, exactly.
When I mentioned the asteroid.
I get the impossible part of this. That makes a lot of sense. You know what? I also want to talk, again, not a personal question necessarily, but so what were some of your,
yeah, I still got a good, at least 30, 40 seconds before I even get to that.
So. Side of your life. Did you, any museum that really inspired you, people, things that you watched? What?
One of my favorite scientists of all time is Richard Feynman, and he's one of my favorites because he really pointed out this importance of a question. And it wasn't really an experiment that blew my mind, but it was this idea of looking at a board game is actually the best way to explain it. You're looking at a board game, trying to figure out how to play the game. You do a couple of moves and you find out
he said he's going to handle
that's possible, that's not possible. This happens.
He said whenever we're not on screen,
think about the game
we will
chess,
be
and you think you have all the pieces mapped out until a pawn makes it to the other side of the table, and then all of a sudden something happens, and every scientist in the world throws up their arms in a huge uproar of this. We had it wrong. We couldn't have done it, and then we find out there's an extra rule, a rule that we didn't know about. And the funniest thing about that is when I took that concept and really broke it down and started thinking about, there's never been a rule book. I mean, every answer we've ever had came from us. So how do we know we're right? And once you start realizing there's never been a rule book on how anything works, and all we know is what we've taught ourselves so far, the world becomes pretty fun.
That's cool. That's cool. And speaking of rulebook and Feynman, actually, that's cool. Yeah, I mean
that philosophy was the turning point in science and in magic.
Oh, cool. When was that for you? What, like 14? When did that?
About 2 weeks ago.
I should know not to ask. I shouldn't ask questions like that yet.
It probably was somewhere around high school, I think. I actually stumbled across some Richard Feynman videos. I was always interested in magic, but I was always doing just the card tricks and the coin tricks and the stuff you would expect. And it got, when it started to get progressed into, this might actually be a profession other than just a side hobby, especially when I went after the World Championships. I went after the World Championships with a game. Oh, it's right there. 3 cups and a ball. The idea of trying to follow the ball, but under clear glass cups. And every magician laughed. They said that could never happen. It's not possible. But I knew if I could figure it out, I'd be the best of one. and I ended up winning the World Championships because I figured out the one trick people said it couldn't be done. And so it was the first real reinforced moment of, we don't know all the rules. And, it's the oldest trick in the book. It had like 1,000-year head start, and yet all it takes is one person to ask a question that's never been asked before, and that's just amazing when you think about everybody who was born with the ability to wonder. And
I think, and that's super important. I think it underpins a lot of what City of STEM and actually all of science education is all about, right? Is that we all, every single person, doesn't matter your background or where you come from or anything like that, we all have this capacity to do science, to be able to do these kind of things and figure it out. And hopefully we are here as a STEM institution or an event to kind of support that, whether you're old or young, anywhere, for us, anywhere in LA, but really around the world. Thanks for that. And, thanks again for all of your great contributions to STEM and STEM education.
We're just getting started. We're just getting started, but thank you for everything you do with City of STEM, the Columbia Memorial Space Center, and the City of Los Angeles. It's just been amazing to watch. I remember a few years back when we were hoping that a few people would show up, and it was 10,000 people showed up the next time. I was like, what is happening?
No one was as surprised as we are. Actually, thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to just take a second, indulge the viewers for a minute. So City of STEM started as a week-long festival just here in Downey. Couple of things. And I think the first year we saw maybe 1,500 to 2,000 people show up. It was the biggest crowd we'd ever seen. We thought, wow, there's something here. A few years later, over 10,000 people showed up.
I think that first day we could actually, I think we could name every single person.
Exactly.
There's Frank. Exactly. There's Kelly. There's 7. Wow.
Well, Thanks for being with us since the beginning.
My pleasure. I think it's absolutely essential. Space travel is one of those things where, like you were talking about going to the moon and stuff like that, it's so important, and yet people keep thinking about, where I should park my car or, like that. Space travel, even though, we don't even know what's beyond over the horizon. We have no idea.
Sure.
It's beyond what we can see, and that's what makes it so important and so exciting, because we're not going to know until we go for it.
Well, Jason, thank you so much. Could you really fast before we break just tell people where they can find Impossible Science and get access to everything that you've got?
Yeah, well, easy. You can go to impossiblescience.com, or you can go to YouTube and just look up Impossible Science, and we're on all the social medias for Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, pretty much, and TikTok. You just go on there, and I show behind-the-scenes footage on the social media of what's going on in my craziness and probably all the dirty looks I get from all the neighbors of me doing. I had a laser light show the other day, and had my neighbors knocking on my door in the middle of the night. So, what's going on over there? Like, we're trying to sleep, and our windows are right over there.
That's awesome. Well, Jason, thank you so much. Jason Latimer of Impossible Science, world champion magician and LA resident. Thank you for bringing STEM and joining us today at City of STEM.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be with you today. My name is Leslie, and I manage the vertebrate living collections, that's the animals with a backbone, here at the museum. I'm here with two of my colleagues, Forrest Urban, who is the manager of the invertebrate living collections. Now, he manages the animals without a backbone. And I've also got Justine McGarry, our lead animal care specialist. We are here. The Living Collections is here to share these animals with you in order to connect your hearts and your minds to the science that happens here at the museum. So we're really excited. We've got a variety of stuff to share with you today. Especially, we've brought animals that have survived the dino age, the great KT extinction. What do I mean by the KT extinction? Well, there's a lot of evidence for a little event that happened about 65 million years ago, wherein a giant asteroid hit the Earth with the force of 1 million atomic bombs. It was 9 miles wide and, caused massive climate change, bringing the end to 75% of life on Earth, including the big dinos. Now, who could survive such a thing? Well, we're here to remind you not to underestimate the small. Forrest is going to be sharing some invertebrates with you for the first 15 minutes. Then Justine and I are going to share some vertebrate survivors with you for the next 15 minutes. And then after that, we're going to take your questions. So make sure you write them down. I can't wait to hear what they are. So with that being said, take it away, Forrest.
Sorry, frozen. I think you're hitting it back to me, Leslie, but it's a bit of a delay. Hope I'm not talking over you. Hi, everyone. I'm Forrest Urban. I manage the live invertebrates here at the Natural History Museum, and I'm back here behind the scenes in what's called our insectary. That's where we have all the cool behind-the-scenes animals that we rear out for the Butterfly Pavilion, the Spider Pavilion, our Nature Lab, and our brand new Butopia. So let's look at some of the survivors invertebrate style of the dino age, right? If we look at our geographical timeline of the scale of time of what's happening in the past, we can see that the Cenozoic period is when the KT extinction happened, right in between the Cretaceous and the Let's back up for a second and talk about what is an invertebrate. What are some of these amazing properties? We can't go into all the properties, but what are some of the key properties that made them amazing survivors? Well, one of the big ones is their body design, right? All invertebrates have an exoskeleton, right? They have that hard shell on the outside of their bodies. As vertebrates, like dinosaurs were, we have our skeleton, the strong part of our body, on the inside, and all of our soft tissues on the outside. Theirs is reversed. They have their hard exoskeleton on the outside, protecting all the soft stuff on the huge, much, much bigger than they are today, than we are. But through time, they gradually increased in size. And that are the millipedes. Right? Millipedes started out, their ancient ancestor was called Archosaur. Pretty big, between 5 and 8 feet long. And if we look at an ancient fossil, we can see what they look like compared to us. So they started out really, really big. Back then, there was much more oxygen concentrated in the atmosphere than there is now. That helped support these larger invertebrates that we used to see in ancient past. There's a nice size comparison of this ancient millipede. Now, if eventually the Earth started to change, the oxygen level started to decrease, and this particular species did go extinct. But I have with me today some of the distant relatives of this ancient species. Let's just look are the largest species of millipede that we have here in North America. These are called desert millipedes. And what's really cool about millipedes is they have this hard cylindrical body, right? They live down underneath the substrate, down in the earth, in the strata. And so this hard cylindrical body helps them to pull and push their way through the dirt. They are also what's called a detritivore. So that means that they can eat dead and decaying plant matter. And so as the earth was going through that terrible extinction, a lot of the plants started to die out, a lot of the animals die out, and that's what detritivores actually eat. So they don't need fresh fruit, they need dead and decaying food, that detritivore. So I have a few species here. I also have the largest species currently. You can see they're really cylindrical bodies, right? Millipedes have a ton of legs to help them push and pull their way through the soil. This is an old piece of banana here that it's found that it will absolutely love. Not so much fresh banana, but they love the more rotten, the better. And then I have another one here. This one is all coiled up tight. And so a way that a millipede will protect itself is it will coil into a tight coil to protect the critical portion of its head from getting injured, from getting hurt. And so these species are related to that distant ancestor that we looked at earlier. And so the size got smaller and smaller and smaller, makes it easier for them to survive on less food because they're smaller. And they don't need as large of a shelter either, right? Because they don't have as much of a body to try to hide and protect. All right, I'm going to hand these off to my lovely assistant, William, over here. We're going to move on to some other survivors of the Dino Age. Roaches, right? We all probably know that roaches are amazing survivors. Let's look at some of the reasons why that might be. So this is called a ancient version that's on the screen, that fossilized cockroach. It's probably about half the size as that one was, but it still has all the same adaptations that they did to their ancestors. And so one amazing adaptation is that roaches can really flatten their bodies out super, super flat. You see how flat it is? And so they can find their way into the smallest, tiniest of cracks, which they'll then use as a shelter. Another thing that's amazing about them is they have something inside of their body called a fat body. It's a type of organ that allows them to store food and store fat. That is considered an energy source. And so they can live for about a month with no food, just living off of the fat body inside of that special organelle. Another amazing adaptation that roaches have is what's called gregarious behavior. Gregarious behavior it's a fancy word for meaning that they live in social groups. So I have a whole bunch here that are kind of living in this sort of nest situation. And what's amazing is that they'll go out and collect food, and then they'll bring the food back to this nesting situation and store it. kind of like we do when we go to the grocery store and then we stock up on groceries in our pantry. They do the same thing. And living in these gregarious groups has other benefits because they do a form of social communication. So when one of them detects something out in the environment, they will start to make a signal, and they'll all react to that signal and pass the signal along to each other. And then on top of that, roaches are known to be amazing survivors because they can even live for about a week in the absence of their head. So say something were to happen and they were to get their head knocked, storing food in their inside of their body, they can live in the absence of a head. Their brain is actually back in their back. It's not in the head. And so until they run out of food or they run out of the ability to drink water, they can live without a head. So those are some amazing adaptations that roaches have. Now, it's also said that they can survive a huge atomic blast, an aftershock, radiation. That is true, but they do suffer the effect of radiation as other animals do. What else do we have to look at? I've also brought scorpions. So scorpions used to be huge as well. That girth, that weight. But let's look at some of their amazing adaptations. So scorpions, right? They also have an exoskeleton. Now this is not a live specimen. This is a specimen that did live here back in the insectary. It lived a grand old life, and it passed away naturally. And we keep it so we can like this. So it's perfectly safe for me to hold this guy. Finding a shelter in a tiny crack. But they also have these huge claws up here at the front that help them to catch prey. They can grasp prey and hold it very, very tightly. But then, right, all scorpions have a stinger. They don't waste any of that venom that they've had to produce in their bodies. It's precious to them, it's expensive, and they know when to use it and when to not use it. And so they may sting something that they've grabbed with their chelicera, a food item, in order to subdue it. And they may also defend something if they were being attacked. Now, scorpions can't see very well, but on the back side of their body, they have a special organ here that are very feathery. And that helps them to, in the absence of being able to see something, they can detect vibrations when something's coming towards them, going away from them, and they can translate those vibrations into information. Same way like vibrations into information, scorpions do the same thing. Now, what I think is super cool about scorpions is they also will glow. And that's still kind of a mystery to us as to why do they do this? Why do they glow under ultraviolet light? I have an ultraviolet light here. And you see how it changes color, how it fluorescent, we call that fluorescent. And we think that they use their whole this would be, I'm not protected. This is protected, and this would be, I'm not protected. I'm glowing. My giant eyeball is detecting ultraviolet light. pretty interesting, right? They also think that they use this glowing in order to recognize each other, to recognize kindred scorpions, if you will, because none of the other animals do that. So it's special to scorpions. Well, thank you so much. And now we're going to look at more survivors of the dino age. Not everything went extinct, right? We still have present day living dinosaurs. Leslie Gordon is in our nature lab, and she's going to show you all about those. Thank you.
Hello, so happy to be back with you. That's right, Forrest. I have got some vertebrate survivors along with Justine. Now, you might be surprised at what animals could survive that great KT extinction. And I think it's fun to look at modern day traits to see if we can sort of put clues together as to why they survived and the biggest dinosaurs didn't. So the first animal, we've got 3, is in my hands. Say hello to Willow. Willow is a gopher snake, a really gorgeous one too. It came to us from the county parks. Beautiful animal here. They're from Southern California. Now, what is it that's so special about the snakes? They saw the dinosaurs come. They said, oh, hello, dinosaurs. And they saw them go. Oh, okay. Goodbye, guys. So what is it that's so great about them? I'm going to show you some of the really cool traits of snakes. For a second, I'm going to go ahead and put Willow over here on my snake climber to give her some time to exercise and explore. But don't worry, we'll be back with her in just a minute while I show you some things about snakes. Here's something special. This is a snake skull. Now, what are these cool features? We've got some very pointy teeth that all curve backwards. They're called recurved because they want the food to go in one direction. Not only that, but they have an extra row of teeth on the roof of the mouth called palatal teeth to give extra grip, as you might imagine. But there's more. Look at these features. We've got these funny little bones in the back called the quadrate bone, as well as no chin. The split chin. I'm going to show you what that's for. Do this with your hands, okay? Open, close, open, close. This is how your jaw works, all right? One hinge point. Snakes have an extra bone in the back of their skull to give them the ability to open up really wide. You young ones can do this with me. That bone helps them open up wide. You notice the chin here can split, okay? That's so that each side of the jaw can act independent of the other side to walk the food on down. Isn't that something? But I'm not done because if you look at the top of the skull, there's these plates that can spread apart. So why do they need this stretchy skull that does this, it does this, it does this, and sort of this? Can you do that? Okay. I'm going to show you a photo. Hopefully you can see why. They can swallow some really big food. 4 times the size of their head they can swallow. And that's a good survival technique because they want to be able to eat their food and go take a nap for a good month or so they don't have to hunt often and they don't reveal themselves to predators very often. Pretty cool, right? So that's the skull. Now, another great thing about snakes is a lack of something. You knew it was a snake because it didn't have any legs. So why is that a useful thing? Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, because it's not necessarily just the skull, okay, that helps them survive. We're going to show you a picture of a mosasaur in our dinosaur hall. It's got some of the similar features. It's got the quadrate bone, that's that arrow on the top. It's got a flexy lower jaw, that's that arrow on the bottom. It's got recurved teeth. It's got a split jaw. They could eat big food too, but they didn't survive. They have a common ancestor to the snakes and lizards, but they didn't survive that KT extinction. So it's obviously not just one thing. Like I was saying, it could be some other features or lack of features. So now I'm going to go over to the snake climber and we're going to watch Joshua do a little bit of climbing. Excuse me, not Joshua, Willow. Lots of snakes in my life. Oh. There we go. So Willow is showing you some really, what makes a lack of legs so amazing. All right, let's play a little game together. We're going to slither along. You young ones can slither with me. And imagine we're a snake just about to catch our food. Okay? And maybe we're racing a lizard, all right, who runs like this. Can you do that? They got these big wide legs. They're chasing the same food item. right? And the food goes down into a hole. Well, who do you think is going to get to it first? Bet you it's going to be the snake. They don't have the legs to get in the way. And actually, we know from the fossil record that over time, the animals that are now snakes started to spend more time underground because it was easy to hunt down there. Plus, it's a good place to hide, right? Now, let's imagine we're a snake and we're just about to catch our food and it goes in the water. Can a snake swim? You betcha. Move like a fish. Now move like a snake. It's very similar. All snakes can swim. And of course, can they climb? You can see that they are very adept at climbing. I've seen them climb cactuses, walls, so many different things with their incredible bodies. Who needs legs, right? They can go just about anywhere. Their food can go and eat just about anything they can catch because of that big skull. So maybe those are the reasons that the snakes survived. Now, some animals were just waiting for an opportunity. There were some little animals biding their time about, 220 million years ago, waiting for the great KT extinction to happen. That's the next slide I'm going to show you. These animals were waiting, biding their time, hoping that the big dinosaurs would get out of the way. And when they did, boom, mammal explosion. That's when the mammals started to diversify and take over. And the mammal that we've got to share with you today is a survivor of the Dino Age. It's called a living fossil, although it's not a super scientific term. What it means is they have traits that are similar to the ancient mammals. And in particular, a couple of the traits are prehensile tail, being a marsupial. This is an animal from North America. Can anyone guess what that might be? Marsupial? Well, my friend Justine is going to join us and show you exactly who that is. Take it away, Justine.
Some frame of reference. Humans have 32, cats have 25, and dogs have 42. So these 50 teeth are great for crunching all different kinds of food items, and the ability to eat all those different kinds of food items is another ancient trait that these guys have. So they will eat anything from invertebrates. You guys just learned about cockroaches. That happens to be one of Petey's favorite things to eat. They will also eat small mammals, small birds, and even reptiles, even venomous ones. They will also eat roadkill. So just with these 50 teeth, they also have incredibly strong jaws. And those jaws actually give them the ability to crunch right through bone or right through to the bone and into the marrow. And that's one big reason that these guys don't really make the best yet. So they're also nocturnal and have a lot of really great nocturnal abilities. They have a very keen sense of smell. And he finishes eating his food item. You guys will maybe get a chance to watch him use that keen sense of smell to find more food. But they also use another ancient trait. They're amazing tails. And those tails, like Leslie mentioned, are prehensile. And this means that they are incredibly useful to them. So what kinds of things do you guys might use this tail for? Now, if you're watching a lot of cartoons, you might have guessed hanging upside down, but they actually don't have the ability to do that as adults. So what they use this tail for is while they're climbing around, they will use it to hold on to branches. They will use it basically as an extra limb, and they can also use it to carry around nesting material. So the last ancient trait we're going to talk about today is their really needy young. So as marsupials, these guys get carried around once they're born by a mom who carries them around in a pouch, just like this. And they can actually have quite a few babies to take care of all at once. So we can have up to 13 at a time, sometimes 2 to 3 times a year, depending on the climate. So as you guys can imagine, quite a few babies for this mom to carry around in this pouch, right? So not only does she carry them around in her pouch, but once the babies get a little bit bigger, they climb out of the pouch and actually climb onto the mom's back. So if you guys can see the picture of the mom possum carrying around her baby, and for any parents out there can really sympathize with this poor mama opossum carrying around all these babies on her back. She'll normally do this for a couple of months until she decides she's had enough, and then she will boot them right off the back and let them live their own little opossum life. So, interestingly enough, most modern marsupials evolved right about 65 million years ago. And what else was going on around 65 million years ago? The KT extinction. And I don't think this is just some coincidence. These humans just survived, they thrive. So if you guys are dinosaur fans out there, you probably know that not all of the dinosaurs are gone. Some did survive the KT extinction. They walk and fly among us. I am, of course, talking about birds. So this KT extinction would have knocked out a lot of the vegetation, the trees and the bushes, which would have left the big plant-eating dinosaurs without a food source, and the other dinosaurs that use this vegetation would go home. But if an animal was small enough, or could live on the ground, or didn't have a problem eating whatever they could find, they would have had a chance to spread their wings, so to speak. So my friend Leslie back in Nature Lab with a special guest for you guys to meet, who just so happens to be the museum's only living resident dinosaur.
That's right. I'm so happy to be back with you. And I have got a live dinosaur in my hands. Say hello to Odin, the western screech owl. Now, I can hear some talking in the background. Noah, I don't know if everybody else can hear that, but I can hear what's going on at the center over there. Okay, so we've got Odin, the western screech owl, who is a living dinosaur. That's right. So the Maniraptorans are the group of animals, birds, that survived, the dinosaurs that survived the KT extinction. And he's got some of those traits that Justine mentioned, even though the owls weren't exactly around at that time, but he's got some of those traits. He's small, okay, now don't mistake it though, he's actually a tough little guy. He's got some talons here that he uses to capture his prey, and they're strong. That's why I'm wearing this glove called the gauntlet, to protect myself. I use thoracic compression like a snake. Now, incidentally, there's some things to protect him too. He's got a leash right now to make sure he can't fly away and get hurt. He's got a big space behind the scenes that he can fly and explore, and I can answer questions about that later. But first, I want to show you some of the remarkable features of these Maniraptorans. Of course, you know right away it's a bird because it's got feathers, right? Feathers have a lot of different jobs. Did you know that? I'm showing you a feather right now on my camera with me that is a downy feather. And look how soft and fluffy it is. By the way, Justine and I are not masking because we're locked in rooms together. That's why I can do this kind of thing. We're locked in rooms alone, all right? Just wanted to let you know. So look at that soft feather. They're so soft that you can hardly even feel when it touches you. It's pretty amazing. Those feathers keep him warm. I've got some other feathers to show you here. Oh, Odin's excited by what I'm bringing out. Can you see that big feather in the middle? There we go. Big feather in the middle. That's a flight feather. And those feathers give the bird some lift. But this is kind of cool. The owls have some special features to their feathers. The photos that I hope you can see right now on the left have like a coating of what looks like little hairs. In addition, the photo on the right is showing you what looks like a comb sticking up. Those two features give the owls silent flight. How cool is that? Have you ever heard a pigeon fly away when you walk up near a flock? I'm sure you have. They're loud, they're flappy, they operate during the day, they don't care if you hear them. But an animal that's nocturnal wants to be silent so that he can what? Catch his prey. The next photo shows you what it looks like when they're flying down on their prey. Now they can eat over 140 different kinds of vertebrates. That's what's happening there on the right. And on the left, you see that they can go on the ground too. They also eat invertebrates. And by the way, like Forrest mentioned, storing food, these guys will stash their food, which can be a little bit alarming for us when we're cleaning up. So they do some really cool things too. Now, the last thing that feathers are really amazing for is to give them some incredible camouflage. Each and every feather on his body has a different pattern, giving him a very complex and beautiful way to camouflage. This photo is now showing you what it looks like when they're sitting in an old growth tree with their eyes closed, watching the world go by. I bet many more owls have seen you than you've ever seen because they're hard to see during the day. Now, they sit there, and actually I'm going to show Odin doing that too. They sit there and watch the world go by with their eyes closed and their feathers tucked in, so it makes them practically impossible to see. We're going to make Odin disappear now. Okay, you ready? Let's see. Now you see him. Ooh, ooh. This is hard to do. Now you don't. Okay, I know you can still see him sort of, but isn't that incredible? The way that his body can camouflage so perfectly next to the wood. So cool, right? All right, so I'm really happy to have shared these animals with you today. It's fun to look at traits of modern animals and try to guess why they survive. You know, maybe it was their ability to eat anything. Maybe it was their ability to hide anywhere. Maybe it was the ability to have a lot of babies. I look forward to hearing your questions now, and we'll show you this address later, but don't forget to follow us on Instagram at NHMLA_liveanimals.
Very cool, everybody. That was really great. We have tons of questions from people on YouTube. So I think all three of you, there's questions for you. I'll start with the first one that goes back to Forrest. Forrest, the question was, how did the roaches not die in the dino age? Forrest, can you hear us there? The question was, how did the roaches not die in the dino age?
Great question. So all of those adaptations that we just looked at, right, just the fact that they're an arthropod with a super protective skeleton, they're super flat bodies that allows them just to sneak and creep and sequester themselves in the teeniest, tiniest cracks is a great adaptation. And then, you know, being able to hunker down and not even leave their shelter for a month because they have food stored inside their bodies, on top of the fact that they're not naturally storing food anyways because they're living in a nest, a bunch of other nest mates. So they have all sorts of adaptations for survival, and they weren't affected whatsoever.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Very interesting components to roaches that I don't think anybody ever knew about. So this next one is for you, Leslie. It's about the snake. Somebody just asked, aren't snakes dangerous? I think maybe they're just worried about you treating and handling them and you know, feeding them. And I mean, I think it's a great question. Or do you have any concerns about managing snakes for the museum?
You know, a lot of people are afraid of snakes, and unfortunately they have a bad reputation, but really most of the world's snakes are not venomous. About only a fifth have venom. And even then, snakes don't want to be bothered. They're quiet, shy little creatures who want to spend time by themselves, just eating the rodents for us and doing their job. So no, I am always sure to make sure that the snake never gets scared. Remember, any animal can bite if it's scared. A dog. I had a fish that bit me every day of its life. Every animal can bite when it's scared. I don't scare the snakes, so they have no reason to defend themselves. And actually, they're very comfortable with us. They've met hundreds of thousands of people in their time here.
That's great. Yeah, that's good to know. This next question is for Justine. Justine, I'm not sure if you said it, somebody might have missed it, but people are really curious to know, what is the name of the opossum that you have there?
This is Petey.
Awesome. Petey. Now, and a follow-up question to Petey is, does Petey have some sort of favorite food? We see that you're munching on there, but I know you said that they eat so much, but is there a preferred food diet for Petey?
So opossums in general are omnivores. So that means basically anything edible, they're going to eat it. We've only had Petey for about a month now, so we're actually still kind of figuring out his favorites. But so far, his protein items. So he likes fish, he likes bugs, he gets little fuzzy mice, he gets scrambled eggs, he loves cheese. So those tend to be his favorite right now, that and fruit.
Nice. Very good. And then, I think we can all relate to Petey. Like, what's my favorite food today, this year, right? We all are trying to figure it out. This next question is for Leslie and for Odin there. Somebody says, does that owl have eyes? Do I only see one eye? Question mark. Wanting to know what's going on with Odin there.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked. Now, Petey and Odin are both rescues. They are not animals that could survive in the wild on their own. Petey the opossum, because he was imprinted on humans. He was being kept illegally as a pet. They're not good pets for like a million reasons. And Odin here was probably hit by a car. So slow down out there, people, okay? We think he was hit by a car. He was rescued both by fabulous rehabbers, the Ojai Raptor Center for him, and Petey was the Wetlands and Wildlife Care Center in Huntington Beach. And so they came to live with us to have their amazing lives protected and safe out in the wild, or safe from the wild, so they can live a long, happy, healthy life, again, connecting your hearts and minds to the science that happens here. So yes, Odin was probably blinded by the car. And you don't have to feel sorry for him, though. We actually got him amazing surgery, amazing medical care. He is pain-free. And both of these animals are very lucky, actually, to be living here.
That's great. And then a follow-up question from Jake V. Do the owl feathers change colors, or do they just match the ecosystem that they live in? Which is a great question.
Yeah, I love that, because the term better than camouflage is crypsis. There's cryptic coloration, there's cryptic behavior, there's cryptic sounds, there's lots of ways to blend into your environment. And in particular, this is cryptic coloration as well as behavior when he wants to hide. So he doesn't change, but he knows where he blends in and he knows how to make himself small. I've had people walk by me and Odin without seeing him because he was sitting so still. Isn't that funny?
That's amazing. Well, folks, there are so many great questions. That's all we have time for today. We'll try to go back into the chat and answer some of those. But Leslie, I'll send it to you if you want to just share with folks, where can they find more about the Live Animal program and learn a little bit about the work that you all do?
Yes, thank you. I did mention our Instagram account. Now, that's the account just for our little Live Animal program, and we'll put up that in just a moment. But also the museum's main account and our YouTube. We have so many videos and so much cool stuff to share with you, including lots of animal presentations that go on here.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leslie. All right, with that, we'll send it back over to the control room and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
All right, so we're just about done here. It's been about 3 minutes. I've been stirring these just a little bit, and it's looking pretty good, smelling even better. So you'll notice we haven't added in the bugs yet. Fear not, we're about to do that. I'm going to turn off the stovetop. I'm going to remove these from heat and place them in a bowl. And then we're going to crush up some crickets add in the crickets, add in the spices, the salt and the pepper, and have our mushroom stuffers ready. So we will be shifting.
Hi, everybody. Welcome again to City of STEM Virtual Fest. My name is Milena Acosta. I'm from the Natural History Museum. Super excited to be here with you today. Be sure that you click to subscribe to the City of STEM channel if you haven't already, and give us a shout out on social media at #CityofSTEM if you're able to or interested in. So that presentation was just pretty amazing from the live animal team over at the Natural History Museum. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I work there, but I mean, live animals, creepy critters. I mean, it's everything we wanted to. I want to quickly show you what's coming up next here on this channel. Hopefully you can see a little schedule graphic. Up next, we have Bugible. We have Allie Moore. Super excited to have her. Stay tuned. She's going to be here to help you explore the wonderful world of bug eating. After that, we're going to have the Aquarium of the Pacific at 12:05. And I'm so excited for that program. I used to work at the aquarium, so I'm so excited that James is going to join us and dive into that watery world of sharks, right? Everybody? Sharks. That's right, folks. The Aquarium of the Pacific was going to be investigating shark teeth. Look a little different than these teeth. Very, very sharp. Some of them are actually maybe different shapes. I'm really excited for you all to maybe help solve a shark jaw mystery. That's what I heard might be coming up in just 2 minutes here at about 11:40 with the Aquarium of the Pacific. And then after that, stay tuned because we'll have cardboard superheroes. Cardboard superheroes, amazing youngsters, and they're going to show you how they built their life-size, I'm talking giant, life-size models of these cardboard superheroes. So we're talking Iron Man, life-size Iron Man, life-size Wonder Woman. They even have a life-size Groot. Groot is my favorite from Guardians of the Galaxy, which is so, so neat. So with that, I'm going to send it over in just a couple of seconds over to Allie from Bugible. Now, hopefully you'll get inspired and learn how to cook with bugs. Cooking with bugs. I mean, we're getting around lunchtime, so I don't know, maybe I'll get inspired myself and come back with a delicious, crunchy cricket lunch for myself, but maybe you will too. Okay, so join us here. Stay on the channel. Stay with City of STEM. Really, really excited to have you all here. And stay tuned for Bugible with Allie Moore. She's going to give us a cooking demo. I heard it's something about stuffed mushrooms and maybe some crickets involved in there. So I don't know if y'all ever eaten a cricket on purpose or by accident. I once was riding my bike and there was an accidental not a cricket, but it was like a bug eating moment. So with that, we'll send it over and stay tuned. Stay on City of STEM.
City of STEM.
This is the Bug Chef demo as a part of the Natural History Museum Bug Fair. My name is Allie Moore, and I eat bugs, and I cook with bugs too. Today, I have a special treat for you. We're gonna get a little bit more complex than we've done at other cooking demos since we are in my kitchen. What we're making are Italian stuffed mushrooms, and traditionally this is done with some breadcrumbs, but instead we'll be using crickets. So the ingredients that we need for this are, the ingredients say like about 36 medium whole fresh mushrooms, but I have a bowl full. We're gonna need 2 tablespoons of butter or margarine. We're going to need a 1/4 cup of chopped green onion. We'll need a 1/4 cup of chopped red bell pepper. We'll need 1 cup of breadcrumbs, and I'm gonna be mashing up some crickets instead, some dried whole roasted crickets. Then we need about, 2 teaspoons of seasoning, and also a 1/4 teaspoon of salt and a 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. And I've used Italian seasoning, combine the salt and pepper in here already. And then you can do about a tablespoon of grated Parmesan pepper. So the first step in this whole process is to preheat the oven to 350 degrees, which I've done. And next I'm gonna walk you through making the food. All right, so I'm gonna be walking you through the first step of these stuffed mushrooms. The first thing we're gonna do is we're going to take the mushrooms and we will be twisting the stems off to remove them from the mushroom caps. So let's get to it. So we'll take the mushroom, just a little twist, and it's that simple. We're gonna leave the stems on the cutting board and we're gonna put the mushrooms into a separate little bowl. Okay, so I'm gonna put the separated caps back into the main bowl, which can hold them a little better. Great. And now with what we have here, we're going to finely chop enough of these stems to give us about 1/3 of a cup's full. So this much, which is only a little bit. Making sure we get them nice and fine. You know, a couple more for good measure. Since this isn't that tightly packed, I want to make sure that we have enough. All right, so I've just finished cutting up my 1/3 of a cup of mushroom stems, and now I am cutting up some of the green onions down here. Can I hold it up? Woo! So we're gonna be chopping these, and we need about 1/4 of a cup of them. So we have 1/4 of a cup of the green onions cut up. Pour them in here. Also gonna add the red pepper now. And again, I've already washed these, so they're good to go. I'm gonna remove the top. Gonna get the seeds out. Give it a little rinse. Beautiful. All right, so I'm gonna cut this red pepper now. Okay, so we have the red pepper, we have the green onion. We're doing 1/4 a cup of each. I'll combine them together into here. Now what we're going to do is we are going to move over to the stovetop. So we're going to melt about 2 tablespoons of butter, which is right over here. We'll melt 2 tablespoons of butter in a skillet over medium-high heat on the oven, or on the stove. And we're going to cook the chopped mushroom stems right here, along with our green onions and red peppers all together. But we're gonna do the mushrooms first and then add these in. So I'll take you over there and we'll give it a look. All right, so my butter is nice and melted. I'm going to add in the mushroom stems right now. Give it a nice little stir. Turn this down to medium low almost. All right, so those are looking nice. And we're gonna add in the red bell pepper and green onion. Give this a nice little stir. It's smelling so good. So we're gonna cook this for about 3 minutes, stirring occasionally, and then we're going to take it off of the heat. I'm going to turn off the stovetop. I'm going to remove these from heat, place them in a bowl, and then we're going to crush up some crickets, add in the crickets, add in the spices, the salt and the pepper, and have our mushroom stuffers ready. Alrighty, so we are letting the mixture of mushroom stems, red bell peppers, and green onions that we just cooked cool down just a tiny bit. And in the meantime, I'm going to prepare our crickets and combine them with the spices. So I want to make these a little bit more breadcrumby. So in order to do that, You could use a mortar and pestle. I don't have one over here right now, so instead I'm going to add them into a bag. Like so. Make sure that there's not too much air in there. And then I'm just going to crush them up. In case you're not familiar, these little guys are like nature's microvitamins. So for the same amount of, let's see, if you take like a serving of beef, which is like the palm of your hand or a deck of cards, for a serving size of beef and for a serving size of crickets, you're gonna get about the same amount of protein, and the cricket protein will be a little bit more bioavailable, which means that your body can absorb it more. It's in a form that your stomach can take and then incorporate into your body. The crickets also have all 9 essential amino acids. They have your branch chains. They have lots of iron, lots of magnesium, calcium, potassium. They're just really full of goodness. And so the whole point of what we're doing today is how can we incorporate these things into our diets in a way that is kind of familiar, less intimidating, so that you can start thinking outside the box next time that you're looking to cook something. And the flavors of these crickets are actually, I think, going to be super additive to this mushroomy mix. So a lot of people pick up like a soybean flavor, kind of like an earthy umami with the unseasoned cricket. I think that's going to go absolutely perfectly here. So when you're trying this, let me know what you think. I think it's kind of fun just to sit here smushing up a bag of bugs. Not something you get to do every day. Unless you're just cooking with critters on the regular. But let's keep on going with this. I'm gonna probably dive into it a little bit like this. Dun, dun, dun. All right. And you know what? While I'm doing this, I'm going to add in the spices that we had. Okay. And then I'm gonna get back to you in a minute once this is all crushed up. This is looking pretty good. Doesn't have to be perfect. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take the mixture of cooked mushroom stems and green onions and red bell peppers, and we're going to mix in the little Italian spices, salt, pepper, and cricket mix right into here. We're gonna need a bigger bowl. So I have obtained a much bigger bowl just so we can kind of see what we're working with. Got some crickets in there already, but we're gonna pour this into there. Bum, bum, bum. Alrighty. And now, ooh, the crickets mixed in with this smells really earthy and really good. So I'm mixing up the breadcrumb substitute with our warm mushroom, pepper, onion mixture. It is looking delicious. I mean, it depends on what your opinion of delicious is, but to me, this is smelling and looking absolutely phenomenal. So we're gonna get this all really nice and stirred up. I wanna make sure that all of the dry cricket and seasonings get mixed in with the buttery, heated up portion. Alrighty, so I have finished this mixture right here. It's all stirred up, and now what we're going to do is we're going to take our cricket mixture and stuff them into our mushroom caps. So if you need to push it down just a little bit without breaking it, you can do that. I just tried to give mine a little bit more room in there, and I'm just gonna, I've washed my hands, we're good to go. I'm just gonna start packing them in. This mixture actually smells really good. I think that the outcome here will be kind of delicious. I'm really looking forward to it. These are looking pretty amazing. I don't know if you can see that. Boom, so we've stuffed our mushroom caps. Also, I've taken a pan right here, a baking pan. It's 13 by 9 by 2 inches, and I've coated the inside with about a tablespoon of melted butter. And now what I'm going to do is place the mushroom caps into the pan. We have our baking pan ready to go. What I'm going to do before I put them into the oven, which has been preheating up to 350 degrees, is I'm just going to take my Parmesan cheese, sprinkle a little bit on top. I love cheese, so I'm going to be a little generous with this. So I'm going to slide these into the oven for about 15 minutes. It's already super toasty outside, so I'm going to cool off myself, and then we're going to check out the final results. All right, so I put my hair up. It's getting toasty in here. It's super warm outside. I am based in Los Angeles, California. And we have just put a delicious smelling stuffed mushroom cap, cricket, onion, pepper mixture in the oven. I'm waiting about 15 minutes to take them out. And I figured that in the meantime, I would do some of the talking that is hard for me to do when I'm cooking. So you might have seen me at previous bug fairs. You might have seen me on Bugible, where I do blog posts. I also post on Instagram often under the name Bugible. I wanted to recap some of the things we went over today with the whole Cooking with Critters event. So a lot of people ask me, why eat bugs? And I respond, why not? You know, insects are, they're not a novel food source. They're not something new. They have been eaten across the globe for thousands of years. Over 2 billion people today eat bugs. And you might find them in Bali in dragonfly soup. In Cambodia, they eat ants. In South Africa, they eat sago grub or sago grub or palm weevil larvae. Some places deep fry tarantulas. Others will serve up scorpions on a stick on the side of the street. But at the end of the day, the most important thing here is to have a bit of an open mind. You know, sushi was considered barbaric to eat in the US, I think, in like the 1960s. And it wasn't until a clever chef innovated the California roll, you know, kind of hiding the raw fish in avocado and rice and seaweed. And then a couple of celebrities were photographed eating it. Then sushi became not barbaric, but trendy, and it is today. So we're hoping the insects take a little bit of a similar path. And right now, you know, I'm here at home in the Safer at Home order in Los Angeles, and I'm sure you're somewhere staying safe as well during the quarantine. I thought it would be a good moment to talk about, you know, global food systems, global food security, and the importance of realizing that what you eat impacts your body and the environment. So, you know, insects are super nutritious. They have lots of the healthy fats, the proteins, micro and macronutrients. They're also really, really good for the environment, or at least easier on it than traditional livestock. They take less water, less land, less resources to raise. And then another huge part of food's impact on the environment is the transportation cost. But insects can be grown quite literally, not quite literally, but virtually anywhere. They're really interesting to think about for outer space food. And when we're thinking about cutting down on food transport, we can be growing bugs in densely populated cities. So I hope that after experiencing some you know, Cooking with Critters magic and tasting what will hopefully be a delicious appetizer, you can use this experience to open up your own mind and kitchen to the idea of eating bugs, and maybe tell somebody else about it too. There are also tons of flavor reasons to eat bugs. You know, if you're thinking about the future of chefing, it's going to be focused on things like sustainability and focused on things like really novel, interesting flavors. Insects kind of fit the bill. So what we cooked with today, crickets, they will have kind of, some people say they taste like an edamame bean or an unflavored potato chip, and that's not too far off. I believe that they are kind of like a soybean. They're a little umami, nutty. They're very earthy. And then you have mealworms, which are very similar to that, and to me they're a little bit They have a little bit more like punch to them, a little bit more peanut maybe vibe. A lot of insects taste like commonly eaten things. I think a lot of the cricket mealworm types taste a lot like nuts or seeds. And then if you look at bugs like black ants, those are pretty cool. I encourage you to buy some if you can. All right, I'm taking you to peek in here so that you can see them cooking, because I'm going to want to use both of my hands to get them out of the oven. But oh yeah, it smells so good. You can't smell it right now unless you're actually cooking along with me, but it smells like this like savory, cheesy, oniony, Italian herb crickety dish, which is exactly what it is. So I have about 30 seconds until I'm gonna take these out, and I will show you the final result. I just got done cooking the stuffed mushroom cricket goodness and have pulled it out of the oven, and I'm very excited with the results. So I'm gonna show you just a little plate that I took, plopped a little 3 out of the pan so that I could show you the final product. Ta-da! We'll do some nice action shots soon. But once these cool off a little bit, you can eat them hot. I'm going to dive into them like right now, or in 2 or 3 minutes. Or you can put them into a safe container and store them in the fridge and cool them overnight, and then serve them chilled the next day. I'm pretty sure it'll be good either way. The cricket mix in here I think is going to be absolutely perfect. The onions and the peppers and the cheese, it's just all nicely mixed in there. I personally love mushroom dishes, so I'm expecting to love this one too, and I'll let you know how the taste test goes. But this has been the first ever virtual webinar, Cook Along Cooking with Critters, and I'm so thankful to the Natural History Museum for continuing on the Bug Fair Fun, even though we are all doing our part and being safer at home. I think now's the perfect time to cook together as a family, to learn something new, to share a new recipe. And so this is my little bug extravaganza that I hope that you can enjoy from your own home. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about anything at all, bug related or not, I guess. And this has been an absolute delight, and I look forward to seeing you all in person next year at the next Bug Fair. My name's Allie Moore, and I run Bugible and eatbugsevents.com. Super grateful to have you all, and I will see you soon.
Hi everyone. Museums of Los Angeles County. Thanks so much for tuning in to City of STEM Virtual Fest today. I hope you all are having a good time. Please remember to click subscribe on our channel and give us a shout out on social media with hashtag City of STEM. And wow, those cricket stuffed mushrooms look pretty tasty. What did you all think? I thought it was pretty neat to hear how bugs have been eaten by people for thousands of years. That's definitely, it's not a new thing, right? Which is, it's really interesting. So if you're interested in purchasing edible bugs, we do have some discount codes for you that we're going to put up on the screen right now. So feel free to use those. Best of luck on your culinary creations when you do that. And, listening to Allie, it actually made me pretty hungry. And I'm not going to lie, I may have bought some crickets before today, leading up to this very moment. And I thought I would try and eat one today here with you on purpose. Should I do it? What do you think? Like, it's my first cricket. I don't know. I thought maybe a cricket taco would be okay, right? Like, tacos are really kind of my jam, and I understand it. So while I'm going to prep the taco is all ready to go, but before, I know we don't have a lot of time before the Aquarium of the Pacific comes up next to talk about sharks. So let's put up the upcoming programs really quickly. So while I'm prepping the taco, I'm going to bring up our schedule to tell you what's coming up. We have the Aquarium of the Pacific next, and then Cardboard Superheroes, which you definitely definitely want to tune in for. It's an interactive STEM workshop with illuMINDS that comes up after that, which you can watch them build a really cool tower. Such an exciting lineup for City of STEM today. So glad that you're all joining us here virtually. Bummed we couldn't be in person, but so happy that you're here connecting with us. Okay, so before we start the next program, let's eat a cricket, everybody. Let's do this. Okay, so I have prepped here my cricket tacos. They're bite-sized because I don't know how much cricket I could take today. So the cricket tacos, and then I put some cheese in there because I thought crickets and cheese go together. That seems like a perfect combo. And then there's locally sourced crickets in here. I'll just leave it at that. They were locally sourced, but they're totally fine to eat, like legitimate, not like cricket from the backyard, unknown. So I am going to try and do this with one hand, and I apologize, I know you can't see this. I got crickets in my hand. Oh, they're very crunchy. And then I'm gonna put a little cricket in here. Oh, that's an interesting smell. It's all the senses, everybody. Let's just put it on one taco, because I mean, do I have to eat two? No, I think one is fine, right? They are only an inch, but I think that's good. So I'm going to pick up my cricket taco. Everyone, come on. This is the cutest little taco you've ever seen in your life. Okay, I'm not sure what to expect here. They're pretty small. The cheese to cricket ratio is off. I admittedly put a lot of cheese in here for a 1-inch baby tortilla because I just wanted to mask that flavor a little bit in case it was jarring. So I'm going to eat my cricket taco. I'm just taking a little bite. Okay. One bite is enough. Well, thank you, Allie, for that. I'm going to drink some Starbucks because, that's needed. Little chai tea with a little cricket taco. It's perfect. It's a great day. City of STEM, thank you for this opportunity. We're going to go ahead and check that box for the rest of my life. And wait a minute, I technically am a vegetarian. Does this mean, did I break some sort of like barrier of vegetarian? I'm not sure. Well, you know what? You know who's not a vegetarian? Sharks. And that's what's coming up next. We have the Aquarium of the Pacific. They don't call themselves vegetarian, those sharks, right? They would be an herbivore. They'd be like, not an herbivore. They are definitely carnivore. Excuse me, cricket. Carnivores. So up next, the Aquarium of the Pacific with James. We'll send it right on over to them. Don't tune away. We'll just have a little brief moment before they start their program. So thanks for tuning in. Oh my God. I didn't want to make that face. All right. That cricket in my teeth. Some cricket back here. It's okay. You'd see like a big black cricket.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the City of STEM event. My name is James Stewart. I work here as an educator at the Aquarium of the Pacific in Long Beach. We are going to solve a mystery today, and you are going to help me. Would you like to learn a little bit more about sharks with me? We have our beautiful Shark Lagoon habitat right behind me here. Oh my gosh. Now we're going to be diving into the tooth shape and function
I muted
for
myself,
sharks.
sorry.
And we have a mystery jar.
Once I heard you say
right
that, then I
here
muted myself.
that you
and you're
might
sure
recognize.
they can't hear me
you
now.
might have seen one before, but we're going to explore together and try to figure out more about this jaw.
I'm going to stay
and
muted.
even if we don't know who it's from, we can figure out what this shark might eat. Okay, let's make some quick observations of sharks together. I notice some of our sharks are swimming and some of them are not. Get jaws a lot closer up because it's a little tough for you to see it like this. So let's switch over to my special document camera where I have all the fun jaws hanging out. Okay, we should zoom out so that you can see more. So here's the size of my finger for reference, all right? Well, I've noticed there's a few different shapes of teeth on this table. But let's look at the mystery jaw first. Scooch over, friends. Here's our mystery jaw. We have some teeth that are a little more round and almost bubbly, right? And we have some teeth right here that are kind of pointed, but not really long and pointed. Let's zoom in a little bit farther. Interesting. So these are kind of pointed. Those are really not pointy, but they're all kind of short. So this mystery jaw must have a very interesting diet and owner it would have come from. Let's look at how teeth help with feeding. Here's our ray jaw. This one is from a bat ray. Now, a lot of stingray jaws are very similar to this. What shapes can you find in this jaw? What does this look like to you? Now, this jaw, instead of being upright like normal, it's sideways. A lot of my people that we educate to here, they make an observation of the teeth, and I often hear them describe it as snakeskin. Were you thinking the same thing? It kind of does look like snakeskin. There's these hexagons and other shapes right here. These very flat teeth are good for chewing on very specific kinds of food. Maybe you can use your tongue to touch your teeth, because if you haven't washed your hands, you probably shouldn't stick them in your mouth. We have different shapes of teeth, don't we? Our front teeth help us bite things, like an apple or a sandwich, and our back teeth help us crush and mush the food before we can swallow it. We're not quite like some of these animals where they can swallow their food whole, digest it completely, and they're good. We have to chew up our food a little bit. So they have flat teeth that allow them to crunch and smash their food. I wonder if they too have to chew it to get what they need out of it before they can swallow it. Well, it turns out if you are like a bat ray, you have a diet that consists of animals with shells or an exoskeleton. And these powerful jaws can crush those shells open. When we watch a stingray feed, often you'll see the bottom jaw almost rake against the top jaw. That crushing motion helps them break these things open to get to the food inside. Things like clams, maybe snails, shrimp, crabs, lots of things with shells and exoskeletons. All right, so that's what flat teeth help us with. Well, what about
Test.
the long
Test.
and standardly pointy teeth like these? Does this look a little bit more like shark teeth that we were thinking of? Yeah. We often associate long triangular teeth with sharks. Now this jaw is an actual jaw. The other one, the bat ray, was a plastic replica. This jaw is from a local species called a blue shark. Now the bottom teeth have a little bit different shape than the top teeth. Let's take a look at the top teeth too. Oh, so now we're getting into even more with these teeth. Now the cool thing about these top teeth is that I gotta center this before I zoom in, because when we zoom in, we're gonna get to see something really special. You see, if this was a horror movie, this would be a very scary scene, but this is not. We're learning, we're having fun. You see these edges right here? What does that look like to you? It almost looks like a knife. Do you have knives at home that have special teeth on them to help cut large things? These teeth have a very similar design. So these serrations are going to be good for trying to chew on large food. Serrated teeth are often found in big sharks or larger sharks that eat big food. So if you can't just grab it and swallow it, you're going to need to try and cut the teeth or cut the food with your teeth. Sharks don't have hands for knives and forks like we do. They can't do this. No, they have to use just their face. So these serrated teeth are good for cutting through their food so they can take swallowable bites. Have you ever seen a great white shark try to hunt and feed on something? The thrashing motion, we might call it. That is basically them trying to help get a small enough bite that they can swallow, because if their prey are much bigger than their face, they're going to need some different methods of hunting. A bat ray could probably eat a clam that's about the same size as its mouth, but has to break open that shell first. So depending on the shape of the tooth, the size of the shark, the edges of the teeth, we might get very different things. Now let's go back and take a look again at our shark lagoon habitat. I'm going to go step off screen and grab my favorite jaw here at the Aquarium of the Pacific. This is probably the biggest shark jaw I've ever seen. This is a big face. Who would this belong to? Well, I don't see any big, long, pointy teeth. What's a really big shark that doesn't need big teeth? My best friend's favorite shark, the whale shark. So when you look at their mouth is not really set up for big food. They might eat some fish, but they're almost going to swallow them whole. They won't really need to bite on them because their mouth is so big, they could swallow something like a herring or a mackerel whole and not worry about it. Now, on the back side of the jaw, this rough texture is their teeth, but they're almost so small that they aren't going to do anything. The whale shark is a filter-feeding animal. So all they need to do is swim through the water, force water over their gills, and these little projections on their gills called gill rakers will grab the food and they can swallow it. And all the water passes out their gills. All right, well, let's go back to our mystery jaw. We've made some pretty good observations about our mystery jaw. We had these big bubbly teeth in the back. We had these kind of short pointy teeth up front. So let's make some hypotheses. Let's make an educated guess about what this could possibly eat. Now, I haven't told you the species of shark yet because I don't want you to Google the answer too soon. Where do you think this animal is going to feed? You're going to try and catch big fish out in the middle of the ocean? Well, it doesn't have big, long teeth to grab those fish, so maybe you won't do that either. But it has smaller teeth that look like they're good for crushing their food. Maybe they'll sit in a similar habitat as a bat ray, or like we saw, here's the tail of one of our zebra sharks. We saw our zebra shark sitting on the bottom. Would you like to see the jaw of a zebra shark? These sharks are really big. They can get over 8 feet, sometimes over 10 feet long, but their mouth is pretty small. Maybe we should compare this under the camera too. All right, we have some time left to do a little more exploration. Here is a zebra shark jaw. Here is our mystery jaw. Let's put them like this, and I'm going to zoom in with them both in the middle, and let's see if we can make some further hypotheses about what's going on. So here's our zebra shark teeth. These teeth are short. Now, if you had a chance to touch these teeth, the real teeth are much sharper than the plastic model, but when you touch these teeth, you would notice that these teeth point towards the inside of the mouth. They're short, but they have pointed ends. So you can almost see it a little bit better at this little angle. And because their teeth point in, it actually helps them keep the food in their mouth. When they're feeding, they don't want to spit their food out. They want to be able to swallow their food, but their food might want to get out. You know, if you were a little tiny animal being eaten by a shark, you probably not want to have that happen. So animals have a lot of behaviors to try and not get caught by predators, but predators have a lot of adaptations to make sure that they can catch their food. These backwards facing teeth, so the teeth almost point like this towards the inside of the mouth, so it'd be like that. And they're small and they're a little curved. Do you remember what else needed flatter teeth to crush their food? Our bat ray needed flatter teeth to crush their food. These are very flat, very different from the zebra shark, but the zebra shark still has the power to smoosh its food. These teeth that look like almost laying down allow them to crunch their food. Smaller fish, or maybe shrimp, or small crustaceans that they find on the seafloor or near the seafloor, those backwards facing teeth can help crunch those food items, and then they can swallow them. So a zebra shark is probably going to eat, one, smaller things, because as we can see when we hold it up next to myself, it's not a very big mouth. This could easily be from a 6 to 8 foot long shark, but it's got a very small mouth. Okay, well, do you notice anything similar between these teeth and these teeth? Ooh. These are a little bit bigger than those, but I'm seeing some similar shapes. Now, someone was asking on the chat line, how many rows of teeth do they have? It kind of depends on the shark you're looking at. So, if I were to look at this blue shark jaw, we should probably use the camera, right? Hold on, let me scooch these over. Let's take a look at how many rows of teeth you have. We gotta turn up the light though. This shark, if you can see inside the mouth, there are at least 3 rows right here. Now, the great white is kind of famous for having about 3 rows of teeth. The blue shark, it looks like, let's aim the light down a little bit better. The blue shark looks like it has about the same behind the front row, but maybe on the bottom jaw they get an extra row. Well, if you wanted to try and count the teeth on a zebra shark, you're going to need some time, because that's a lot of rows of teeth. And when you look at this particular one, it looks more like they're in columns rather than horizontal rows. So they're going to have hundreds to thousands of teeth. The whale shark, now this shark jaw of a whale shark, not of a whale, of a whale shark. This is adult size. So the whale shark is the largest shark that we have evidence of on the planet. The accepted range is about 30 to 40 feet, but some of the undocumented cases are estimating up to 60 feet long. That's a big animal. So this is a big, big animal. Now, in a similar fashion, their teeth have, instead of rows, something more like columns. This is going to kind of look funny under my camera, but I'm going to scooch this into next to the zebra shark jaw. It's kind of big, so it's hard to show you everything. These were the tiny little teeth I was telling you about in a whale shark jaw. Again, they're not really in horizontal rows, but more like columns. And when you touch them, so this is the front of the mouth, this is towards the back of the mouth, they have a similar texture to a zebra shark jaw where those teeth are kind of one direction. So if this whale shark were to try and catch a fish, it's not going to be able to bite it with the teeth puncturing the animal, but these are going to help hold the food. Kind of like these teeth will help hold the food, but not really puncture into a fish. Well, our mystery jaw right here has a similar pattern. We can see, as soon as we turn the light down, we can see that these teeth kind of rotate and lay backwards. But they're bigger than this zebra shark jaw right here. So their teeth are going to be able to help hold on to their food, but only at the front of their mouth. And then these teeth in the back are going to be hard and thick for crushing their food. Are you ready for the answer to the mystery jaw? I know I am. It has been a lot of fun exploring with you. This is the jaw of a Port Jackson shark. The Port Jackson is very similar in body shape and style to our local horn sharks. They have kind of this skinny, cute mouth, like almost when you try to make fish face. Skinny little mouth in the front. And it allows them to be able to grab their food. And as soon as they gulp it, they can put it into their mouth and crush it with these big, hard teeth. So the Port Jackson, the horn shark, here's our local horn shark. Their mouth, when you get to look at straight on, it's pretty cute. They're pretty fun. But their teeth are designed to grab things from near the seafloor or on the seafloor, hold on to it enough to crunch it open, and then they can swallow their food. They may swallow some soft things like a fish, or potentially even if they found a squid, they could just swallow that whole. But other things, they need those crushing teeth to help grab and swallow it. So when we look at the shape of a tooth on a shark, we can learn a lot about even more than just what it eats, but potentially where it likes to hang out. So remember, big long teeth are great for grabbing your food, swallowing it whole. Serrated teeth like the blue shark jaw or a great white jaw are going to be good for cutting into their food, and then they can swallow those mouthfuls. So on the bottom, remember the skinny tooth on the bottom and then the serrated tooth on the top? They have two different tools at their disposal to grab their food. So it kind of depends on what they're eating. Well, we're just about out of time. I want to thank you so much for joining me on the City of STEM event and exploring the mystery of the Port Jackson jaw and learning about how sharks get their food and where they could potentially live simply because we could look at a tooth shape. Now, shark teeth are very common fossils because that's the only real hard part of their body. Their skeleton is made of cartilage. So if you ever do find shark teeth, or you go diving or snorkeling and you find one in the sand of the seafloor, you can examine that shark tooth and start to make your own estimations about where these things live and what they eat. Thank you so much for joining us, and continue learning in our City of STEM event.
City of STEM.
All right, everybody. Thank you, Aquarium of the Pacific. That's LA's big aquarium, and just another example of the fantastic STEM institutions that we have here in Southern California. Super happy that they're a partner again. We were able to figure out what the mystery of the shark jaw and what prey it was. They have such a fantastic facility down there in Long Beach. I want to say that we've got on Channel 1, you've got a great content coming up. We've got Cardboard Superheroes at 12:55. We have illuMINDS. And at 1:40, the Space Center's own Girls in STEM Club is going to be doing a video for you. Like the Aquarium of the Pacific, it takes a ton of people. In fact, over 130 STEM organizations come together every year to put on City of STEM. And over the course of the next few hours, I'm going to try to read every single one of them because they all should get a shout out. I'm going to go really fast. We've got Aerojet Rocketdyne, Aerospace Legacy Foundation, AltaSea, the Amoeba People, the Aquarium of the Pacific, AT&T, Adesso, the Robotics Group, the Maker Club, Biocom, Boeing, Bolsa Chica Conservancy, Boundless Brilliance, Brighter Future, the Makersville, Bugible, who you saw before, Media Lab at Cal Poly Pomona are just some of the ones that participate every year. We've got a great lineup for the rest of the day, so don't forget we're here until 5 p.m. and we're on 3 streams, Channel 1, Channel 2, and Channel 3. You can always go to cityofstem.org to get connected to them. Coming up, we've got 2 young brothers, Connor and Bauer Lee, who they are the brain people behind Cardboard Superheroes. They basically make life-size models of their favorite superheroes out of cardboard, and be sure to jot down their website because they're going to be showing you kind of what they do and how they do it. And if you go to their website, there are plans there, and you can participate. Also, this next segment is going to start with about a 15-minute video, but then afterwards, Connor and Bauer are going to be live answering your questions. So there will be a live Q&A after this. So don't forget to stick around after the video. All right. But yeah, Cardboard Superheroes, we're actually super happy to have them. They weren't part of City of STEM last year, so we're excited for them to be a part of City of STEM 2020 Virtual Edition. All right, let's give it up for Cardboard Superheroes, everyone. Thank you very much.
City of STEM.
Hi, I'm Connor. And I'm Bauer, and we're the founders of Cardboard Superheroes, which is an organization that my brother and I started to inspire creativity in the arts.
In this video, we'll be sharing how we started Cardboard Superheroes, and we'll also share some tips on how you guys can start building your very own Cardboard Superhero models. More importantly, we'll be telling you guys about our partnership with the Comic-Con Museum.
And we're going to be creating tutorial videos for things like a miniature Wall-E or a Captain America shield, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this video. In this video, we'll be talking about how we started Cardboard Superheroes and some of the lessons we learned.
And then we'll go into detail about how we built Hulkbuster from the beginning to now.
As we mentioned in our WonderCon video, we're super excited to reveal our completed Hulkbuster.
Well, half completed.
Okay, so unfortunately we weren't able to fully complete Hulkbuster as there were a lot of setbacks, but we also just launched our new Comic-Con Museum workshop.
And we're going to tell you more about that later, but for now we're going to tell you about our origin story.
One of the most common questions we get asked is, how did we start Cardboard Superheroes?
Well, it all started back in my toddler days.
Take 1,000.
I grew up in my mom's work, which was filled with cardboard boxes. To pass the time, I would create forts and castles, and even my very first life-size cardboard robot at the age of 6. Eventually, when my grandpa retired, he gave me all of his cardboard boxes. It was like Christmas came early.
And why does he need this many? I'm stuck. All these cardboard.
Using the cardboard boxes that my grandpa gave me, I made my second full-size cardboard robot, R2-D2. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I was learning as I went along. Here is the original base. I built him because he was smaller, and I also really love Star Wars, as you can see from my shirt. The head was a more difficult piece to build because of all the curves, and I also had to research online the best way to make it. Building R2-D2 inspired me to start creating more superheroes. When I was younger, Iron Man was my favorite superhero, and I really wanted to build him. But since I was pretty new at building, I didn't realize the importance of creating an internal structure. I made each piece separately, starting with the chest. Unfortunately, because he was hollow and didn't have an internal structure, over time he has started to break down. Going from R2-D2 to Iron Man was a huge step up, and I had a lot of difficulty and was very frustrated at times. But once he was all completed, I was really proud of how he turned out and couldn't wait to build my next superhero. The next model I created was Wonder Woman because the movie had just recently come out. Also, because my mom had a mannequin lying around that she wasn't using, I decided to use this as an internal structure. This actually gave me the idea of how important and helpful it was to have an internal frame. Another cool part about her was that I started to incorporate different materials besides just cardboard to make her a lasso, shoes, and wrist guard. Sometimes it was a bit awkward to build Wonder Woman, but eventually she turned out great.
After growing up, watching my brother build cool cardboard superheroes, I really wanted to get into building as well. So the first two things I started with were the Stormbreaker and the Hulk hammer because they were smaller and simpler. My brother gave me a lot of tips when I was building them, which helped me a lot. When I was creating the handle for Stormbreaker, which is a twisted piece of wood, I ended up using crumpled up paper wrapped around a pipe so that it looked like wood, but it was also very strong. We eventually used this technique of using crumpled paper when my brother and I built Groot together. I had so much fun building Stormbreaker and Hulk hammer. In the end, the best part was being able to bother my brother. Power! Smash!
Groot was the first project that my brother and I worked on together. We learned from our previous models and built an internal frame.
Unfortunately, we didn't build it strong enough because over time, it started to break down and we've had to repair him several times. Groot was fun because it was so different from the other models.
Because of his complicated wood texture, we ended up using crumpled up pieces of paper that we learned from building Stormbreaker's handle. We are cardboard superheroes.
Wally was my first full-size model that I built on my own. I didn't need to create an internal structure because Wally isn't a very large model. It was a very fun model to build, but the challenging part was the wheel and the tread. Around this time, we were starting to test out a laser cutter and ended up using this to create the treads, which came out really well, and it is definitely my favorite part of Wally. After building Wally, I wanted to take on a more challenging project. Aquaman had recently come out, and I thought Black Manta would be a great model to build. Because of some of the problems we had with the strength of Iron Man and Groot, I realized that I needed to make Black Manta's interior structure very strong and sturdy, because I didn't want him to fall apart over time. Black Manta's head was so large and curved that it actually had to create its own internal structure. Because this model was very challenging compared to Wally and took me almost 9 months to complete, I was able to improve my building skills so much, which allowed my brother and I to eventually take on the challenge of building Hulkbuster together.
Because I had already made R2-D2, I knew I had to build C-3PO next. I started out by building a very strong internal structure, as we learned from the previous models. One really cool feature of C-3PO was that I added real wires to the body. Another additional lesson I learned was that when I was transporting the models, it was very difficult to move full-scale models like Iron Man, Groot, and Black Manta. In order to make C-3PO easier to move without breaking, I made the arms removable and also came up with the ideas to use magnets so the arms could rotate. When I was finally finished with C-3PO, as you can tell, I was pretty happy.
My family and I all watched The Mandalorian together, and my brother and I knew we had to build Baby Yoda.
We decided to go with the foam base because he has a lot of curves, which makes him difficult to build. We ended up painting ping pong balls for his eyes.
This is definitely one of our favorite models, and now Baby Groot has a friend.
Last year, we held our first big workshop at the Comic-Con Museum for the December Nights event, and it was a ton of fun, and we're so thankful for everyone at the museum who gave us this opportunity.
We created cardboard templates using our laser cutter to make easy and fun kits so that people could build their own Thor hammer and Wonder Woman gear. We actually ran out of templates after having over 600 visitors make their own models. We'll definitely be prepared next time with more.
We worked really hard for this event, and in the end, it was definitely worth it. We're hoping to hold another workshop at the Comic-Con Museum where we'll be providing kits for Captain America's shield and Wonder Woman shields. Hope to see you all there. And that was the story of cardboard superheroes, and now we'll tell you more about our latest model.
And now we're going to reveal to you how we actually built some of our models.
We're going to show you how to build Hulkbuster because he's our largest and most difficult model, and we've combined everything we've learned into him.
So, let's head over to the workroom to see how it all starts. Welcome to our makerspace, guys. We wanted to give you a little peek of where we build all of our models.
Sorry it's a little bit messy in here, but we've just been really working hard on Hulkbuster, and it's also the one room that we can keep messy, so we take advantage of it.
We wanted to give you guys a step-by-step process of how we go about building some of our models, and we're going to use Hulkbuster as the example.
So the first thing we do is print out a bunch of pictures, and this is so we know what each piece looks like.
We're asked this question a lot about how we size and proportion all of our models correctly. So we do that by starting with an image of the model, and then we basically take that measurement, and then we find out how tall we want to make them, and in this case, Hulkbuster is 8 feet. We really wanted to make them taller, but unfortunately our ceiling's 8 feet, so we couldn't go any higher than that. We then take those two measurements, we divide them to find a common ratio throughout everything, and that's how we get all of the correct sizes. And, who knew math could be so helpful?
The next step we do is build an internal frame, and we learned this from experience because our previous models like Iron Man don't have an internal frame, and they're all falling apart right now. So, especially for Hulkbuster, we built one for him, and we made it extra sturdy so that it would support his heavy weight.
So last year at the Comic-Con Museum, we ran a workshop, and we had to transport all of our models there, so it was really important for us to make them portable.
And we made him into like a transformer of sorts. His shoulders can come off, his arms can come off, also his feet can come off, and his body, it can be separated from his legs, and finally, his head can come off.
We also made sure that Hulkbuster fits through a single door, otherwise he would have been stuck in our room. We're really happy with how Hulkbuster turned out, but as we mentioned before, we made a few mistakes and had some setbacks, but we're still learning as we go along.
One of the setbacks we had was the hands. We actually miscalculated them, and they are a bit too small, so we'll show you right now. So yeah, they're little tiny hands. And so now we're in the process of rebuilding them.
Now we're going to tell you guys how we actually build Hulkbuster from the beginning, step by step. For Hulkbuster, we started out building an internal frame. We learned from past models such as Iron Man and Groot that a strong frame is essential, and especially for Hulkbuster. Because he is so large and heavy, this was even more important.
To make the frame strong, we rolled up pieces of cardboard to make sturdy poles and taped or glued them together. We used this to build a frame into the shape of Hulkbuster's body. As we mentioned, we made sure the frame could be taken apart so he is portable.
Recently, we've actually had to go back and reinforce his frame because some of the cardboard poles and his arms actually started to bend. We used aluminum rods to do this. We also had to strengthen his legs so he would be stable and balanced when standing.
I generally like to build the head first. This is just a preference, but after the head is done, I feel like the model is really starting because this is the most recognizable piece. Similar to Black Manta, I built an internal structure for Hulkbuster's head. This created the basic shape of the head and made it easier to add on the detailed curved pieces to finalize the head. Rather than permanently attaching the head to the body of the frame, we attached a post to the head so it could slide into the body and be removed. This was the stage we were at when we held a workshop at the Comic-Con Museum for the December 9th event. We are excited to bring the finalized Hulkbuster back to the museum later. The next part of Hulkbuster we worked on was the chest. Because the chest is so large with many curved pieces that fit together like a puzzle, it was a very difficult section to build. I had to plan out each piece ahead of time so it would all come together and also fit correctly onto the frame. Similar to C-3PO and Wonder Woman, I wanted to add in different materials to make the model a bit more unique. I decided to use some wire for the chest plate and the knees, and I think it came out really well.
For the arms, we already had the basic shape from the internal frame that we built. We made the frames for the arm able to attach and detach from the main body. From here, I then added the surrounding cover and detailed designs, including some armor and weapons. The most difficult part of the arms was making sure the size and dimensions fit with the main body. I actually had to redo this a few times to make sure he looked right, as we just couldn't have Hulkbuster with puny arms. Also, as we mentioned before, we have to redo the hands. When we started making the hands, we based the size on the wrist we had built, which we didn't realize until later was way too small. Later, when we attached the hands and the arms to the body, we realized that they were again way too small. As a famous saying goes, measure twice, cut once. Well, we definitely learned our lesson.
Hulkbuster's legs were much harder to build than we originally thought, as there were so many pieces that had to fit together: the thighs, knees, shin, and feet. Also, because Hulkbuster comes apart, we had to make sure when we connected the body and leg pieces together, it had to look like one solid model versus separate pieces.
The legs had a lot of detailed features, especially the feet and thighs, and we had to build them twice, once for each leg. As we were building the legs, we had to strengthen the internal leg frame and also enlarge the base of the feet so Hulkbuster would balance and not fall over. We had this issue with many of our other models, such as Groot, Iron Man, and Black Manta. We're happy to say Hulkbuster stands on his own without any outside support.
This was the last major section of the model, and it was really exciting as we got closer to finishing to be able to see him finally come together.
We've been working really hard these last few weeks to try and finish Hulkbuster in time for Comic-Con. We're really happy that we were able to build most of him. Unfortunately, as we showed you before, we weren't able to finish his back. Also, we realized that we needed to rebuild his hands, which are very detailed and take a lot of time. We'll be continuing to work on this, and hopefully we'll be completely finished, front and back, when we come back to the Comic-Con Museum for our next event.
We hope you enjoyed learning more about how we build our models and some of the lessons we learned along the way.
If you want to get started building some of your own models, we just launched a free online workshop with the Comic-Con Museum, so you can go check it out.
We'll teach you how to build Wall-E, Thor's hammer, Captain America shield, R2-D2, and more.
Hey guys, so I'm going to be teaching you how to create your very own Wall-E.
And I'm going to teach you how to make a Thor hammer.
Because this week we're building the Star Trek Starship Enterprise. So for today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to build your very own miniature R2-D2.
Thank you for watching, and we're hoping to be back at the Comic-Con Museum for an in-person workshop where we're going to teach you how to build a Wonder Woman shield, Captain America shield,
and a Thor hammer. If you guys have any suggestions on our next build, go to our Instagram or our website. And
see ya! Hi everyone, I'm Connor.
And I'm Bauer.
And right now we'll be answering all your questions, so thank you so much for putting your questions in the chat. And so you want to...
Okay, so the first question we got was how long does it take to make them? And so most of these models behind us, it takes around 6 to 8 months to build. But then for Hulkbuster in the back, he's our largest and most difficult model. It's taking us over a year to build, and we're actually still not completely done with him.
Also, we have some like mini models as well. So here's Baby Yoda, and
we also have like a baby Groot right here.
So these take around like 4 months to make, and these are a lot of fun to make as well. And we also make these mini models, which we talked about in the video, and we're actually launching a new set of tutorials very soon. And so here is one of the models, and we'll explain more of this after we answer some questions.
All right. And so another question was, have you made a Batman model before? So we haven't made a Batman model, like a full-scale model, but we actually have made a Batman helmet before. And so I'm not sure, like we thought about building, there's so many models that we've always wanted to build, but sometimes we just don't have like enough time. So a lot of times when we pick our models, we normally pick it on which ones we want to build the most. But yeah, like Batman would be such a cool model to build. And so we would actually look into that.
And if you guys want, we actually have the Batmobile that we made for the tutorials. So you guys can build this if you want. It's actually on the Comic-Con Museum YouTube channel. And it's all free. And we provide the tutorials, the templates, and also some links to like safety tips and also supplies. So here's a look at this. So do we work on more than one project at once? We do actually. So I would say, sometimes it can get frustrating and we make some mistakes along the way. So we will take a break and then work on another piece. So for example, I think while we were working on one of the models, we kind of took a little break to work on like Baby Yoda and also Baby Groot.
Yeah, sometimes like from the bigger models, because they take so long, sometimes, we take breaks on smaller things. Like maybe we build helmets, or we build like the miniature ones, like the miniature Groot or Yoda and things like that.
So would we ever sell our models? Would we not?
I don't think we do. I mean, because these take so much effort and time. Like I said before, it takes like 6 to 8 months, and for Hulkbuster it took a year. Like, I'm not sure like the time it takes. I don't think I'd be willing to sell these.
I like to call them our little babies because, you know, we raised them, you know, we built them from the beginning and just, we have so many memories with them. So what kind of glue do we use? So we use a hot glue, so hot glue guns. And this is because, you know, although, you know, it's dangerous sometimes, but they cool very fast and they actually hold really well, as you can see from all these models behind us.
And then sometimes for the models, we actually also use like duct tape sometimes, especially for like we showed you guys in the video, they have internal structures. We a lot of times use tape for those just to make sure that those are extra secure.
All right. So I know that there's some questions being typed up right now, but in the meantime, we're going to share with you a new project that we're working on. So this is in partnership with the Comic-Con Museum. And we will basically be teaching you and giving like teacher guides and for student guides. And this will be given to schools to make their own tutorials. So we have a whole new set of models. For example, some like Avatar. We have a new version of WALL-E.
Oh yeah, we have like a miniature WALL-E here.
Black Panther shield we have as well. So these are new tutorials that you guys can make. And this will be for teachers and also for students in schools, and we'll provide like learning objectives and things that you can learn along the way, for example, like math and cool things like that.
So there's another question. We have a 5-year-old named, I'm so sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, Rowan, who loves your work. What would be a good tutorial for a beginning? So actually right now, like we're working on a project right now, but we actually finished a tutorial project with the Comic-Con Museum. And so for that project, we have some things like Captain America shield, and this is all free. We have tutorial videos. We also have templates for you to build your own models. And so you can go to our website, which is cardboardsuperheroes.com, to get all of the supplies needed. And so this is something that you can build right now. These are very simple models to build. We made these really easy, and all you need is things like hot glue, and you just need like Amazon boxes and scissors. And so if you guys want to get started, you could get started right now.
And so actually with the new tutorials that we're creating, and it's going to be released in around 2021. So the Captain America shield is already released, but we're creating a whole new set. And so there's going to be even simpler models as well. So we have, for example, a Batarang right here. And if you guys have any more questions that you want to ask us, you can visit us on our Instagram and just give us a DM and ask some questions. So it's at Cardboard Superheroes. And also visit our website and contact us, and we'll have our email on there as well. So thank you guys so much for watching our video, and we hope to see you guys later at another event.
City of STEM.
Thank you, Cardboard Superheroes. That was fantastic. That's amazing work that you guys do. And man, that Baby Yoda that you flashed across the screen was great. Don't forget to go to cardboardsuperheroes.com/tutorials to check out what they have and how you can do that yourself. I know I'm going to check out the AT-ATs, I'm sure. You know, speaking of talent, one of the things that City of STEM does every year, besides the STEM Icon Award, which we gave to Allie Ward earlier today, is we have an innovation challenge. This is called the City of STEM Innovation Challenge. It's a challenge that we've done for the past couple of years, challenging young people around Southern California to try to problem solve using STEM an issue that they find is important to them in the Los Angeles area. And this year it was all about sustainability. And I am super excited to be able to say that the winners, this was a team of 3 12-year-olds actually from the Merman School in Los Angeles. It's Nikki Gresham Pepper, Colin Ho, and Arden Hayes. There they are on the screen right there. They were the 2020 City of STEM Innovation Challenge winners. They got a very nice super awesome award, a trophy. Also, they all got Spheros, some robots. Their project was basically they developed an idea to put wind power in the Inland Empire Desert to be able to power a certain amount of the grid here in Los Angeles. But they're sort of the way that they thought of doing it was really innovative and super interesting. They entered with a video, and we had an expert panel look over these videos, and they were the winning team. So thank you to all 3 of them for being the 2020 Innovation Challenge winners. So next up, by the way, if you're staying on channel 1, we've got right after the next group is the illuMINDS, and then after that is the Space Center's Girls in STEM Club, and then after that at 2:05 is NASA JPL, the NASA facility here in the NASA facility here in the Los Angeles area. JPL is always super fantastic. And while we're waiting to get ready for the next group, I want to keep acknowledging all of the City of STEM partners. We have over 130 City of STEM participating partners that include Cal State Long Beach, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the California Department of Parks and Rec, California Science Center, who you saw earlier today, Caltech, probably the greatest science institution on the planet, Kenyon Consultant, Carnegie Observatories, Carrot Group, and Alan Zach. He's the guy behind the Icon Award and the Innovation Challenge, so thank you to Carrot. The Center for a Competitive Workplace, the Center for Selective Functionalization, Cerritos College, City of Gardena, the City of Long Beach, City of Los Angeles, Civil Air Patrol, Code Rev Kids, Code Spark. The list is going on and on. I'm going to try to get through all of these before the end of the day today. Our own Columbia astronomers, the Columbia Memorial Space Center Girls in STEM Club, who you're going to see pretty soon. The Creative Healing, a meteorite collection that is actually it's a mobile meteorite collection with David Pinsky. He shows up at City of STEM every year. Day 1, the Department of Atmospheric and Oceanographic Sciences at UCLA. DeVry University, Discovery Cube and Discovery Cube LA, the Chess Club, Downey High School Striking Vikings, they're a robotics club, Edison, the NCorp STEM Teachers Program, Estes Rockets, Estes and Schmidt, they're a astrophotography club, Explore Scientific, First Tech Robotics, the Free Radicals, Galileo Learning. For those of you just tuning in, I am trying to read all of the 130 plus City of STEM participating partners. All of these people get together once a month now on a huge Zoom call to sort of think about what we're going to do for City of STEM every year. They're super awesome. This is the hardcore nucleus of STEM in Los Angeles. I'm going to keep going. Gear Up for Youth, the Greater LA County Vector Control, those are the pests. Greater LA, well, actually the LA Zoo, JPL, Hitachi Corporation, the Institution for Engineering and Technology, the Southern California Network, Kids Space Children's Museum, Kids Inventing, LA Ale Works, yes. Usually during City of STEM, there is an adult night at a local bar, and we bring a scientist in. We call it Pub Science. So be on the lookout for when we're able to do that again, all of you adults. LA Makerspace, Latino Health Today, LAUSD, the big school district, and the Downey Unified School District, LA Valley College, the LA County Office of Education, the LA Audubon Society, the LA County Alliance for Boys and Girls Club, LA County Economic Development Corporation, the Los Angeles County Library, huge library system, they're part of City of STEM. The LA Public Library, which is an even bigger system that's part of City of STEM. You're going to see all of them later today in the broadcast on Channel 3, I believe. LA County Public Works, the Long Beach Public Library, the Marine Mammal Care Center, Mars Camps, the Mars City Foundation, Meade Instruments, and Celestron. These are two telescope companies, all based in Southern California and great supporters of City of STEM. Microsoft, the Mountain Recreation and Conservation Authority. They're in Santa Monica Mountains. Mount Wilson Observatory, a historic 100-inch telescope society. They're behind City of STEM. National College Resource Foundation, the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles, Newport Landing Whale Watching, Norco College, Northrop Grumman, thank you, Boeing, Parent Education Bridge. The list goes on and on. I am going to be able to finish that list by the end of the day today and thank all of the partners for being a part of City of STEM. But right now, I want to get back to the program and introduce Socorro and Gabriella Spiritelli from illuMINDS. Now, this is a live interactive workshop to learn about powerful women in STEM while using engineering principles to build a paper tower. So, grab a stack of paper and follow along. Picture and post it on our Padlet link that you can find on the City of STEM website. We want you to interact with this. This is a live interactive group, and enjoy.
City of STEM.
Hi everyone, welcome. We are so excited to be here with you and share this powerful STEM little activity and workshop. We're going to be talking about powerful women in STEM. And we're going to lead you, here Gabby is my daughter, and she's going to lead you in a really fun STEM activity called the Paper Tower Challenge. And we wanted to start by kind of just going through a couple of slides so that we can introduce to you these powerful women in STEM and what they've done. So this first slide is just, to get everyone on board and the same page as to what STEM is. We hear the word all the time, and we take for granted that maybe some people may not know what STEM stands for. So what do the letters in STEM stand for? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now we're going into our first, showcasing our first powerful woman in STEM. This is astronaut Ellen Ochoa. In 1993, Ochoa became the first Hispanic woman to go to space when she served on a 9-day mission aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. She also is a musician who plays the flute. And you can see the picture here where she's playing her flute in space. There are several schools and learning centers named after her. So you can see her, she does a lot of community activities and events just to get kids to know about space and space travel and everything that she's learned by being an astronaut. Our second powerful woman in STEM who we'd like to showcase today is lighting designer Claudia Paz. Claudia Paz is a designer who transforms public spaces into art with playful use of light that is colorful and interactive. In 1999, she started a new design idea for the city of Lima, Peru, to use blue light to illuminate the city's business streets. And you can see some pictures here. I think Gabby wants to talk about what we're looking here.
So what's happening is, so as you can see those little flowers on the roof. So what happens is every single time you walk in, a light of color, like a rainbow color, will shine on you of where you are.
Yeah, that's right. And this is a project in a shopping mall in Lima, Peru.
Yeah. And the third picture, where it's a big, tall building. So what's happening there is you can see the purple color of light. So on the corner, as you can see, there's kind of like a big tablet. And sometimes if you want to draw something, like, for an example, if you want to draw like an S, the light will show off on the building and everyone can see it.
Yeah, very cool. It's like a giant tablet that you can draw on, and the lighting responds to your touch. And in her own design studio, Claudia is the only woman and she's the boss. So we find her very amazing because of that. The next powerful woman in STEM is architect Mónica Ponce de León. Mónica Ponce de León is an award-winning architect. She is a pioneer in using robotics to change building materials and create unique spaces. Since becoming dean of the Princeton University School of Architecture in 2016, she's worked to have more minority people in the faculty and part of the student body. So, Gabby, do you want to talk about some of these spaces?
So yes, the first picture is that it looks like she is actually building robots and she wants to pose there. The second photo is actually a gas station, and it actually looks pretty cool
and not like the other gas stations. And the third one, it looks like she designed like, what's the word? She designed like a little,
like wood panels or wood slats.
Yeah.
With different designs, and it's all done through robotics. Okay, the next woman that we're showcasing, powerful woman in STEM, is scientist France Cordova. As a college student, France Cordova had a deep respect for her Mexican background, so she studied the Zapotec Indians in Oaxaca. Her most important gifts to science involve X-ray and gamma rays, and she became the youngest person and first woman to serve as NASA's chief scientist. And today she is the director of the National Science Foundation. So now we're going to start talking about the actual STEM activity that we would like to share with you today and work on together with you. It's the Paper Tower Challenge. So the STEM challenge here is to build a freestanding tower that is as tall as possible and is only made of paper. So Gabby, do you want to go ahead and show them what type of paper they can use?
Okay, so you can use recycled paper, copy paper, or the kind of paper you don't really want to use, or paper as well, or like any kind of paper really. Recycled paper, it doesn't really have to, it can be used paper, it doesn't really matter. I will work with these.
We're asking that if you can use about 25 sheets of paper, and it's best if they can all be the same size. And also for this little activity, we also like to kind of share some STEM vocabulary that we can apply to the challenge. So the first vocabulary word is equilibrium. Equilibrium is the state in which opposite forces are balanced, right? And then gravity, because gravity affects everything that we do here on Earth, right? So it's the force that causes things to fall toward Earth. So we have to use gravity in this activity and know how to work with it, right? And then stable, the strength to stand or being sturdy. Unstable, prone to fall down, not stable, not sturdy. So here we just are wanting to show what the different types of towers, that people have made, right? The first one being the observation tower. This one has the kind of a cool design where you kind of zigzag up the stairs to get up to the top of this observation tower. The next one is a fort tower. These were used a long time ago, to keep communities and cities safe. And the next one is a fun one. It's water slide tower, right? We see those a lot in water amusement parks. Get you up really high so that then you can, slide down the slides. And then the last one is a skyscraper tower, which we see throughout different cities, big cities that have very, very tall towers. And here we just have a question for you at home to think about. Can you name any famous towers? So, Gabby, I think we can start guiding our guests through this paper tower challenge.
Okay, so these are some paper tower techniques. So there is this one that can stand really properly, and there's also a triangle one, but you can also turn it into, a square. And I'm going to be showing you the techniques. So one of the techniques, one of the techniques is you get a piece of paper. Sometimes you can fold it. I mean, not sometimes, but yes, you can fold it. And then you can open it again. And then go right here. just like so, and then it becomes a triangle and a square, and then it stands perfectly like this. Very good standing. And then I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you how to do this one. So you go like this, and then you just pretty much just go like this.
Kind of like an accordion.
Yeah. And just like so, you have your little accordion. And yeah, so far, I'm actually going to move to the floor.
So everyone who's joined us today, Gabby's going to start building her tower on the floor. And you can go ahead and start building along with her with the different paper folding techniques that she showed you. Or if you come up with your own, you can do that as well. But the challenge, like we mentioned, is to build a tower as tall as you can with just folded paper. No tape, no glue, just folding paper and having it stand up.
So the one that I'm gonna go with, I'm actually gonna go with the square one because I thought it's personally my favorite. But if you guys really like the challenge, you guys can go with the accordion, or you guys can also go with the triangle. So I'm gonna go start.
So we can focus on Gabby's view at this time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So also another technique is that sometimes so I like to put squares and put it like in fours, and then you put like a piece of paper over it. So yeah, that's what I'm going to use. There you go. Okay, so I got my four little build outs. So I like to put them in direct a square like this. And then when I do that, I'm gonna grab a piece of paper and I'm gonna put it over it. I'm gonna put over it and then I'm gonna start building again. So yeah, this is pretty much how we do the little technique thing that I would do. And if you want, you can do another technique just as long as you don't actually, like, just as long as you actually don't, like, just go like this.
So I'm here with Gabby now as well, and I'm going to build another tower next to her so that we'll see who can make. You want to do that?
Yes, challenge on.
All right. So here Gabby has shown you the technique that she's using, which is doing like the 4 columns or folding the papers square columns, and then using just a flat sheet to create like a level that she can build on top of. So let's see, I'm gonna try something different.
I have like a head start. So.
Yeah, Gabby has a head start. So let's see. I think I'm gonna try the base. I'm gonna start it as I'm gonna try the triangle. Use the triangle shape, folding my sheets into triangle columns instead of square ones. So here's my second column here. And it's really up to you if you want to do how many you're going to use as the base, how sturdy you want.
Yeah, just like as long as it's 25 and over.
Well, no, not over 25 or less sheets. 25 is the max. That's the challenge. 25 sheets of paper.
Well, okay.
So Gabby's already on her second level. I'm trying to catch up to her.
I'm just gonna zoom out.
A little, yeah.
There we go.
So Gabby used 4 of her square columns. I think I'm going to use maybe I'll do 1 more because I don't want mine to fall. So I'm going to do 5 triangle columns before I start building up on my second level.
I'm feeling like I think I want to do like, so I do like 4, not 4. I do 2, but then I'm gonna do like a bacon one on the top.
An accordion?
Yes, an accordion.
Okay.
I like to call it a bacon, personally, a bacon.
So I think I have my flat sheet here in order to start my second level. So I think the next level I'm going to try to do, see how the accordion fold works for me as the second level.
It's already falling
Oh,
apart.
you're already falling.
It's already falling apart. It's like easily falling.
Another important kind of fun fact to know about this challenge is that this challenge is also assigned to college students. College students, entry-level engineering students get assigned this project. The only thing is that we're doing it so that we just trying to see how tall or how powered we can build with only 25 pieces of paper. But college students will get the additional challenge of having to hold some weight. Once they build their tower, they put a weight on top, and the whole structure needs to stay intact. So this is definitely a challenge that requires a lot of thinking to make sure that our towers made of just folded paper stay up.
Wow, okay.
All right, so Gabby's tower is now falling on
It's like falling
top on mine.
On top of Mom's.
Maybe you need to change your strategy. Gabby.
Yes, I will change my strategy. I'm just gonna fall off.
So you guys at home that are doing this with us, if you're able to take pictures of your designs or your towers as they're coming along, so that then we can have you send your images over to City of STEM, and then we can share them with everybody.
Oh my
See
God.
everybody's towers when City of STEM can share them. We'd love to see what type of towers you guys are coming up with.
Oh, I see the problem now. I did it uneven, and now it's just breaking away.
Okay.
Seeing the problem.
So that's part of engineering. You see a problem, you got to think through it and try to solve it, and just try again, right? So if things are falling on you, it's okay, because you always have a chance to
redo it.
Yeah, redo it. Like, think of a different way to solve the problem, right?
Like, even if we're not here, you can still work on it.
Yeah, once we're done with our time here, you can keep working on your tower at home.
I'm definitely trying another technique now. Ain't gonna work out.
Let's see, I have, I'm also trying to use the accordion fold, but I'm seeing it's a little, it's unstable, right? One of our vocabulary words, it's not as stable as I might like it to be. I'm a little nervous about continuing up, but I think I'm gonna go for it.
I'm just impressed at standing. Mine was barely standing, and I'm just gonna try another technique.
So I'm gonna try to keep going. My accordion level.
I forgot this is a mirror.
Oh, yes.
the other opposite way. This way? No, it's not right. There we go. Yeah.
So let's see, I'm going to go back to my my triangle columns. But it is a little wobbly, so.
Mommy's power is going to die. I can already see it.
Well, don't jinx me now, Gabby.
But anyways, I'm going to just move on to my paper towel. And it's wobbling, but I got this. See?
So I have my. How many sheets are you using or so far, Gabby?
1, 2, 4. Wait, so did we add the nail part?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So I'm on 10 so far.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mommy's thing has fell.
Okay, so I'm going to change strategies. Maybe I'll leave the accordions for the tippy top. Because it's not making my bottom very stable.
Oh my god, no. I went too fast and I think I ripped my beautiful piece of paper. Okay. Okay. There we go. It's beautiful.
Okay, so Gabby right now is still ahead of me, but I think I got my second level now pretty stable.
Oh no, everybody's catching up. You just need 3 more triangles and then she'll just catch up.
So Gabby's still going with her square columns. I'm still using the triangle columns. So just folding the paper so that they're triangles and setting them up. Yeah, so any pictures, videos that you can take and send over to City of STEM would be awesome.
Actually, if you can, try to write in like the chat, like which one are you doing? Are you doing the accordion? Are you doing the triangle? Are you doing the square? Like me? Team square.
Team square. Or, you know, if you've come up with a different folding technique, we'd love to know about that as well.
Like, for an example, the strawberry square, yes. I call it convicts.
And what would that be, Gabby?
I have to figure that out first.
Okay.
Okay. To be honest, this kind of looks like a pickle, because it's like moved up. Okay. I'll do this stem, so like once I'm done.
All right. I'm ready to move on to my third level. So I'm now at 15 sheets of paper, and I've completed the third level. How about you, Gabby?
Well, we are officially the same.
Same? Okay.
But I am scared because I don't want to be the same. So, that scared me so bad. Oh my god.
We're kind of neck and neck right now.
I'm being so hungry. Yes. Okay. So far, I'm like maybe.
So I believe we're going to have some time before we are done to kind of close this out, this activity out. And if you have any questions to send us, we'd love to answer your questions as well. Anything about the activity or STEM or even the powerful women that we showcase, that we share with you?
Even. Okay. So yeah. I know mom's ahead of me right now. I'm not gonna give up. In fact, I'm gonna do a shorter technique to catch up. I'm gonna do a shorter technique to catch up. So mommy ready.
Well, sometimes when you rush through things, right? What happens?
Me, sometimes it falls apart, but that will not happen. I think.
So I'm now at 20. So I have 5 more sheets of paper to use.
I'm gonna cut down on mine. I'm scared. Oh my god.
So basically the strategies that we're using, both Gabby and I, we're using 5 sheets of paper per level. 4 as columns, 1 as the platform.
I'm doing something.
Okay, Gabby's taking a risk over here.
It's like Jenga.
Jenga.
Oh my god.
She's taking a risk. She's trying to use less paper at the bottom so she can have more paper to
Okay, now
build
this is
up.
the actual risk about going down.
Well, that didn't hit mine, Gabby.
No, it should have hit yours.
Alright, so she's gonna try to start hers up again.
It's not gonna take long because I can just reuse the foldings that I use. Except the technique that I'm actually gonna try, that I was actually trying to do.
Okay, so she's trying to use 3 columns instead of 4. So that you can have more paper left to keep building up.
Yes, precisely. It's gonna be a weird
Alright, Gabby. At this point, I think you need to stay on your side. I think you stay on mine so that we don't bump each other's towels. Okay, I've got my accordion. I'm trying to.
Oh my god, that's scared me.
Trying to get the accordions to
stay up. Yes, I'm catching up to my mom. I didn't really do anything. It's then gonna run out. Then I'm gonna have to be folding again.
Wait, this is not working for me.
Oh. I'm trying not to be so fast, but I am fast, and I might knock over me and my mom's tower. Yes. So far, I think I'm ahead of Mom. I'm not sure yet.
I have 2 more sheets of paper that I can use.
Then I'm definitely ahead of Mom. Okay, so I'm gonna count mine now. So 25, right?
Yeah. I think I'm at 24, but I don't know where to put the last sheet.
I'm on 22 right now.
So my top just fell.
Yeah, Mom is getting eliminated by the accordion. The accordions are attacking Mom, trying to make peace with the accordions.
Okay, I think we're going to be wrapping up. So my tower, I'm going to try to set it up again, but
I'm going to do something.
Pretty much ended up with 24 sheets of paper.
I'm going to do something I've always wanted to do.
So Gabby, I'm going to go to the other computer to wrap up.
Okay. I made a paper airplane and very soon. I'm gonna wait. So I'm on 23, 24. Gonna go ahead and just continue. Wait, so Mom, are you done? No? No? Okay. Move on from that because she's not answering.
So I'm here. I believe my screen is on now. So yeah, we hope that you enjoyed this activity, and we love to get pictures of your towers at home or video clips or anything you can send City of STEM. We'd love to share with everybody else. And now, just to extend the challenge to you, see if you can actually make an even taller tower using just 20 sheets of paper. Okay, that would be your challenge for the continued challenge. So hope you guys enjoyed our STEM activity, and we sure had a great time sharing this with you.
Okay. Goodbye.
Thanks so much.
City of STEM.
Thank you, Socorro and Gabriella Sperati from illuMINDS. Hopefully, those of you at home, you were building your towers. I wonder how high you were able to get it. I also wanted to let you know that somebody on our Padlet, which is our sort of social media thing that we can share photos with, shared a photo of a paper airplane they made from a today. So if you made a paper tower along with illuMINDS just now, don't forget to share that, and we'll put it up on screen. Let's see, do we see it? Oh, there it is. That's super great. There's the paper airplane. You know what? This is an excellent time to put in a little bit of a plug for something that we do here at the Space Center. Our next group is the Girls in STEM Club from the Columbia Memorial Space Center. And I have to say, this
Hi, my name is Jessie.
And my name is Jessica.
We are members of the Girls in STEM Club. April 2020 marked the 15th anniversary of Earth Day. Earth Day is a day to celebrate what the Earth provides for us by highlighting environmental awareness and protection.
The first Earth Day in April 1970 led to the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency, the Clean Water and Air Acts, and the Endangered Species Act.
To celebrate City of STEM this year, our club has decided to focus on the health of this Earth by participating in the Coastal Cleanup Month.
Normally, California Coastal Cleanup Day occurs in September every year, with large beach cleanups up and down the coast. However, due to social distancing, this couldn't happen this year.
Instead, Coastal Cleanup Month encourages us to take individual action by cleaning up our local neighborhoods and favorite outdoor spots.
But how does cleaning up our neighborhood in Downey help clean up the coast?
Because no matter where you live, we're all connected to the ocean by our local watershed and storm drainage system.
Have you ever heard the word watershed before? It's an area of land where water from rain or melted snow flows down from the mountains. As gravity pulls the water down from the mountaintops, the water becomes channeled into natural and man-made rivers. These rivers will eventually carry the water to collection basins, such as ponds, lakes, or the nearest ocean.
Depending on where you live in Downey, you could be in the Los Cerritos Channel watershed, the Lower Los Angeles River watershed, or the Lower San Gabriel River watershed. Water from all three will eventually drain into the Pacific Ocean.
But how does water from our neighborhoods enter the watershed? We're not that close to the mountains.
Water from our streets enters the watershed through a storm drain. Have you ever seen a storm drain before? You probably have, but you didn't know it had a name. This is a storm drain outside the Space Center. Now that you know what they look like, you've probably seen one before, around your school or home.
All water draining from our city streets will flow through these storm drains, keeping our streets safe from flooding.
However, everything on our streets goes with it. Any litter laying on the roadside, any fertilizer or pesticides from our garden, even our pets' waste will go down the storm drain with the water.
And all that trash, chemicals, and waste ends up flowing into the Pacific Ocean at the end of our watersheds.
So even though you may feel really far from the beach, we are all connected to it. Cleaning up our cities will help keep beaches and oceans clean for the future.
It's important to remember that each one of us has the power to keep the planet clean, not only by picking up trash, but by changing some of our daily habits.
For example, you can refuse to use a plastic straw. There are other alternatives on the market. For example, bamboo, metal, and other materials.
Or you could choose to buy a reusable water bottle and ditch the plastic ones. Not only did our club help clean up our favorite outdoor spots, we also challenged ourselves to repurpose recyclable goods for use in artwork and engineering projects.
Do you have any ideas on how we can repurpose some old material?
The next two videos will demonstrate how to recycle and reuse paper and soda bottles.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Sophia. And I'm Mercedes, and we're members of the Girls in STEM Club at the Columbia Memorial Space Center.
What do you do with your old schoolwork and artwork once you're done with it?
Do you just crumple it up and throw it away and buy new paper? If we all did this, we could be creating a bunch of trash.
Instead of throwing your old paper away and creating all that trash, we're going to show you how you can recycle and reuse it at home.
When you look at paper under a microscope, you can see that it is made up of tiny hair-like structures called fibers.
The type of fibers used for paper come from plants, such as the wood from trees. These fibers have a lot of cellulose, which are long-chain sugars.
When cellulose gets wet, it gets sticky, so we can make paper by pressing down wet cellulose fibers that are stuck and tangled together to form a solid sheet of paper.
Mixing paper with water again breaks the connection of fibers, which is why paper tears so easily when it gets wet. But this also makes it easy to recycle paper over and over again.
You'll need a few supplies to do this. First, you're going to need lots of old paper. This paper can be old newspapers, schoolwork, artwork, or even your parents' old bills. Maybe even old Valentines.
Second, you'll need a way to shred all that paper. You can use your hands, scissors, or an actual paper shredder.
Third, a blender or food processor your parents are okay to have water and paper in.
Next, you can fill a shallow tub or container with a few inches of warm water.
Also, you'll need tools called a mold and decal. You can buy them from art supply stores or make your own by stapling some window screens onto an old picture frame. I put mine together with staples.
I put mine together with hot glue.
Lastly, you'll need some things to help your newly formed paper dry. Maybe some towels or sponges.
Once you have these, you'll be ready to make paper. Considering that all of this can be somewhat messy, it's advised that you take it out to a garage or another work area.
Step 1. First, you're going to want to rip up some paper and put it in the water with the blender. Now, today we're going to be using our hands, but you can use what you have at home.
In order to turn the paper into pulp, we'll be blending it for about 30 seconds. Add enough water so that the paper is floating freely. After blending, your pulp should look like this.
Next, pour your paper pulp into the container. We need to do the pulping process a few more times before we have enough water.
Okay, so you're going to be putting your decal and your frame together. Then you're going to be putting it into the container of, I don't know, you can technically call it sludge at this point. Slowly shifting it over down to the bottom. Letting it rest there for a little bit. And slowly lifting it out of the water. Be patient. Then you have to let the water sift out for a little bit. Make sure to hold on to your frame and the decal tightly. Tilt it roughly 45 degrees to let the rest of the water drip out.
Remember, making your old paper new again isn't just messy fun, it's good for the environment.
In order to make a sustainable Earth, we have to rethink and reuse things we use in our daily life.
Remember to show us your paper creations on @ColumbiaSpace. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hi, I'm Sienna. And I'm Sienna. And we're Girls in STEM Club Ambassadors. We're going to introduce you to upcycling today. Ever heard of upcycling before? It's the process of taking trash or other unwanted or used items and making something useful again by giving the items new purpose. You also help reduce the amount of trash that ends up in landfills and our environment. We're going to show you how to upcycle a soda bottle into a self-watering planter that's perfect for growing herbs. The materials you'll need for this project include an empty and clean soda bottle with the cap, scissors, a marker, decorative tape, a ruler, a thumbtack, a t-shirt or cloth you don't mind cutting up, potting soil, and don't forget the seeds. We have basil today. First, we need to cut our bottle in half. Using your ruler, determine where the middle of the bottle is. Once you find it, mark it with your marker. Draw a line completely around the bottle for you to follow with your scissors. Once your bottle's cut in half, it's time to prepare your lid. To start, poke a thumbtack through the lid. Being very careful, use your scissors to grind a hole into the middle of the cap. Next, cut a small strip out of your old shirt or cloth and to pull it through the hole in the middle of the cap. Screw the cap on with a bit of cloth through it back onto the bottle. These three parts are what are needed to build our planter. The bottom half of the bottle is going to be used to store water for our plant. The top half of the bottle, turned upside down, is where the soil and the seeds are going to sit. The piece of the cloth going through the cap is going to soak up the water from the bottom and move it towards the soil. Let's assemble our pieces. Fill the bottom part of your bottle up with water. Next, turn the top half upside down and insert it into the bottom. Make sure your cloth water bridge is hanging down into the water. If you want to make it longer, now's the time before moving on. Lastly, you're going to want to put your potting soil into the top half of the plant seeds. Feel free to decorate your planter if you want, but be sure you can still see the water at the bottom to tell if it needs to be refilled. You'll want to find a nice sunny place, like a windowsill in your kitchen, for your plant to grow. It will slowly soak up all the water in the bottom half. Once all the water is gone, just pull the two halves apart and refill the water. Please share your upcycled planters at Columbia Space on social media. Thank you, and we hope you have fun planting herbs and helping recycle. Bye!
City of STEM.
All right, that was the Girls in STEM Club from here, the Columbia Memorial Space Center. I understand that my audio had cut out in the last segment, so let me introduce the Girls in STEM Club again, and also thank the team from before. That was Socorro and Gabriella with illuMINDS. But just now you watched the Girls in STEM Club. Girls in STEM Club is one of the premier programs that we have at the Columbia Memorial Space Center. It's roughly about 80 young women from 3rd grade through high school that meet at the Space Center every other Saturday. But actually, since the pandemic, they've been meeting online every other Saturday. And this club is completely run by the girls themselves. They decide what they want to explore and investigate. Our staff helps facilitate some of the investigations. But these are highly motivated, super smart young women who are just really all about STEM. And we try to just create this supportive space for them. These girls have worked with JPL, that's the NASA facility here in Southern California, actually on a couple of projects, including being able to download information from the camera that's on the Juno spacecraft that's currently orbiting Jupiter right now. These are highly talented young women. The Girls in STEM Club actually has a waiting list of about 100 girls on it, so we're looking to grow this program in the future. But really, thank you, Girls in STEM Club girls. That was fantastic, and their celebration of the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. I think right now we are going to check out a quick little video from the Long Beach Public Library. I don't know if you out there know, but a lot of libraries, especially here in Southern California, have gotten into STEM with makerspaces and lending out tools and things like that. Long Beach Public Library recently underwent a huge multi-million-dollar renovation and really have dialed in their makerspace. And here's a video from them. Thanks.
City of STEM.
Computer to learn about computer sensing. Hello, welcome to Make Time. My name is Gabriel and I'm a studio guide at the Studio Makerspace that's part of the Long Beach Public Library. Today we're going to be learning about computer sensing, and I'm going to show you a really fun way that you can apply this technology at home using your computer, a webcam, and some Legos. I'm also going to show you a video sensing project that we created at the studio and the library. But first, have you ever thought about how computers or robots sense the world? To learn about this, let's think about how us humans sense the world. The most commonly known sensors are taste, smell, touch, hearing, and seeing. We have specific body parts like our ears, nose, and eyes that can take in information from the outside world. This information is directed to the brain, where it is synthesized into our own experiences. Similarly, computers and robots are able to sense the world around them using a wide range of sensors. You can think of a microphone as an ear, a button as a way of feeling touch, and a camera as an eye. But these sensors wouldn't matter without a way to process the information. So programs can be developed with instructions telling the robot or computer what to do with that information. For example, self-driving cars. They use a wide range of sensors, including video cameras. These eyes take data from the outside world, and a program inside the onboard computer responds to the input, like if a car sees a thing, avoid the thing. This allows the car to navigate around streets and avoid obstacles. For today's project, we'll use this very same concept to create a musical instrument. Let's get started. For today's project, you'll need the following. You'll need a computer connected to the internet. If your computer doesn't have a webcam, you'll need a USB webcam. You'll also need some Legos of various colors, and if you don't have Legos laying around, you can use colored paper, or anything colorful you might have. I'll start by plugging in my web camera. Open up the internet browser and go to scratch.mit.edu. You can create an account if you'd like. I'm going to go straight into Create. Now, I'm going to go to the code blocks on the left-hand side, and at the very bottom, I'll click Add an Extension. I'm going to add the Video Sensing extension. Once we do that, you'll notice that we can see the video feed in the window here. Let's find the video block that says Set Video Transparency to, and change it from 50 to 0. Click on the block and you'll notice the video feed changes a little bit. I'm also going to add one more extension, and that'll be the music extension, which will give us access to instruments and different notes. Now we are ready to build our program. Let's start by getting rid of the scratch kitty. Bye kitty! Now I'm going to create a simple sprite in the shape of a long vertical bar. Make sure that it's centered and that its height fits the margin. Now that I have the shape, I'll make sure that its y-coordinate is set to 0. Now we're going to make this object detect colors from the camera. Go to the Events category and drag a start block into the scripting area. In the Control category, drag a Forever block and snap it under the Start block. Now, grab an If-Then block and place it in the mouth of the Forever block, like so. Let's go into the Sensing category and drag in this diamond-shaped block called Touching Color, and drag it into the diamond-shaped notch in the If-Then block. For this next step, let's get one of our Legos ready. You can see it in the video feed here. Click on the color in the Touching Color block. Now we're going to select the color from the video feed. Select the color picker and place it over the Lego and click. You'll notice the color matches the color of the Lego. So, we have our if, now let's add the then. If this bar sees this color, I want it to play a note. I'm going to go to the music blocks and drag a play note block in the mouth of the if then block. Now, if I click on the green flag over the layout window and I move my Lego block so it touches the bar, you'll notice that it plays a note. Let's have it play several notes. I'm going to duplicate this whole script by right-clicking on the Start script. That will open up this drop-down menu, and I'm going to select Duplicate. I have 3 Legos of different colors, so I'll make one of the scripts for each color. Now, I'm going to go in and change the color information for each script, and I'll change the note as well. Now when I run the program, you'll notice that when I touch the bar with the different colors, it makes a different sound. The last thing I'm going to do is have this bar move from side to side. To do that, I'll get a Start block, snap a Forever block underneath, then in the Motion category, I'm going to add a Move block into the mouth, and last I'll add an If on Edge Bounce block. So arrange your Legos in different ways and press the green flag. Now if it all works correctly, you've made yourself a fun little music sequencer using video sensing. Now I'm going to show you an evolution of this project. This is our musical Legos project. We created this at the studio as an entertaining way to show off the concept of video sensing. It uses this document reader, a laser cut Lego holder, and a computer. The Lego Music Maker has 3 types of instruments. Red for drums, yellow is electric piano, and blue is a synth pad. In this program, the Y position of each block determines the note. The higher the Lego, the higher the note. Or in the case of the drums, the Y position determines a different drum instrument. This idea started out just like a simple lesson that we went over today, and over time we kept improving it. I'll play around with it for a little bit. It's pretty fun. So this is the project that we came up with using computer sensing. I wonder what you can do with this idea as well. So that's it for today. Thank you for making time to watch Make Time, and tune in next time for more creative projects you can make from home.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed that video from the Long Beach Public Library. And you know what? I have to do a shout out to Gabriel, who actually was the host and the guy behind that video. Gabriel runs the maker spaces and the STEM programs at Long Beach Public Library, and he's a great supporter of City of STEM. So Gabe, if you're out there, how's it going? You know what? I want to take this moment to thank our sponsors again. It's important that we do that throughout the day. Especially our lead sponsor, Amgen, local Los Angeles multinational company, but based here in Los Angeles, a biotech company. Also want to thank Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Hitachi, Northrop Grumman, SoCal Gas, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Kaiser, Financial Partners Credit Union, and DeVry University. If it wasn't for all of you, we wouldn't be able to be doing this today or the live events every year that we do it. I think they have a quick little thank you video coming up.
Computer, to learn about computer sensing.
You know, at the end of that video, thank you very much to all the sponsors. I guess we're going to watch the sponsors again. Wait a minute. Let's see. All right. I think we're back. At the end of that thank you sponsor video, there was a little tagline at the end that said that we're part of the Science Festival Alliance. And that's true. So City of STEM started out as a science festival and still is. It is part of City of STEM is the official LA Science Festival. The Science Festival Alliance is a group of big public events that happen around the country that collectively called science festivals that engage the public in STEM and science. Most major cities have them. We are LA's Science Festival, so thank you, Science Festival Alliance. You know what? I want to take a couple seconds and read through some more of the 130 partner organizations that make City of STEM what it is. That list includes PBS SoCal, the Peterson Auto Museum, Phantom Projects, the Planetary Society. The Planetary Society led by Mr. Bill Nye, who was our guest of honor last year at City of STEM and who we hope come back. The Port of Los Angeles, the R2D2 Builders Club, the Recreation Research Society Center, or Rediscover Center, the Research Reaction Society, Rio Hondo College, Rolling Robots, Roundhouse Aquarium, who you heard from earlier today, Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, Shared Science, Sierra Club, SNG Aero, SoCal Gas, the Society for Hispanic Professional Engineers, the Society for Black Engineers, the Society for Science in the Public, South LA Robotics, Southern California Edison, Southern California Resource Services for Independent Living, and I'll conclude this list later on. We're getting close to the end, though. That's 130 STEM partners from around LA. That includes top universities, great museums, world-class museums, and fantastic nonprofit organizations all about engaging the public with science, which is what City of STEM is all about. And now we have another part of our day, another program. So again, the Los Angeles area has fantastic STEM resources. One of them is NASA JPL. Now, NASA JPL, you should know, is probably the greatest NASA resource center and research area, basically NASA center in the whole country. This is where every single unmanned mission that we have ever put up into space is started, built, and commanded. There's a place on the JPL campus called the Center of the Universe where all of the data from all of the stuff that's outside of Earth's atmosphere, that's in orbit or outside of the Earth's gravitational pull, every single thing that's out there, all the data from those robots come through this one room at JPL and then get fed out to the different countries that need to know about it. It's an amazing place. JPL is just so fantastic. I think there are 8,000 people who work up there, and they're right in the foothills of Pasadena. It's beautiful. This is a major, major place in world STEM and science, and it's right in our backyard here in Southern California. So I am pleased to introduce Faith and Raphael from JPL. Now, you may have seen that JPL also does all the Mars rovers. And we were supposed to get an update on what's happening in Mars, but you know what? A couple of the engineers at JPL said, no, we want to be relevant to what's going on. And so Faith and Raphael from JPL, they're going to talk about a project that they've been doing that that's a 3D printed pendant that pulses whenever it seems like you're going to touch your face. And why is that important? Because you're not supposed to be touching your face during the pandemic. We're supposed to be wearing masks, or if you can't wear a mask, just don't put your hands on your face. They've developed a 3D printed device that stops you from doing that. So we're going to watch a quick 5-minute video about that whole process and why these engineers who are used to dealing with interstellar space actually kind of looked back here on Earth to help during the pandemic. And then there will be a live Q&A following. So you'll be able to talk to a JPL engineer. How cool is that? So without further ado, Faith and Raphael from NASA JPL right here in Pasadena, California.
Hi everybody, my name is Faith Oftada and I am a designer at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I've been on lab for 6 years and I currently work for the Space Technology Office.
Hi, I'm Rafa Martinez. I'm a systems engineer and I work for the Mechanical Fabrication and Test Group. I've been at JPL for 5 years.
We're here to talk to you today about Pulse. But first, we wanted to give you a little bit of background on what JPL does.
So JPL is a federally funded research and development center, and we are an extension of Caltech and a NASA center.
JPL focuses mainly on designing and building spacecraft to send to space or to explore Earth.
Here's a video to give you more background on what we do.
The long-range purpose of unmanned exploration of the planet is the development of technology which will lead to eventual manned exploration.
Power, go. Systems, go. Propulsion, go. Avionics, go. Flight software, go.
Scientifically, our objective is to assist in answering two basic questions. What, if any, life forms exist on the planets, and how has the solar system been formed?
Telecom, go. Fault protection, go. Uplink, go. Phase lead, go. 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 Go.
JPL's accomplishments began in the mid-1930s when a group of Caltech students started experimenting with rockets. Because of them, the lab's primary focus has been on the construction and operation of robotic spacecraft to explore space and a solar system, as well as developing robotics for Earth. We do this primarily to support science and push humanity forward, and have been doing it ever since. With that said, Pulse is a unique development to come out of JPL, which is why we want to talk about it today. But first, let us tell you why Pulse was even developed to begin with. With over 4 million people infected worldwide by the novel coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, government and health officials began implementing stay-at-home orders, along with social distancing, wearing face masks in public, and urging people to wash their hands and avoid touching their face to help slow the spread of this infectious disease. Surface transmission is one of the ways the COVID-19 virus can spread. When we touch contaminated surfaces, and then touch our mouth, nose, or eyes, we could indirectly infect ourselves. A small team at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory developed the concept of Pulse. It is a 3D printed pendant worn as a necklace which pulses or vibrates to warn a person when their hand is nearing their face. It is most effective when worn 6 inches below your chin. The haptic feedback from a vibration motor simulates a nudge, reminding the wearer to avoid touching their face in order to reduce potential infection. This concept is intended to stand side by side with the existing efforts and is not meant to take the place of masks or respirators. Pulse is made of simple and affordable components powered by a 3-volt battery, all housed within a 3D printed case. ELISA parts and design files are available as open source, with hopes that Pulse will be reproduced, refined, and distributed to help keep the public as healthy as possible.
Pulse is open source, which means it's specifically designed for you. Our GitHub page includes step-by-step instructions with supported images and videos on how to assemble one for yourself. It also contains a list of parts and links to where you can buy them. The 3D printed files to make your own case are also available for download.
It is very important for us to have Pulse be easily available and affordable for you. Because we want you to have the best possible technology, we are currently collaborating with numerous companies to develop a version 2 of Pulse. This is being done in preparation for a potential second wave of the virus, especially as flu season approaches and as we slowly return to work.
We also want to know how you'd make your version of Pulse, or even just hear your feedback on what you think we need to do to improve the device. With that said, what do you think version 2 needs?
What ideas do you guys have? How do you think technology can help us solve problems?
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you for coming and listening to us talk about Pulse. We really wanted to talk about the times and what was going on in the world and how JPL, how proactive we were in trying to battle, or at least to prevent us from spreading the virus.
Help out where we could, because just like everyone else, we were sort of stuck at home, right? And we're like, well, what can we do in order to save, people that are actually not stuck at work and actually working in the hospitals? So I have a lot of cousins actually in Mexico that are doctors, and then Faith also has her brother, which is a doctor. So sort of thinking about what we should do in order to help, the pandemic and with what we have.
So we were also interested to know what you guys thought, which is why we wanted to participate in this, because we wanted to know what you thought about the device, how do you think this could be improved to benefit you or people around you. So any questions you have, we're open to answering them.
Yeah, shoot away. And we also can talk about a little bit of what we do and a little bit of our backgrounds, if you like, as well. So feel free to ask away. On the table, actually, I can actually just discuss a little bit of the stuff I have. Normally I work in the mechanical fabrication and test group. So what that means is I get to play with a lot of cool different things like 3D printing, like this guy right here. This was a pattern we used for the wheels to see, sort of like a prototype and sort of see what we liked first. And then I have like sort of like cutting tools here, what we use to make things like this, mirror here, some sort of cutting fluid here. But I don't have any electronics, but normally, systems engineer or designers will have to think about all that information, right? You have to think about, the science behind materials. You have to think about electronics. You have to think about the way you make stuff. So when it came down to Pulse, we were brainstorming like that. And Tom, which is actually, not with us right here, Tom was also brainstorming with Faith on how to make this device and, make a schematic for it and actually, from the beginning all the way to end, even how to manufacture it. So luckily I came in at the end to try to make this device and buy all the parts and try to, make a video and also make this like open source so you can see all about it and how you can make your own so that you can help your friends and family that are actually, we're working there.
So we have a question from Sally Lopez who wants to know a little bit about our background. So I have been here for 6 years, and I went to grad school at Art Center down the street, which is where I did my MFA in media design, and I ended up actually doing my grad work while I got the job at JPL while I was a grad student, so I was an academic part-time, so I did all of my research and everything for my thesis here at JPL, and then I have been here ever since, and currently work for the Space Technology Office. So we coming here and have transitioned into this position for a little over a year now, and this is actually the place where we decided to make Pulse, which is the device I'm wearing here. So that is my background.
So me, let's see, I was born and raised here, and I went to school here. I went to Don Bosco Tech High School, which is a technical institute, and I got my associate's degree from there in manufacturing technology. So I was a technologist basically straight out of high school, me and my brother. And we, you know, it's sort of transitioned from there. I always thought it was kind of fun making things and learning how to make it and getting your hands dirty and actually doing it yourself as opposed to just theory. That was me personally. And then from there, I went to Cal State LA, and I dabbled in a little bit of different things, mechanical engineering. I did a little bit of electronics, and then I went into my degree was focused more on industrial technology and production. So I wanted to know how to make everything, not just one thing at a time, but also make things in high production. And then also, while I was there, I got also a degree in management to try to sort of organize my thoughts so I can organize people and organize everything so that it would be easier for for me to express myself in technology, right? So then after that, I ended up going. I got an internship at Northrop Grumman and the Air Force. So I was in the Air Force. It was never a sworn Air Force, but I was interning for the Air Force, and I was there doing quality engineering. That was fun. I got to travel to DC a few times, which I've never been, and usually it was like a quick little turnaround. So I was a student traveling the country, which is fun. And then after that, Northrop, I did everything there. I was not really electronically inclined. I was more so mechanically inclined. So I had a really good supervisor at the time, and he said, "Hey, what's your strong suit?" So mechanical, perfect. We're going to put you in electrical. And I was like, So that's a little difficult for me but he sort of enabled me to learn more. So from there, I think I was there for about 8 years, and I eventually turned over and came over to JPL. So I've been doing the mechanical fabrication there.
So we have a question that somebody wants to know what keeps the device from detecting movement of your head from side to side. So I have the device on, and this is our first version. This is still at prototype level. So it's on, and as I was talking, it wasn't vibrating. It only has an infrared sensor, which can sense when something is a certain distance from it. So as you get closer to your face, you can hear the vibration. The mechanics behind it, the sensor is an IR sensor, and it has the ability to detect anything that comes this way. If I go like this, then if my chin goes this way, anything that comes in front of the infrared is what activates it. So as you can see, my collar, my shirt, if it moves in front of it, then sometimes it will start vibrating. But if I'm just sitting, or say I'm typing on my desk, then it's still.
And then actually the sensor is facing down too, so you don't get anything from, basically above. So it's facing down, so it gets that, that motion in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're looking at different different sensors that we can use and implement into the device that could have a different kind of motion sensor, whether it's coming from different directions, where our hands are coming from, if our hands are going this way, that the device would be smart enough to detect what we're doing. So if I were to check my phone, sometimes it will go off. So we're hoping to try to fix these little errors of the things that go in front of our face, so this thing is constantly vibrating. And also we don't have a rechargeable battery on it right now. And if we turn it off because it was vibrating, then we want to make sure that you remember to turn it back on. So there's certain aspects, instead of to have a rechargeable battery, then we'd have to change our sensor, because it can't constantly, we can't be turning it on and off, so.
Yeah, and then actually, we want to also change this to sort of also not just a Q&A. You know, you don't have to ask us questions, but you can mention things that you would like to see for the next version. You know, help us sort of make it and design it so that we can go forward.
And yes, Lola, would the sensor ever work as a bracelet? Yes, so we're actually, right now, we're in the works of collaborating with numerous companies to create different versions of Pulse. So it would be a version 2. And this could be anything. It doesn't necessarily need to be a necklace. The idea came from the fact that here on lab, we have to wear our badges, which is usually pinned on our shirt or worn as a necklace. And there's always something on us here at JPL. So the idea was, if we had this device attached to something around our neck, then that would help us at work. And when it started to evolve, we thought, oh, hey, this could be useful for the public. So now, with the idea of this thing working, it's very simple, then it could be multiple things. If it were a bracelet, that is actually a great idea, because it would just trigger the hand, which is supposed to be the source of what can get into our eyes, nose, and mouth, and that would actually be a really good thing to think about. So we will actually keep that on. Oh,
yeah. So hi, Sally. So yes, actually, it could probably be integrated with iWatch. I wore my iWatch or Apple Watch, so it can sort of display that. But yeah, I think that's a great idea to actually have sort of software embedded into this, and maybe we can talk to Apple about this, or maybe they're already thinking about it. I don't know. But yeah, so it's already integrated, and maybe you have supplemental sort of like little bracelet here so that you get both of your hands. Because the problem with just having a bracelet on one side is that you don't always touch your face with the same hand. So maybe you have multiple sensors that talk to each other. Another thing about saying about like a sort of a mesh, or where people are involved. Let's say social distancing, and if I was too close to Faith here, it would also vibrate and let me know, or maybe have a different sort of output and not just vibration. It'll have sort of audio, so it'll beep and say, "Oh, hey, I'm too close to someone," which is kind of nice for something like this, right?
You'll say that sentence. Yeah, integrating it with our existing smart devices would be amazing. The whole idea, and the reason why we want to hear from you, we appreciate everyone who's answering or asking us questions, but the whole idea is, what do you think would be the most beneficial for you in your life? And if that is integrating it with a smart device that you already have, then we will think about that. But that is definitely something that we're considering, and we're trying to figure out what avenues to go through to get something like that to work. But that's somewhere further down the line.
So there's a question from Ethan about, and this is off topic, which is great. We'll take it. We'll take as we can, and we'll try to answer your questions as best as we can.
Your question.
Yeah, can a flywheel make infinite energy? I guess sort of like how Teslas or electric cars, right, where the wheels are sort of helping generate energy. I don't know, but I gotta say there's got to be some sort of gravity involved where it will be an issue. But that's the only thing I can think of. That's that'd be a great question for Arby if he was here. Yeah. Maybe we'll do a phone a friend or something, but that's a great question for a physicist, actually. Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys have any other questions about or input or even advice, or maybe even thoughts on what you thought of the device when it came out, and how do you think JPL is handling this? I mean, this was something that we normally don't do. I mean, we normally don't create anything that doesn't go to space.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's the weird thing. It's like everyone just, I was on 3 different projects, all related to COVID, none related to space. And I mean, my full time was doing that for a good few months while everyone was in quarantine. JPL made a ventilator prototype, and we're sending that ventilator out right now to different licensees all over the world so they can make their own and distribute it around the world to people that need it in poorer countries or countries that are just in a big spike, right? We had face shields that we made. We had respirators. Those respirators are awesome. You can also 3D print those yourself if you have a 3D printer, or download the files and actually send them to a 3D print house so they can make it for you. We made a PAPR, which is a powered air purifier respirator. So it's like a forced air a little bit in sort of snorkel mask. There were so many sort of COVID innovations. It was amazing to sort of be a part of that. Hopefully we try to help as many people as we could. Normally, like I mentioned, our main concern is space exploration or space flight, and how to make things to go into space and how to participate that way. Actually, that's a good question. Do you want to answer that?
sure.
I can back you up on that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Liz, is Pulse only used for COVID? Initially, as Rafa was explaining, JPL took the initiative to come up with a few devices or to assist with helping stop the spread. So because of that, this device, when we first talked about it, was predominantly made just for not touching our face, which is what we were told at the time around early March. Mm-hmm. And we made this relatively quick along with the ventilators and the respirators. But now that things have changed, we have more information, we're now required to wear masks. We are thinking what other ways can this device help us with? And if we do improve the sensors, what kind of sensors could we add that could help us with, say, nervousness, fingernail biting?
Habit breakers. Just think of the habit breakers. All the people, I bite my nails when I'm thinking or busy, or I touch my beard or my face. So it's not just that. It's everything related to that. What if you have a skin condition and you're not supposed to touch your face because you have dirty hands? So it's any sort of habit breaking that will be a part of the post-COVID. With the version 1 in mind, post-COVID future of Pulse.
Yeah, and also if you did happen to make one for yourself and use it for any other purpose, then we'd love to know that too. Yeah. And obviously you've free will to do whatever you want with it, but it does alert you when your hands are going towards your face.
So there's a question about what material the necklace should be. So it's up to you.
Yeah, you can wear it. You can wear any material. This is just a mesh chain that I attached this to because the second device version, the one that we put out is clear. So this one matched it, which was like just a simple mesh chain. It can be worn with basically anything, but it has to be at least this distance from your head. So like six inches.
But be creative. Make it whatever you want. I actually had it on a little gold, not a gold chain, a little silver chain that I use my badge for. It's just like a little cheap little silver chain. So I had it on that. But yeah, be creative. You could put it on a lanyard that reps your school or your sports team or whatever. But yeah, make it anything you want to be. Have it be fun. And even the material for the case, like this was actually made out of ABS, so 3D printed. But there's nothing stopping you from, if you want to make this out of wood, and you can actually, CNC wood, or you can make it out of metal. It'll be a little heavier, but you just gotta consider it, the whole sort of design, right? The whole system of it. So there's a lot of different things you can do with it. This is one material. This was the black ABS. We also did a clear SLA, which is a little like finer in detail, which helped a lot in sort of the sensor.
I think Tom printed this at home.
Yeah, actually, the Tom printed that at home. He had, I think, a few runs actually with it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this one was made at home. You don't need to have a fancy 3D
Industrial,
printer
yeah.
that we have here on lab, but you can make one in your garage. It's really simple, and we have all of our files on our GitHub page. So, yeah. And this one, like I said, was printed. It was one of the first ones. So, yeah.
So I do want to say something about the GitHub. So this version 1 was very heavy in sort of knowledge of how to solder, and you could learn how to solder on YouTube. Actually, YouTube University. I love YouTube for that reason. You can learn how to do anything there, really, but you can learn how to solder there. You can learn how to put components together. Maybe I'll actually, on the next iteration of the GitHub, I'll put a few little links of how to do stuff there as well. But so it's for those that were a little bit more tech mindful, right? So the people that know how to actually do stuff like that, solder or assemble things, or even 3D print things, which also takes some skill. So that was for the more tech friendly people. But we are thinking about doing a version 2, which is with these other companies that will help us sort of transition into make it more of an assembly, and maybe having one of these great companies help us sort of put these pieces together so that it teaches you how sensors work, and how inputs and outputs work and all that.
We have a couple questions that are, I don't know how much time we have left, but for a non-tech person, Sally, to put one together, how do you envision the product to be on the market? So that is actually what we're working on right now. We are trying to, we're fully aware that there are people who can't solder, don't have access to a 3D printer, and soldering is not the easiest thing. So we are working on putting a kit together and putting that on a certain platform. At JPL, where we don't sell anything, this isn't something, this isn't a place where we have the ability or access to do anything along those lines. But we are trying to collaborate with companies who can. We would ideally like to create just a package that has it all in it, and preferably under $50, which includes the case, not just the parts, and have it already be assembled. And we're hoping that we'll have a different design, which is what I'm working on what the case will look like. Will it be a bracelet? And you can pick which one will be best suited for your life. If you think a bracelet is good for you, or a necklace or a pin, then that's something that we're hoping to do in the next couple of weeks, actually, and we want to do this fairly quickly.
So I want to talk about like sort of some of the resources that are available. I know for a fact, because I use them, a lot of the LA public libraries, you can borrow tools, you can use their stations to print things as well. And there's also a lot of online communities. GitHub is a good online community for software, but there's also Make.co, which is a good sort of community for making hardware. Mm-hmm. And there's Instructables, there's HeroX. So if you want to get into this competition sort of thing where you feel like you're a little bit more involved and you want to get into bigger projects. And I know people that are from all over the world will be in these projects and sort of work together. Even before COVID, they were sort of on Skype or on WhatsApp and working together to try to make this, make an open source rover. For instance, you can see our open source rover on HeroX and on GitHub as well. You can see some software there.
So we have 3 really good questions. You should answer about the range of detection.
So the range of detection is actually a few inches. I think it's about 6 inches in front, and then I think it's about 12 inches across. So basically your chest, and then a little bit up higher. So
it's like the distance for you to have your phone here. So if you're texting, it's this distance. So
I text like this. Faith tests like this.
Oh yeah, text like this. But for those who could see, I noticed when we had the first version, when I would look at my phone, it would go off. So it's a really close proximity, which is why we chose that sensor. It works really well when our hands are going towards our face. Also, for girls, moving your hair behind your ear, it worked with that. That was another thing that I noticed I did during the first early days of the pandemic, was going towards my hair. So that sensor was ideal in that sense. The one about the jewelry, the piece using Lola, using an existing piece of jewelry, I'm going to say yes. The sensor in it right now requires that there's no reflection. So using silver or gold or anything that has, this material that he has over here, any metal that reflects, that could be a problem. But on our GitHub page, we do tell you how to work around that, which is using that black color to paint over the sensor, right?
So, but I think any sort of I think you mentioned the locket. Yeah, yes, I think it all depends on sort of the size of the sensor. So we actually put all the CAD or computer-aided designs on the GitHub as well, so you can see the form and how big everything is and the sizing, so that you can sort of make those assessments on your own. But using existing jewelry, like the chains on jewelry, or even a few little different pieces, get as creative as you can actually, and let us know about it, or make some sort of branches off of our GitHub, making your own version. This is going to only get better with everyone's help. So your help will actually make this look really, really cool, look really sleek, and it'll actually make it look smaller and even more interactive with a lot more sensors and devices.
Yeah, like we said in the video, this was designed and made for you. It was made for the public, for those who need it or know of people who need it. When we first came up with the idea, we thought, we should get it for our office, and only us, so we don't touch your face here in this office space. So those ideas kind of stirred up, and if we made it, then everybody should have access to it. Which is why we wanted your feedback, all of your ideas, whatever you want to make it into. We'd love to hear it. Updates on Pulse.
So we have a website where it's medeng, so that's medeng.jpl.nasa.gov, and you can see all of the COVID-19 innovations there. Pulse is on there, and we do have if you keep following all the links, you'll go to the GitHub where you learn how to make yours. Mm-hmm. And then once you're in the GitHub, we are going to add a new section where it's we already have an FAQ question, sort of FAQ section, but we will add another news section where it's not just publications of people, but also hearing about people like you and putting information that will help all. So look at that GitHub for the future.
Yeah. So again, because we need to wrap up right now.
So the link again is
website
medeng. So that's medeng.jpl.nasa.gov.
They're gonna.
And I will type it in the chat.
She's gonna type it into the chat.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna put it right here in the chat so that everyone can see it.
And that has all of our COVID-19 projects, and you can find Pulse on the menu bar. So you'll be able to learn more about all the other projects that JPL worked on and everything that we did as a laboratory to battle this virus. So thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you guys talking with us and asking such really amazing, fruitful questions.
Really, I really appreciate it. And see you guys soon. And
check for updates.
Check for updates and keep going with all your education, because I don't think anyone ever stops learning. So,
bye.
Bye, everyone.
Wow. Talk about a tough act to follow. Who in the world would want to have to go after JPL? I'll tell you who. Us, the Amoeba people. My name is Ray Hedgepeth. I'm the lead singer and guitarist of the impossibly nerdy science rock band, the Amoeba people, and we are huge JPL fans. So going right after JPL is kind of like a dream of ours. We love JPL. So what happened was we were allowed to get into the Columbia Memorial Space Center when there was nobody there, and we were able to shoot this video about a legendary scientist and science communicator, a man who did not work at JPL, but who definitely worked with JPL on a number of projects. We're talking about the legendary Carl Sagan. This is our dorky musical tribute to the master himself, one of the greatest science communicators of all time. We hope you enjoy it. Shot right at the Columbia Memorial Space Center for City of STEM 2020, The Ballad of Carl Sagan.
Hi, I'm Carl Sagan. Science and science fiction have done a kind of dance. Science and science fiction dance.
He was born and raised in Brooklyn, where he wondered about the stars, insatiably curious about this universe of ours. No matter where he went, he always tried to understand the mysteries of the stars and the conundrum that is man. Yes, conundrum that is man. Straight out of Brooklyn like a comet to the stars, Carl's mind wandered from this pale blue dot of ours.
He had ideas about the planets that tested quite well. He launched a bunch of missions when he worked with JPL. Yeah, that's right, he worked with JPL. Mariner, Galileo, Viking, Voyager 1 and 2. He even lent a hand to the manned mission to the moon. Aw yeah, manned mission to the moon.
Straight out of Brooklyn like a comet to the stars, Carl's mind wandered from this pale blue dot of ours.
He went on TV, he pointed to the sky, said we're probably not alone but need a skeptical eye. That's right, you need a skeptical eye. He used Drake's equation to calculate the chance that somewhere there's a planet with impressive intelligence. Say what? Impressive intelligence. Sing it with me now.
Straight out of Brooklyn like a comet to the stars, Carl's mind wandered from this pale blue dot of ours.
Yo, Mr. H, to take it away.
For a man who spent such time with his eyes fixed above, he kept his 2 feet planted on the planet that he loved. Yes, it was the planet that he loved. Carl surely proved that a skeptical mind could still be filled with wonder and the mysteries of mankind. The mysteries of mankind. Let's bring it home now. Straight out of Brooklyn like a comet to the stars, Carl's mind wandered from this pale blue dot of ours.
City of STEM.
There we go. 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth was formed. from a great accretion disk around the sun. And after millions and millions of years of evolution, humans evolved the City of STEM Virtual Science Festival in 2020. Also, from that time, humans developed science and music. So now enjoy the group Music Notes from Inglewood, California. Their information is below. Music Notes.
City of STEM.
Genomes. I study DNA. Yeah. I'm cracking the code. I study genomes. Genes and the DNA of people. Chromosomes consist of DNA. And genetics is the study of genes. What is a gene? Genes are a section of a genome that code for a protein. That's what I call a G code. Everyone has DNA kit. Do you know what DNA is? Deoxyribonucleic acid. Double helix is the structure for the molecule of DNA. ATGC are base pairs, nucleic acids for DNA. Genomics, genes, DNA, information, genomes. Genetics. I study DNA. I'm cracking the code. I study genomes. Genes and the DNA of people.
Genomes, a complete set of genes, genetic material in the cell, know what I mean? We know 23 pairs of chromosomes are smushed into each cell, 23 pairs are smushed. One set of chromosomes comes from your mama, one from your dad. Genome mixing for the fact study of the genome. Yeah, we know it's linked to DNA. What forms DNA? A, T, G, and C. A and T are paired, or so are G and C. Yeah,
genomics, genes, DNA, information, genomes. Genetics. I study DNA. I'm cracking the code. I study genomes. Genes and the DNA of people. Genomics can let you know the likelihood of potential for disease. So it's necessary to study the genetic code.
When people reproduce, yeah, they pass down genes. Genomics helps stop the passing of hereditary disease.
Genomic information helps rare disease detection. Identify and fill the hole in a genetic code.
Forensics, being able to sketch a suspect from a drop of blood. Can tell the color of hair or eyes from just one drop of blood.
Genomics, genes, DNA, information, genomes. Genetics. I study DNA. I'm cracking the code. I study genomes. Genes and the DNA of people. Be a medical scientist, people rely on this job to save lives. Research and study a genomic money all at the same time.
Genetic counselor, yeah, my job is working with patients, help them understand the meaning of their genomic information.
Bioinformatician works with software and biology, interpret information data, use statistical techniques.
Zoologists utilize genomics to identify and save endangered species, finding ways to help them multiply.
Genomics, genes, DNA, information, genomes. Genetics. I study DNA. I'm cracking the code. I study genomes. Genes and the DNA of people.
City of STEM.
Hi, my name is Johanna. I'm a LA high school student.
Hi, I'm Chelsea. I'm the mate on Exie Johnson. Today we're going to be talking about marine biology.
And these are two of the tools that we'll be using. The first one would be a compound scope, generally used for smaller organisms. And this is a dissection scope used for bigger organisms, like the ones we have here.
We're also going to be using our plankton net because within every teaspoon of seawater, there are millions and millions of plankton floating inside. So plankton, it comes from the Greek word meaning wanderer. They are drifters that float freely in the water. They are defined because they actually cannot swim against a current, they are alive, and they live in the water. So some common examples of plankton are the little copepods, which the plankton in SpongeBob is based off of. Jellyfish are technically plankton. My personal favorite, seahorses, are technically plankton as well because there's no way that tiny little back fin is going to help them swim against a current. let's break it down into two major categories. We've got our phytoplankton, which are more plant-like in that they photosynthesize, and our zooplankton, which are more animal-like. They are eating the phytoplankton. They cannot make any food for themselves. Now, phytoplankton are responsible for the majority of the water food chain. They're also responsible for the majority of the oxygen produced on this planet. Everyone take a deep breath. Take another breath. One more for good measure. 2 out of 3 of those breaths are actually thanks to phytoplankton in the water. Not trees on the land, phytoplankton in the water.
So marine worms are generally called polychaetes, and they're actually very unique because they're the first organisms that actually develop nerve bundles, meaning they're the first animals to actually have brains, as well as develop a digestive tract, meaning they're the first animal to have a mouth and an anus. So they're also the first animal to have hearts and kidneys, which will allow them to not only collect the food that they eat, but also spread the nutrients throughout their entire body.
Let's talk about echinoderms. They get that fancy name. It means spiny skin, and you've probably seen a lot of echinoderms. They are represented by sea stars, like these little brittle stars we have here, sea urchins. Fun fact, urchin is Old English for hedgehog, so they're sea hedgehogs. It's the cutest thing ever. There also includes sea cucumbers. All of them fall under echinoderms. Now, what makes an echinoderm is they have pentaradial symmetry. That means that they have 5 planes. You could cut them in 5 different directions and they would still be symmetrical. You fold them in half, one side looks like the other. They have a water vascular system, which means that they don't actually have any blood inside of them. All they have is the water that they are pumping through their body and giving them rigidity. They also have these great little adaptations called tube feet. They look like tiny little suction cups sticking out of their body. So another really big group you'll see in the water is arthropods. That includes things like crabs, lobsters, shrimps, copepods, amphipods, horseshoe crabs, all of that kind of stuff. And they are characterized by their jointed, segmented limbs. They all have the very bendy, hard shells, and a variety of a diet. They range in size from like the big lobsters to even the tiniest little shrimp. Moving on, we've got our mollusk examples here. Common ones you'll see are mussels. You probably like to eat a lot of them, like clams or like scallops or oysters. Some oddballs in the mollusk family. Well, usually we think about them having that nice hard shell, but there are some oddballs out there like squids and octopus are actually mollusks as well. Yes, they no longer have a shell, but they do have a mantle, which comes out, if you've ever seen the squishy inside of a clam or a mussel, it's the foot that is also part of the mantle, which is the squishy part of the octopus, and they have that the same.
Tunicates are usually called sea squirts, but they're tunicates. They're actually filter feeders. They take in water from one end, which they filter out for food and oxygen, and through the other end they expel the wastewater, which is just CO2 and, well, waste, like us. So they're actually the first animal to develop nerve cords, which eventually in other animals developed into spinal cords and ultimately into backbones. So in a sense, they're not our relative, but a common ancestor.
Thank you for joining us today while we talked about marine invertebrates.
And now for your assignment, pick one of these organisms, describe them, and define why they belong to their phylum.
My name is Mark Friedman, and I am an educator with the Los Angeles Maritime Institute. I spent 13 years teaching marine biology in inner city Los Angeles and we have now developed for LAMI a curriculum that correlates to NGSS and Common Core. We are more than happy to share these videos with you and to produce new ones. Our website, www.lamitopsail.org, is filled with activities that you can use in the classroom or online for your students. This includes 2 complete marine biology courses, one for students taking biology in 9th and 10th grade, and another for juniors and seniors in an honors marine biology course. Both courses have extensive materials, lesson plans, reading assignments, homework, games, whatever you may need, labs, in order to fulfill the requirements for teaching biology, AP biology, environmental science, and marine biology. Please visit our website and contact us if you would like further assistance in developing your course and program.
Hey everyone, that was some video by Aerojet Rocketdyne and the Los Angeles Maritime Institute. I want to say for Aerojet Rocketdyne, unfortunately we were able to have a longer program with them, but I want to acknowledge them because Aerojet Rocketdyne, not only are they the premier rocket company in the United States and have been for over 70 years, they started on this site right here in Downey as a division of North American Aviation, the company that was here where the Space Center is. So that we have a long, multi-generational history with Aerojet Rocketdyne. Also, they were the very first sponsor of City of STEM back in 2015 when we started this. If it wasn't for them, City of STEM wouldn't have gotten off the ground. So thank you very much, Aerojet Rocketdyne. I also want to acknowledge Music Notes, the band that you saw before us. Those are teachers from Inglewood, California who love math and science and who produce rap music around that. It's fantastic. And then before that, of course, was the Amoeba people with their tribute to Carl Sagan, and Carl Sagan himself making an appearance hosting City of STEM. Carl is kind of the patron saint of City of STEM, just because he did such a great job of bringing the public closer to the science. So thanks, Carl, wherever you are. And to this day, we can count the Planetary Society, the group that he founded, as a supporter of City of STEM and one of our partners. In fact, I'm going to say we're getting close to me having named all, I think it's about 145 different STEM partners, close to 150 STEM partners that are part of City of STEM. So I'm going to go through this list some more. We have the Southern California Rocket Association, Spaceport LA, SpaceX, Spartan Design, STEM Up for Youth, STEM World, Square Root Academy, Tesla, the Engineer Factory, Tinker's Corner, Toshiba, 2-Bit Circus Foundation, UCLA, USC, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Veteran Strong, Virgin Orbit, Whiz Girls Academy, YMCA, and ZDE Designs. Plus, I'm sure many more, and several brand new ones who are providing content for you today, like Boundless Brilliance and the Cardboard Superheroes. So that I have now acknowledged all close to 150 STEM partners from around the Los Angeles area who come together every year for City of STEM. And just so you guys know, we meet about once a month as a big collective to chart the course of what City of STEM is doing next and make decisions about what we can do for our big festival. 2021 is right around the corner, and we're hoping that we can go live again, but if we have to be online, we're totally prepared for that. We're going to be looking forward to April 2021, and those of you who are out there, keep checking City of STEM to see what we're up to next. So the City of STEM, like I said, is a program of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. Please don't forget to be friends with the Space Center and with City of STEM on social media, 2 different places. Subscribe to both of our YouTube channels. Be friends with and follow the Instagram feeds of all of our partners. You can find them all on the City of STEM website, cityofstem.org. And visit as much as you can. I know that right now we're not able to be in these places live, but every single one of them has a fantastic virtual presence right now and are always available for a chat over email or something like that. All of us who are part of the City of STEM family feel super strongly that STEM and science education and just connecting people to the awesomeness of science has to continue, no matter if we're in a pandemic or if we can travel around the world easily again. This is science and STEM these are wonderful entry points into the beauty of the world. These are sort of ways of thinking and ways of doing things that are more than just a bunch of facts in a book, but these are active things that you can do. When you go take a hike, you're actually doing STEM. When you are watching a science TV show, you're doing some STEM. STEM is all around us, and that's what City of STEM is all about. It's not just in LA, although LA is particularly great for STEM, I have to say. This is a good spot, too, also to keep thanking our sponsors for the day, especially our lead sponsor, Amgen, a major multinational biotech company that's located right here in Greater Los Angeles, and Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, like I said, Hitachi, Northrop Grumman, which has a major facility here in Southern California and has had for decades, Southern California Gas, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Kaiser, Financial Partners Credit Union, and DeVry University. By the way, with DeVry, I think that you saw a program about STEM careers not too long ago in the broadcast today. I hope that was helpful. One of the ways, one of the ways that you can get into a STEM career, I guess, is to get inspired by something early on in your life that has to do with STEM. And actually, there are no better places to get inspired than the type of partners and the type of institutions that are part of City of STEM. So definitely support your local science museum, your local university, whatever local science outreach that's there for you, because they're driving STEM work and innovation in the country. So up next, we've got Jessica Rome from Newport Whales, and they're going to take us to a class where we learn all about whales. STEM that happens in the ocean. Don't forget that Okay. Hey, it looks like we're having a little bit of an issue with the Newport Whales feed, so we're going to wait and troubleshoot that. But in the meantime, let me tell you kind of what's coming up later on Channel 1. At 3:45, we're going to have a whole block of programming from several of the libraries in Southern California. The Long Beach Library, the County of Los Angeles Library System, and the Los Angeles Public Library. Those are 3 different libraries. I'd said earlier in the broadcast that libraries have really embraced STEM, especially through public makerspaces in their facilities. So we've been fortunate enough, or we are fortunate enough in the LA area to have some real powerhouses in this. And they're bringing some fantastic hands-on activities to you, like I said, around 3:45 later in the broadcast. And just to prepare for that, before we watch the Newport Whales, the libraries actually are the hands-on activities. If you want to follow along, you can gather some materials from home. If you can get some shallow bowls of water, some pepper, maybe a soap dish, a glass or a cup or a jar or something like that, dish soap, and then a candle that can just stand up on its own, and some matches. I'm not exactly sure what all of those things are going to do, but if you have those things around the house, and I think with the matches, you'll have to make sure that there's an adult present, you can follow along with what the libraries are going to be presenting. And then after the library, at 4:35, we have a virtual hike through the San Gabriel Mountains by a nature STEM group called Day One. This has been a great day so far of STEM programming with City of STEM Virtual 2020. Again, usually we do this live in April and kind of take over the whole month, but this year in 2020, because of the biggest STEM story of the year, COVID-19, we're doing this virtual for you. And we're trying to pack in a lot today on 10:10. Remember, it's 10:10 for STEM, and we started at 10 a.m. It's like we thought it. It's like we thought this whole thing through a long time ago. I don't know. Those of you out there who are in Southern California, I really hope that you're able to at least support or visit or check out the web presence of a lot of our City of STEM partners. You've met a lot of them today, including the Roundhouse Aquarium in Manhattan Beach, and JPL, and the Natural History Museum, the California Science Center, and some really just fantastic institutions around town. But also don't forget that there are a lot of smaller groups, nonprofits, that really try to get STEM out there to the public. That includes Shared Science and Day One, who are coming up, the Cardboard Superhero Group, and then of course, don't forget to check out our awesome STEM music groups, namely the Amoeba People and Music Notes. Music Notes from Inglewood, California, former teachers who are in love with math and science, and the Amoeba People from Lakewood, California, led by a 5th grade teacher, and just fantastic music. The Amoeba People are the official house band of the Columbia Memorial Space Center, but I think we might be adopting Music Notes too, because those guys are so awesome also. Also, don't forget that our chat is open. So this is, as much as we have some recorded content with our virtual fest today. We want to be interactive. We want to be live. We want to be able to have a dialogue with you. So don't forget to chat, be friends with us, check out our Instagram page and our Facebook and all that kind of stuff. Also, if after City of STEM you remain friends with the Columbia Memorial Space Center, I just want to give you a heads up that we've got some really great programming on the docket coming up. We have a video series called Making History, which focuses on makers and other STEM professionals who have pivoted during the pandemic to help make PPE to combat COVID. A fireside chat series that talks to engineers and others who worked on the Apollo program and the Space Shuttle program and other major aerospace programs. And also at the end of the month on Halloween Day, October 31st, the space will be doing its Science Festival online for 2 hours on Halloween. So you'll learn all about the engineering and the science behind that holiday, which is actually my favorite holiday, which is pretty cool. Very, very supportive of that. So let me also do a little bit of kind of history of City of STEM, if possible. We haven't really gotten to that too much, but City of STEM started as just a 1-week celebration here in Southeast LA, and it has grown into becoming LA Science Festival with tens of thousands of people showing up every year. So we're super happy that it's come here virtually to you. And now, with this kind of content, again, Jessica Rome from Newport Whales to take you on a virtual class talking about whales. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jessica. I am a naturalist with Newport Landing Whale Watching in Newport Beach, and I'm coming to you virtually today. I'm very excited to be talking to you all about whales and dolphin. I encourage you guys to ask me any questions that you might have throughout the PowerPoint in the comments below, so I'll be looking forward to answering those shortly. So my background is in biology. I am a naturalist and an outdoor educator with the Whale Watching Company in Newport Beach, and I am happy to be bringing you some whales, but virtually in the classroom. So let's get started. All right. Long. Now I want you to take a good look at this photo because there is something hidden in this picture that is not a whale. So I'm going to give you a few moments to check it out. Look for that. And here he is. It's a little scuba diver swimming with the whales. This is in here to show you how big these animals actually are compared to you and I. This is an adult human, about 6 feet in length, compared to our blue whale up at the top, which is a size bigger than a school bus, actually bigger than 2 school buses. If you were to take 3 school buses and park them end to end, that would be the size of our big blue whale, which we actually can see here in Southern California regularly in the summer. So what we're going to do today is talk about the 2 different types of whales, and they're split up into 2 categories. One half of this picture is just all of our toothed whales. And toothed whales, we'll talk a little bit more in detail, but they have exactly what you would think they have in their mouth, which is teeth. We then have our baleen whales, which are very fun. If you look at the inside of their mouth, it looks like they have hair. So if you look at this photo of a gray whale, you'll see here that it has like slatted teeth. It almost looks like an air conditioning filter. That's exactly what it is. It filters the water. And these teeth are almost like hair. They're made up of a very similar structure called alpha keratin, and this will continue to grow. It's just like our hair and fingernails. If it breaks, it keeps growing, and that will just continue to grow their whole life. Now, if I were to open this whale's mouth and make it say ah, you would see on the inside of those hairy teeth, there's lots of little hairs hanging down. And those hairs actually help this whale filter the water. So all the little types of critters that it's trying to eat will get stuck against those hairs, just like in Finding Nemo. Now, what do these big baleen whales eat? Probably the first thing that comes to a lot of people's minds is small little things floating around, maybe plants or algae, but they don't eat that. They are carnivores. They feed exclusively on either small little plankton like krill or smaller bait fish like sardines, anchovies, herring, mackerel. They'll feed on all of that. And so I have a really cool video to share with you of a video that was taken in Newport Beach of a big baleen whale feeding out in the open ocean. So what you'll see here is this whale opens his mouth really wide, fills its mouth full of water and food, and then proceeds to squirt the water back out through its hairy teeth. And it's filtering that water just for the food. So it doesn't want to drink all the water that it put in its mouth. It just wants to eat the animals that are swimming around inside that water. So these are fin whales. We normally don't see two big fin whales feeding together like this because they have to eat a lot of food in order to sustain their body weight. These whales can weigh hundreds of thousands of pounds in these fin whales, over 200,000 pounds easily. And these guys, what they'll do again is they'll roll over on their side, they'll drop their jaw, and that starts to fill up their throat. You can see their throat actually expands like a big accordion. It pleats out, stretches out, and it allows these whales to fill their mouth full of swimming pools worth of water and food. And that allows these whales to get big because they're able to fill their mouth full of lots of water and food. You'll see this whale feeding right next to our small boat. That boat has 6 people on board. And although it does look like you could fill up, this whale could feed on the boat, it would never be able to fit this many people in the boat inside its mouth. It would never be able to swallow it because the throat on this animal is actually only the size of about a grapefruit. So even though it could put the boat in its mouth, it would never be able to swallow anything bigger than really what it eats, like those sardines and the anchovies and the krill, anything that it's feeding on out in the ocean. So it's just a fantastic way that these whales have adapted to feed in the open ocean on lots of food and get really big. So those are our baleen whales. Next, we're going to talk about our toothed whales. And our toothed whales have very different teeth in their mouth than we saw on those big baleen whales. Toothed whales actually have sharp, pointed, conical teeth. And again, these are all our toothed whales, ranging from our big sperm whale all the way down to our tiny vaquita, our killer whale, our narwhal, our beluga, very recognizable whales in this family of toothed whales. So when we think about what do they eat, they actually will also feed on small fish, but many of these toothed whales, like our killer whale, will actually feed on larger things like sea lions and seals and elephant seals and even small dolphin, which is why they call the killer whale a killer whale, because it's a whale killer and it eats other types of marine mammals like whales. Now, another cool thing about toothed whales is that they have a very different way that they feed. So here's our group of dolphin feeding. You see a small bait ball of anchovies in front of them, and they just bite and swallow those fish whole. They do not spend any time chewing up their food. They don't filter feed like our big baleen whales. They just bite and swallow those little fish, and they do that all day long. And some of our toothed whales have multiple stomachs that they're using to help digest all the fish parts, like the bones and everything, so that when they encounter a large group of fish, they can kind of gorge, leave those fish in the first stomach, and then when everything settles down, they can start to digest it in the second, third stomach, and so on, depending on the species of toothed whale. Now, another cool thing that whales have is very similar to us, is a nose, because whales are mammals. Just like us, they have to breathe air. And a lot of times I get this question on the boat when we're whale watching, is because we see them out in the ocean. So a lot of ocean critters are not air breathers because they spend 100% of their life in the water. It doesn't make sense why they wouldn't breathe the water like a fish. But if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see this fish actually has gills. The gills help this fish exchange oxygen from the water column, so it doesn't have to come to the surface and breathe any air. However, our big whale here, like our humpback whale, has 2 blowholes at the top of its head. And those blowholes are used to breathe oxygen in and out, just like us, which is very interesting to think about. If you live your entire life in the water, you are always tied to the surface for breath. So that these whales actually do something very interesting when they sleep, is that they actually have to shut off one half of their brain at a time to go to sleep so that they can continue to breathe. They can never really go 100% to sleep like we do, because they have to think about coming to the surface, taking their breath of air, and then submerging and swimming. They can sleep and swim, and they normally will do this half asleep behavior so that they can continue to watch for predators and any danger that might be by. So very interesting way that these whales behave. So this is a cool video we also took of a mama and baby gray whale from a drone. We'll watch this again too, just so you can see they are breathing air in and out from those two nostrils at the top of their head. Opens, takes a breath in, and they shut the nostril right before they dive so that they can avoid getting any water in their lungs. And when we see them out in the ocean, sometimes people think they're breathing out water because you see that puff of smoke come off the surface of the ocean. But that puff of smoke is them really just kind of pushing away the water on top of their head because their bodies are wet. And it's also a little bit of water vapor from inside their lungs because they are mammals like us and they do have like water inside their bodies. And so when we're seeing this puff of smoke come off the surface, it's a really easy distinction for us, an easy way for us to find where these whales are out in the ocean. There's a puff of smoke out in the distance. That's what we see. We're going to go head on over to it because it looks different than anything else that's out there, any birds splashing or anything else. And that will help us locate whales because we really don't have any sonar, any GPS, anything like that that will help us find whales. So this little puff that we see when we're out there on the ocean, we call this a spout. On the bigger whales, like our big blue whale that we talked about, that whale can be up to 100 feet. Well, their spout coming off of the surface of the water can reach to be higher than our boat and over 30 feet high. And that is what we're looking for, right? We don't have any way that we're feeding the whales, baiting them closer, any sounds that we make that's getting the whales to come closer to us. We just look for these clues. We also look for birds flying over the surface of the water, diving down, because that means that those birds are feeding on fish. And that might mean that there are whales and dolphins around also feeding. So we use environmental cues like this puff of smoke or their breath, their spout, or the birds to actually spot the whales. And we do this by using our binoculars. Binoculars are a great tool for seeing things farther away on the ocean. And this is how we're locating whales when we're whale watching. Now, I have so much more information I could talk about whales, but I would love to see if you guys have any questions. So I'm going to pop over to our questions log here and see if anything's come up. If you have anything you want to discuss with me about whales, if you were wondering anything that came up during the presentation, I'd be happy to discuss that. If not, I do have quite a few other things I can chat about with you all. So let me check on that. Okay, perfect. So I have someone that asked, how long have whales been on Earth? Great question. Whales have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years old. There's lots of archaeological evidence of whales being around for millions of years. We started, if we go back into the evolutionary history of whales, you'll see whales used to be, they're actually derived from mammals that used to walk on land. So essentially they came out of the water, mammals on land, and then those mammals kind of transitioned back into the water because they were feeding on, they were specialized on feeding on things that live in the water column. They were filling that niche. And through a lot of happy accidents of just kind of like breeding and surviving and reproducing, and those descendants of whales that had better adaptability to living in the water we see the whales that we see now. I mean, the legs have kind of been absorbed into the body. If you look into their fins, you'll see that their fins actually have finger-like structure in the bone. And so that is why we're seeing them, breathing air at the surface, because they really were derived from animals that used to walk on land and breathe air on land. And so they've been around for millions of years. Very old descendants of whales. I don't know all the scientific names off the top of my head, but Pakicetus is one of the earliest whale descendants that we know of back in their history. So I see that there is a question about the why whales mass strand. So we don't often see that in California, but we have actually had a unusual mortality event with a lot of gray whales passing away last year. And when we think about what mass stranding, when hundreds of whales just happen to beach themselves, you have to think about a couple of things. Normally, when whales are beaching themselves, it's because they're sick and they're trying to separate themselves from other whales around them, trying to isolate. But whales are very social animals, so you'll normally see them following each other, and by accident, then you'll get whales that are not sick beaching themselves by accident because the sick whale's kind of leading them there. Another interesting thing that we have found out about mass strandings is sometimes they're connected to noises underwater, like oil drilling, sonar that's being, sounded off underwater that really affects the animals and makes them themselves and died. And a lot of them were very emaciated, which is where they're starving. They think that it might have something to do with climate change because the ice sheets in the Arctic are not fully freezing over their feeding grounds. And so the algae that feeds the food that those gray whales feed on is not being produced enough. So it starts like food chain. So we're getting algae not growing enough because the ice is not freezing over those feeding grounds. And then because there's not enough algae, then the small food that they feed on, amphipods, they are not producing enough food for the gray whales. And so when the gray whales go up to the Arctic areas to feed and they're trying to gorge themselves before their migration, if they're not able to get enough food before they make a 12,000-mile migration, then they're in trouble on the way back. They don't have enough energy or blubber to survive that migration. So I think that's what they were concluding that unusual mortality event of those gray whales to be from. All right, so I have another question. It says, what was the whale's name when they had legs? So I would look up Pakicetus. Pakicetus, I'm not sure how it's spelled. Try Googling that out and you'll get a picture of what that whale looked like, or that descendant of whales. You'll definitely get a picture of what that looks like. All right, so I do also get a couple of questions when I'm on the water about, what is the best time of year to come whale watching? We actually see whales all year in Southern California. So if you are a Southern California native, definitely get on a boat near you. Here in Newport Beach, we do have, right now we're seeing humpback whales. We had 4 humpback whales right off the coast. I think it was just yesterday. Where we actually know the individuals that we saw, 2 of the individuals, Chalkboard and Blicka. And we've also had Twitch in the area as well. So whales are really amazing. And we've been studying them, scientists have been studying them since the mid-50s, 1950s, really heavily, and trying to identify individual humpback whales, particularly. Because if we're able to identify individuals through photography, then we're able to track what they're doing, if they're male or female, where they're migrating, how many babies have they had. We can really start to learn a lot about their ecology that way. So we're able to actually, if you take a photo of the underside of a whale's tail, normally the humpback whales have the most distinctive patterns on their tail, lots of black and white coloration and spots and splotches and scratches, and we can see that easily from a photo. And you can log that photo away into a website called happywhale.org, which is a fantastic organization that they are tracking humpback whales and a couple other species of whales around the world to help understand more about their biology through citizen science data, which is great. So you going out on a whale watching boat, snapping a photo of the tail, you'll learn who that whale was. So we're able to know which whales are out in our area. They've been feeding on small schooling fish nearby. We've also seen thousands of common dolphin, bottlenose dolphin we've seen recently, Pacific white-sided dolphin, and fin whales and minke whales. So we've had a lot of activity in the area. Fall is a fantastic time of year to come out. Because the weather's usually pretty mild. We've had very flat, calm sea states. We just get out on our boat for about 2.5 hours. We head out in the open ocean. And like I said, we don't really have any way to find the whales other than just by using binoculars. Maybe other boats are on the water. They're giving us information about where whales might be. And then we go check them out. We stay about a 300-foot distance away from the whales at all times so that we can follow them in a safe way that's not disturbing their natural behavior. And a lot of times we get these really amazing interactions where the whales come closer to us, want to inspect our boat, see what's up with our passengers on board. And so we're really fortunate to be able to do this year round without much of a break in between months because the species are just kind of constantly cycling in because of the seasonality, because of the food availability. And then for the gray whales, they're migrating starting in late fall into spring. So we're really lucky here to have that opportunity. Let's see. I also get lots of questions about like what whales do we see, what times of year, maybe like what time of year is the best time to come. And I really like to head out right now in the fall is really nice because there's not a lot of other people around. It's really just kind of a calm time to come and join. But in the spring, it's really fun because we start to see our California gray whales, which are one of the cutest whales. I think they have barnacles and whale eyes all over their body. They're a slate gray color. They're really beautiful. And they make one of the longest migrations of any mammal in the world. They go from Alaska down the coast of the West Coast and they head to Mexico. And they go to a couple of different lagoons here in Baja California. And they have their babies there, they breed there, and then they turn around and they head all the way back up the coast. So the cool thing about these whales is that they really don't stop while they're on the move. And there's close to 22,000 individual whales that are going to be making that migration. So from about early December, we'll start to see a trickle of them come through. And then all the way through like March and April, we really get a peak of the gray whales kind of coming through. And so like around Valentine's Day, and I always remember that because gray whales have a really pretty heart-shaped below, so it's perfect to see at that time of year. And so we'll consistently see gray whales like February, March, April, and then May is the very last mama gray whales coming back up with their babies to Alaska. And it's just such an amazing thing to think that these whales are going 8 months without eating, and the moms have already fasted, and then now they're producing milk for their babies all the way up the coast. It's just a fantastic thing to witness. And these gray whales will hug the coast because they're trying to avoid predators. They're trying to navigate. They don't have a GPS that they're using to get through all the West Coast here to try to get back home so they can eat again. And it's just amazing to think that within 50 feet of the beach, you could sometimes go just walk out even and see these whales navigating, cruising up the coast. So I would encourage you, if you've never seen the gray whale migration in California, just walk on over to a bluff or a beach between February and March, and you'll likely see something if you stand there for long enough to take a good look. So that's what I would do. Also, when you come on out on our boats, we'll often get looks at, a couple of them, 5, 10 individual gray whales making this migration, and often babies in the later part of the season. So let's see, and I have someone says I love my earrings. Thank you guys. These are actually handmade by my sister. She knows I'm a huge whale nerd, and I would, encourage you to check it out. Look up things about whales that you're interested in. There's tons of resources online, and if you've never seen whales in the wild, this is the time. I mean, all of our boats here in Newport Beach are going out at half capacity. Everyone's wearing masks on board. We're doing additional cleaning. It's a really family-friendly and safe activity for you guys to come on out and do. If you guys want to use a promo code too, I do have a promo code. It's INSTA50, INSTA 50. If you use that online, you get 50% off of our whale watching cruises in Newport Beach. That's with Davies Locker and Newport Landing Whale Watching. We'd love to have you come out. We have naturalists on our boats that have artifacts, posters, a wealth of information about the whales and the wildlife you'll see. And especially right now when we're kind of cooped up inside a lot, it's such a great activity to get out, feel the fresh air, enjoy the time with your family, and then see these beautiful wild animals. So really appreciate you guys tuning in today for the presentation. I'm so happy that I was able to spend some time with you all, and hopefully you learned a little bit about whales today.
City of STEM.
Hey everyone, thank you to Newport Whales for that fantastic presentation about whales. Don't forget that we sit at the edge of the Pacific Ocean here in Los Angeles, and so we were trying to highlight all of the great ecosystems in the ocean and animals and other creatures that live there. So thank you, Newport Whales. Before we move on in Channel 1, I do want to highlight the fact that we are streaming on 3 channels today with 3 different content blocks. So don't forget to check out Channel 2 and Channel 3 also. And I'm pretty excited because on Channel 2 and Channel 3, we have some very first-time groups for City of STEM, including the 3D space, which is a brand new emerging 3D museum of art and media, 3D media. We've got the Neo-Scriptorium talking about 3D printed art in geometry, things like that. We also have the Peterson Auto Museum, which is a big museum here in Los Angeles about cars, which is important to Los Angeles in the history. And it's great that they are kind of considering themselves now a STEM institution too. We're happy to have all of you and everyone else who participated today as first-timers for City of STEM. All right, next up on Channel 1, we have a block of libraries. So this is going to be some video content one after another from local libraries. We've got the Los Angeles County Library System. We've got the Long Beach Public Library, and we have the Los Angeles Public Library. All 3 of these libraries have really fantastic hands-on STEM programs, mostly kind of centered around making and their maker spaces. So don't forget, if you want to participate at home, and these are all going to be hands-on activities for the don't forget to grab paper, tape, and some scissors for the LA Public Library section. The county library is going to show everyone how to make LED constellation boxes. So we've got a little bit of making and space science there. And then the LA Public Library is going to do some fun stuff with shallow bowls of water, pepper, or soap dish, or a dish soap, a glass or a cup, and maybe a candle and some matches. And don't forget, if you're going to use a candle and matches, have an adult around you. Even the adults out there have another adult around you. Be careful with that stuff. All right, without further ado, let's go check out what the libraries are doing with STEM. Thank you very much, everybody out there, for participating in City of STEM 2020. Don't forget to check out the chat and interact with us, because some of these are videos, but all of the interaction online is live. All right, take care. Talk to you after the libraries show what they're doing.
City of STEM.
Space frames. Hey, welcome to Make Time. My name is Gabriel and I'm with the Studio, which is a makerspace that's part of the Long Beach Public Library System. So in this program, Make Time, we're going to be making projects that you can make from home. Today, we'll be making space frames. So what is a space frame? This is a space frame. A space frame is a three-dimensional structure, and it's very strong. It's also composed of triangles. So why triangles? So triangles are very strong shapes. And to demonstrate, I'm going to compare it with this rectangle. So if I take this rectangle and I push in the sides, you'll notice that it changes in shape. What was once a rectangle is now a rhombus or a diamond. It's not a very strong shape. Now, let's try to do the same thing with this triangle. You'll notice that when I push in the sides, that the triangle never loses its shape. That's because the angles are fixed. The rectangle can be deformed because the angles aren't fixed. They can just distort. But the triangle always retains its shape. So, by harnessing the strength of the triangle, space frames can be used to create a wide range of projects, from the architectural to the artistic. Here's an example by famous architect Buckminster Fuller. In this example, him and his team are creating a structure similar to those seen in a playground. If you live in Long Beach like I do, you might recognize this next example. This is the geodesic dome that's next to the Queen Mary. You can even find space frames in, well, space. This is the International Space Station, and it's orbiting around our planet. Pretty cool, huh? So, now that we know what they are, I'm going to show you how you can make your very own space frame. You ready? Let's do this. For today's project, you're going to need the following materials. You're going to get some 8.5 by 11 paper. I'm using the scratch paper. Pair of scissors. You're also going to need some tape. So you can use duct tape, you can use masking tape, or you can use the clear Scotch tape. I'm going to start my project with the Scotch tape, and then the second part's going to use this masking tape. And the last thing you're going to need is a pencil. All right, so now that we have our materials, let's get started. So let's start by making the struts. We're going to take out our 8.5 by 11 paper, and we're going to begin by folding it in half. Just going to fold it like that, and then I'm going to fold it this way. Make sure you get a nice crease on there, and you're going to open up the sheet of paper, and you're just going to cut along the score lines that we created. So I'm going to get my pair of scissors, and let's get started. Let's fast forward this. Okay, so once you're done with that, you should have these 4 small sheets of paper. And for this project, we actually need 6, and I prepared, so I have 6 of these sheets of paper. So at this point, I'm going to prepare my tape. So I'm going to get 6 pieces of Scotch tape. Just kind of lay it off to the side. And they don't have to be big pieces, about 1 inch to 2 inches. And it's going to be 1 for each strut. So now I'm going to get 1 of these sheets of paper, and I'm going to begin by rolling one of the corners. So slowly start to roll up, and we're going to roll it all the way to that other corner. Okay, so once you have this shape, you can take one of your pieces of tape. Cool. So we have 1 strut. Now we're going to repeat this 5 more times. For this next one, I'm going to show you another way to do it. So using that pencil, so you can place it on that corner, and you can begin rolling it over. And at some point, so your pencil doesn't get stuck, remove the pencil and then continue rolling it. And again, you're going to get one of your pieces of tape and tape that little corner nice and secure, and let's finish this up. All right, so there we have our 6 struts. So now we're going to put 3 of these aside, and with these 3 that I have in front of me, I'm going to you guessed it, triangle. And this time I'm going to use my yellow masking tape. I'm going to cut a piece here and then connect this top part right here. And you can press down, but not so hard that you're going to flatten the strut. Now at this point, I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to secure this by folding it over. Okay, so we have our triangle. Now, I'm going to prepare the next part by tearing 3 more pieces of tape, and I'm going to tape it underneath each corner, leaving a little piece out just like that. So now, I'm going to take the last 3 struts that we made. I'm going to place them like that and fold the tape over. Make sure that it can go up like that. So you can leave a little bit of room in between these two. Okay. So now that we have our triangle and the 3 struts on the side, I'm going to get 1 more piece of tape and I'm going to bring in all 3 and I'm going to tape them together. So there we have it, your very own space frame. So the shape by itself is actually called a tetrahedron. And now at this point, you can make more of these, like I did over here, or you can start adding more struts to it and start making more complex shapes. Here's an example. So I took a tetrahedron and then I started adding more struts and it became a polyhedron. And I can continue doing this to make more complex or intricate shapes. It's really cool. So now it's time to get some ideas. We're going to check in with other folks from the library to see what they made with their space frames. Let's go check it out.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin. I'm a learning guide at the Billie Jean King Main Library, and I used the space frame to make a little homemade bird feeder to put on a ledge. The tetrahedron gives a really nice sturdy structure to hold the 2 mini triangle bird feeders in place.
Hello, this is Chris from the studio, and this is my space frame.
Hi, this is Jackie here. I made a space frame today, and I decided that I could make something to use when I play games with other people. So you know there's sometimes those weird shaped dice that have different numbers of sides. Well, I made a 4-sided die. So I used the triangle, get out of the sunshine there, this triangle space frame that we made. And then I traced it and cut out triangles and taped them on. My tape wasn't very good, sorry about that. And I put 1, 2, 3, 4 on each of the sides. So if we're trying to figure out who goes first, second, third, fourth in a game, or if we're playing another kind of game where you have to roll a die, you can use that for your game now, and it's more fun than a little tiny one.
Hello everyone, my name's Artie, and I made a space frame. What am I going to do with my space frame? Well, it holds these brushes pretty well. Maybe I'll use it to hold my foam brushes. What are you going to do with your space frame? Sky's the limit. Or maybe space.
Cool, thanks for sharing everyone. So there you have some great ideas of what other people have made using space frames. So now it's your turn to create your own ideas. It's time to make. So that's it for today. Thank you for making time to watch Make Time, and look out for our other videos with more creative projects that you can make from home. See ya!
City of STEM.
Libraries City of STEM virtual event, Constellation LED boxes. I'm Lawrence Mack, a Makerspace librarian for LA County, and I'll be your presenter today. In this activity, we'll be taking a look at the basics of astronomy and LED circuits. You'll learn how to paint a watercolor galaxy and build a battery-powered circuit for your own DIY constellation. Ready? Let's begin.
First, let's talk about constellations. According to Merriam-Webster, constellations are defined as any of 88 arbitrary configurations of stars or an area of the celestial sphere covering one of these configurations. Constellations have been associated throughout history with elements of mythology, such as the astrological zodiac. Our modern standard of constellations and their boundaries was formed by the International Astronomical Union in the early 20th century. Next, let's go over circuits. A circuit is a closed path through which electric current can flow. The diagram shows the circuit we'll be making today. The battery provides energy in the form of electricity. The current flows through the copper tape, starting from the positive battery terminal and ending at the negative terminal. The switch can open or close a circuit. An open circuit means no electricity and therefore no power, while a closed circuit will provide power. The LED will then convert electricity to light. Before we continue, let's go over what materials are required. The LED box is made of two components, the Galaxy background box lid and the LED box bottom. You should separate materials into two groups. For the lid, we will need Constellation box template sheet, 8.5 by 11 white construction paper, watercolor paint, paint brushes, cup of water, white tempera paint, bamboo skewer, and push pin. For the LED box, we will need the box and circuit template on dark cardstock paper, 2 LED lights, you can mix and match white, blue, or green, copper tape, cell battery, 2 6.5 by 2 inch pieces of aluminum foil, and paper clips. We will also need Scotch tape, scissors, and optionally, a fan for quick drying. First, we will need to paint our galactic mural. We will do so with our lid materials. Using a brush, make sure to wet portions of the paper before you paint. Don't put too much water, however, as it can tear your paper. Doing section by section allows time for drying. You must wait for the paint to dry before adding more layers. For a space view, I would recommend using darker colors such as black, brown, purple, blue, and green, followed by splashes of color on top. However, you're free to experiment as you see fit. Now we'll add some stars to our galaxy. Wet one brush with a white paint, then carefully tap the brush over your galaxy using another brush. This creates stars in a variety of sizes. After we're done, we'll leave this to dry while we make the LED box. Remember, the fan is optional. Now we'll use the materials for the LED box. Take the LED template and carefully cut along the outer lines. Fold along the lines until you have the shape of a box. Remember to cut out the slit. We'll need it to fit copper tape to the other side. Before we place the copper tape, it is important to know that we will be placing it along the marked lines and onto the flap on the other side. So, I am going to make a mark extending both lines, with one over the flap and the other through the slit onto the other side. Now take your copper tape and apply one continuous piece over the guidelines. It's important that each piece remain continuous and uncut. Take your cell battery and tape it to the copper tape negative side down. You can tell which side is positive by the plus symbol. Leave space on the positive side so that it can touch the other copper tape. Feel free to play around with the positioning of the battery. Once you're sure both sides of the battery can touch the copper tape, you can then secure the battery into place. Now take your two LED lights and affix them to the copper tape. The LED's longer leg is positive and the shorter leg is negative. Bend the legs so that they will lay flat, and tape them securely to their corresponding tape tracks with copper tape, positive to positive and negative to negative. Make sure the LEDs are pointed sideways and not pointing directly towards the top of the box. Assemble the box and tape over the switch area with Scotch tape. Tape the two pieces of aluminum foil into the box from the top of the edges all the way to near the copper tape. To turn on your LEDs, press down on the switch so the battery is in contact with both copper tape guides. Use a paper clip to keep the switch on. Now your LED box is complete. After your painting is dry, stack the template on top, staple them together, and use your push pin to punch holes in the constellation and all around the surface. Then use your skewer to enlarge the holes in the constellation only. Cut along the outer lines of the template. Fold according to the lines to make the box lid and secure with tape. Then simply place the lid over the LED box to complete your constellation box. Turn off the lights and enjoy your own DIY constellation.
Thanks for joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed constellation LED boxes as much as I have. If you are interested in finding more materials on astronomy and circuitry, or participating in more of our upcoming virtual programs, please visit us at lacountylibrary.org or find us on social media at LA County Library. Thank you.
City of STEM.
Hi everyone, welcome to our session today. I'm Vivian Burr, a STEAM librarian working for the Los Angeles Public Library. We are a city library system that is different from the Los Angeles County libraries, but some of our service areas do overlap. So if you live in one of these communities, you are super lucky because you have two public libraries that offer you lots of great resources and services. Today, we are going to do two STEM experiment demonstrations that you can follow along. They are super easy and super fun to do. Without further ado, let's go ahead and start with our first demonstration called Germs. This demonstration is presented by Denise Nossett, our super awesome, steamy branch manager from the Wilmington Branch Library. Germs and viruses have been in our minds constantly for the last few months because of COVID-19. So let's see what this STEM experiment is going to tell us about germs.
Hi everybody, welcome to another episode of Science at Home from the Wilmington Branch Library. Today we're going to talk about germs. Yeah. Let's get to it. So here's what you're going to need for today's experiment. A dish or a pan. I've got a cake pan here. It'll work just fine. Some water, some pepper, some dishwashing soap, and just because I want to make it easier for us to see, I've got some food coloring too. So let's get started. Step number 1, I'm going to take the water and I'm going to put it in the cake pan. That looks good. And then we're going to let the water settle. This is optional step 2. If you're going to use food coloring, now's the time to put some food coloring in. And then we're going to mix it up a little bit. Mix, 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 mix. That looks good. And now you need to let it settle again. Step number 3 is you're going to take your pepper and you're going to sprinkle it all over the top of the water, just like that. That looks good. Now, what do you think is going to happen if I put my finger in here? Look at that. Well, I got some pepper on my finger, but nothing much happened to the water. Let's try something else. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the dishwashing soap and I'm going to put a little bit on my finger. Just like that. I'll kind of mix it around a little bit, just like so. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so now I've got my finger with the dishwashing soap. Now let's see what happens. Wow, did you see that? The pepper just all kind of ran away. Look at that. It's all at the edges now. Wow, and that was really fast. You know what? I think we should do this again to see what happens. Ready? Here we go again. Boom! Wow! That's really great. Wow, that was neat. Hey, so that was cool. So how does that work? Glad you asked. Water likes to stick together. It's a principle called cohesion. So water will do lots of things in order to stick together because it likes to stick together. And one way that we can see this is if you look at a drop of water, like up here. Now, you'll notice that the water is kind of round, like that little drop. Well, that's called surface tension. So it likes to hold itself together, and it'll do that even in that kind of little round domey shape. Now, the water in the cake pan does the same thing. You just can't see it very well because there's so much water spread over a larger area. And pepper is really, really, really light. So it likes to float on top of the water because it can do that. Now, if I put my finger in, it doesn't affect the surface tension any. It just kind of stays there. But if I add the dishwashing soap, that affects the surface tension of the water. So when I put my finger in the dish, then all the pepper spreads away because it's affected the surface tension of the water. Well, what about germs, Miss Denise? You said that this was going to be about germs. Well, I'm glad you asked that too, and I'm glad you were paying attention. Now, we get sick for a couple of different reasons, and one of those, and the ones we're going to talk about today, is something called a virus. Viruses are really small, and you can only really see them if you have a super duper powerful microscope. And I don't have one of those at home, so I can't show you, sorry, but they look kind of like this. Now, viruses are made up of little teeny weeny particles of things, and among those things is fat. So what happens is a virus, if somebody catches a virus and they get sick, they can cough, or they can sneeze, or they can wipe their nose or something like that. And what happens is if they cough and then they put their hands on something like a tabletop or a doorknob or something like that, somebody after them who touches the same thing and then maybe touches their face can catch that virus too, and then they get sick. So that's why you get things like the cold or the flu, and then that really bad thing that's going around right now, which is why we're all staying home. Well, those are caused by a virus. Now, soap, just like our dishwashing soap, has certain things that they like to look for, and among those are dirt and grime and grease and fat. So when we wash our hands really well, that means that all the fats on the virus go away and the virus can't survive because all of its fats are taken away and it dies. So with this experiment, the way it works is that the water represents everything that we touch in our normal, regular, everyday life. So tabletops, doorknobs, your clothes, a book, stuff like that. So those are all things that might hold a virus. Now, the pepper represents the virus. And you notice the first time I put my finger in, when it came out, it had pepper on it, which meant I had virus on my hands. So let's say I washed my hands really well, like I wet my finger with the dishwashing soap, and I put it in the pepper and the water, and all the pepper scattered. So that's kind of what happens when you wash your hands really well for 20 seconds, when you're singing happy birthday to yourself twice, and then you clean them off really well and you wipe your hands dry. That's what happens, because when you wash your hands, if you have any virus on your hands, it goes away because you've taken the fat away because you've washed your hands with soap. So that's the way this works. And I hope you like this episode of Science at Home from the Wilmington Branch Library, and we'll see you again soon. Take care. Bye.
Now let's move on to our second demonstration called Rising Water. This demonstration is presented by Basia Samuels. She is our amazing, steamy children's librarian from the North Hollywood Branch Library. And she is going to present this with her daughter, Esther.
I'm Miss Basia, and this is my assistant, Esther. Today, we're going to be doing a rising water experiment. Here's what you're going to need for your experiment today. A see-through glass cup, a plate, make sure it's mostly white, a sturdy candle, some matches, some food coloring, and a little bit of water. What you're going to do for your experiment. First, you want to color your water. This is just so that we can see the experiment work. Esther, why don't you put some drops of food coloring in? Now swirl it around so we can get it really mixed. Now we're gonna pour the water onto our plate right over here and just kind of fill the middle. Go ahead. Perfect. Okay, for the next part of the experiment, you're going to want to take your candle, place it in the middle of where your water is, and then you're going to light it. What am I going to say?
You're going to say with adult supervision.
That's right. Whenever you're working with fire or matches, always make sure that there's an adult nearby to help. All right, let's light that candle. Okay, now you want to make sure your candle is well lit and ready to go. We're going to get a close-up, but before we do, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to take your cup, you're going to place it over the candle, and you're going to leave it there until you start to see something really cool happen with the water that's on your plate. Here we go. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. Okay, Esther, our candle is ready. Go ahead and take the cup, turn it upside down, and put it directly over the candle.
Whoa, it's already starting to rise. Look at it, it's sucking up the water. Oh my god, wow!
So, what's the science behind our rising water experiment today? Well, it's all about a concept called pressure equalization.
Like an equal in math?
Like an equal in math, where you're creating some sort of balance. So, what's happening? We have the flame from the candle inside of the cup. That creates heat and low pressure inside. But on the outside of the cup, we've got a nice cool house here and nice cool air, which is higher pressure. High, low. All right, now the high pressure is different. It's not equal to the low pressure, right? Mm-hmm. They want things to be equal. That's the idea of pressure equalization. So what do? The high pressure pushes on all of that water right near the end of the cup. That flow then forces all the water to go inside the cup to help equalize the pressure from high to low to be balanced. And that's how the water got inside of our cup and is still there right now. Well, of course, pressure equalization can be found
in all day life.
That's right, in your everyday life. What happens is that we've got air flows all around us in the world. When you go outside, there's air, that's right. And the air sometimes are high pressures and sometimes they are low pressures. And they're always sort of fighting and trying to get into this balance and pressure equalization. So what happens is when they start to do their fighting and try to balance out, sort of like what happened here where you have the pressure going here to make the water go inside, that creates something we call wind. And that's it. That's how we have our rising water experiment today. We hope you enjoyed. Follow us at NoHo Library.
Bye.
Now, are you all excited and ready to try these experiments on your own? If you are, I have a couple more things to share with you. Both Basia and Denise have been creating and sharing a new STEM experiment video every week since March. So if you're looking for more fun and easy to do STEM experiment to try at home, be sure to visit Los Angeles Public Library STEAM page at lapl.org/STEAM. If you want to tap into your competitive spirit, you should definitely join us for the Neighborhood Science Engineering Challenge that is going on right now. We have announced a new theme every day this week for you to choose, and you can use any materials you can get your hands on to build your project. You can use Lego bricks, paper, cardboard, plastic, wood, metal, old rags, anything. The last day to submit your creation is Saturday, October 17th at 11:59 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And yes, there are some awesome prizes for the winners, so don't miss out. You can visit Los Angeles Public Library's Neighborhood Science page for the themes that we have already announced and also all the detail about the challenge. Now I would like to tell you a bit more about Los Angeles Public Library. Be sure to stay with me because everything I'm sharing here is for you and they're all free. To start, if you live in the Los Angeles County areas, you can now apply for a free magical e-library card through our website at lapl.org. And this is our logo. This is your key to the magical kingdom of the free goodies. You can use this e-card to place holds on books, DVDs, CDs, and audiobooks, and you can pick them up at one of the 20 Los Angeles Public Library's Library to Go hubs. And with Los Angeles Public Library's e-library card, you can access our huge e-media and digital content collection. You can watch movies, download ebooks or e-audiobooks, music by your favorite artists and bands, read magazines, and even learn a new language or a new skill. And here's the best part. Los Angeles Public Library is no longer collecting overdue fines for returning library materials late. However, that doesn't mean you don't have to return them. So be sure to check out our loan policies on our website at lapl.org. Lastly, if you have not had a chance to visit Los Angeles Central Library in downtown LA, or you miss going there, I'd like to invite you to go on this interactive 360 virtual tour with me. You will be able to stroll around virtually to explore this architectural landmark for a visual treat of its beautiful interiors, sculptures, fixtures, and murals while you're on your couch. So here's a link and QR code that will take you straight to our library virtually. I'm going to end this session with a last slide here to show you all the links that I have mentioned it. We hope you enjoy our session today and walk away with lots of great information. And please don't forget to visit us virtually at lapl.org. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
City of STEM.
Use of leaves using a printmaking technique called rubbing. Hello, and welcome to Make Time. My name is Ryan, and I'm a studio guide at the makerspace that's a part of the Long Beach Public Library. In this Print Make Time mini-series, we will be learning a variety of printmaking projects that you can make at home. Today, we're going to learn a printmaking technique called rubbing. Using crayons and other writing utensils, we can make an exact copy of a flat object, like a leaf or flower, on paper. We can then reuse this object to rub and print as many copies of it as we want. The form and texture of an object appear on our canvas when the surface of the object has strong, rigid details. A unique advantage of rubbing is its ability to exactly transfer the texture and fine surface details of objects onto paper. This is why it has proved helpful in criminal forensics at crime scenes. Rubbing goes back hundreds of years and has been done in many different ways. We will be blending non-traditional methods with very old and modern printmaking techniques, such as frottage. Let's get started. Make sure you have a clean, flat surface where you can create your art. You are going to need 4 materials. First, you need a drawing utensil. Crayons work best for this art project. You can be creative by using many colors. If you don't have crayons, that's okay. Pencils and colored pencils also produce strong results. Other drawing implements that work well include charcoal, chalk, pens, and ink. Next, you need a canvas, which will become your art. I recommend a piece of regular printer paper because it is not too thin and not too thick. You are also going to need scratch paper to protect your work surface. You can use old newspapers or printer paper. Finally, our 4th material we need are the objects that we are going to print. We are going to print objects that we find in nature in our neighborhood. We're going to look for leaves, grass, or flowers. This is because objects that are thin, lie flat, and have many ridges and details on their surface work best for this project. Let's go find them. Bring an adult or guardian to help you find leaves and plants in your neighborhood. Be respectful of people's properties and of the plants. Ask an adult before you pick up something that might be too dirty or a habitat for a small critter. You need only between about 5 and 10 leaves. If you don't find any leaves, you can use other flat organic material like grass, flowers, or even crumpled pieces of printer paper. Remember to look for plants with an interesting shape, form, and texture. Instead of looking for the most colorful plant, try feeling the plant with your fingers. You can also try to identify and name the plants you find. Do you have coniferous evergreen trees with thin needle leaves nearby? Or maybe dandelion flowers growing in the sidewalk? Didn't find any good leaves outside? Try looking in your fridge. The leafy greens that you eat work just as well for this project as the ones outside. Once you have found the leaves or material that you're going to use, you can go back to your workstation. First, lay down your scratch paper. You want it to be at least a few inches larger than the surface of your paper canvas. Then you can choose your first leaf. You might want to clean or wipe it off before using it. I'm going to use this leaf that is from a jasmine vine. Put it on your scratch paper underside up so that the bumpy veins of the leaf are facing you. Now place your paper canvas on top of the leaf. This is why we want it to be flat. Position it so that the leaf is behind the area of your canvas where you want it to appear. This kind of artistic arrangement is called composition. Once you begin rubbing, you can't lift up your paper because it is difficult to place it back in the same position and continue rubbing. Decide if you want it to have a blank border around your canvas, if you want it to have specific patterns, or something else. Choose a crayon and unwrap it from the paper. Lay it on its side and firmly rub it against the paper. Hold your canvas to prevent it from accidentally moving away from your printing object. I recommend rubbing your drawing utensil in many different directions, speeds, and strengths to find the best method for seeing the shape you are making a rubbing of. Instead of rotating your canvas to get a better angle, try moving the scratch paper. This will ensure that the object under your canvas stays in the same spot. Sometimes, though, you can't move your object and you have to move your canvas. Some ancient rubbings were done by placing paper over stone carvings. You can try that by making rubbings of the sidewalk or other textured surfaces. Cool! We can see the image of the leaf appear. You can now make a second and third print of the same object, maybe with a mirror effect. You can use a different color or drawing utensil, or you can layer your other leaves under your paper canvas and make rubbings of them too. The more prints you make of an object, the flatter it becomes, which sometimes is helpful or sometimes becomes less detailed. If you're using a pencil, you can try quickly rubbing the lead gently or hard against your paper. It might be easier to hold the pencil at an angle, close to the paper. It can also be helpful to use the pad of your finger to blend pencil and oil pastel marks. This is what my finished rubbing print looks like. I think I might turn it into a card or hang it up on my refrigerator. Now that I'm done, I'm going to clean up my work area. If you want an additional challenge for this project, you can try these ideas. Using scissors, you can cut your paper canvas into different shapes like this. You can even cut out the leaves and paste them onto a new art project. A second idea you can do is add watercolor paint to your leaves or to your paper canvas. If you used crayons, the watercolor will paint around your drawing. This is called a wax resist, and is because crayons are made from wax, and wax repels water. Check out our Make Time videos about kirigami, bullet journaling, and bookbinding for more ideas for your rubbings. Let's check in with some of our other studio guides and see their rubbing prints. Thanks for sharing, everyone. Those were really cool. Now that you have seen other prints people have made, it's your turn to create your own prints.
It's time to print.
That's it for today. We made some cool and beautiful rubbing prints using objects from nature. Thank you for making time to join us at Print Make Time. Be sure to check out the link in the description box below for more printmaking resources at the Long Beach Public Library, and look for our other printmaking and Make Time videos. Until next time.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed all of the library programming. There's some great experiments and hands-on activities. Don't forget to use your local library as a resource, not just for books, but for hands-on STEM. And it was great to see all of our library partners, Long Beach, the county, and the LA Public Library participating in City of STEM today. Also, I wanted to thank our sponsors again. You saw their video, especially lead sponsor Amgen. Without their support and what they've done for us over the past year and kind of sticking with us through the cancellation of the live event, we wouldn't be able to pull off today's virtual event. Hope you all are doing well. We're getting close to the end of City of STEM 2020. We've got about another half hour or so to go. Hope you're having a great day. I know we've been having a fantastic day bringing STEM and science to you. Again, this is LA Science Festival, and we really try to highlight local STEM partners from museums to universities. Even though most of us are closed to the public right now because of COVID-19, please support them through checking out their websites and their online content. Be a donor. The holidays are coming up, and a lot of these organizations are nonprofit institutions and could definitely use your support since they don't have people coming through their doors right now. But help us keep STEM alive, but also, we want to just be able to give this to you as STEM enthusiasts out there in LA. We wanted to make sure that we're keeping the conversation with our public active and happening. Speaking of which, I hope you've been interacting on the chats, either through our YouTube chat or through Padlet or some of our social media handles. Don't forget that you can get connected to social media through cityofstem.org or just at City of STEM, or the Columbia Memorial Space Center at Columbia Space. That's through Instagram. Also, the Space Center has programs going on virtually throughout all of this time, so check them out. Don't forget. Just like all of our other partners, we've pivoted to a digital and online sort of presence, so we'd really appreciate you guys taking advantage of that. We always have new stuff coming and lots of great posts on our social media feed, so be friends with us, make us really popular. I wanted to say that we've got a really fantastic lineup for you still at the end of the day today. I think we've got the Port of LA is going to be doing a super interesting talk on Channel 2. Right now, USC is doing some hands-on activities on Channel 3. And pretty soon, we're going to have a presentation by a brand new City of STEM partner called Day One. We're going to be meeting up with, I'll talk about it in a little bit when we're ready to show the video. I also wanted to say that City of STEM wouldn't be possible without the support of the City of Downey. So the Columbia Memorial Space Center, which is the space museum that we're broadcasting from today, is run by the City of Downey. We're a close-in suburb to LA, just about 7 miles south of downtown Los Angeles. And we are an arm of the city. So without their support, we wouldn't be here. So I want to thank my colleagues in the City of Downey, and especially Mayor Pacheco, who had sent us a video earlier today to welcome everybody. It's really super fantastic that this city has enough support behind it to really know that STEM is vitally important to its future. And the Space Center is here to kind of keep that alive and keep going. All right, so like I said, we've got a brand new City of STEM partner coming up, Day One. So, Netson Rodriguez from Day One is going to do a presentation about keeping our nature green. And they're going to take you, Day One is going to take you on a virtual hike through the San Gabriel Mountains. Now, LA, those of you who are tuning in from outside of the area, LA is, I think, the only city in the country that has a mountain range going through it. That's the Santa Monica Mountains. But on the east side, some of our eastern communities like Pasadena is bounded on the north by the San Gabriel Mountains. And it makes this beautiful backdrop for a lot of what we do. Day One and Netson Rodriguez is going to take you on a virtual hike, showing you how to take care of public lands and also how you could have a career in conservation. If you like being in the outdoors, especially if you're here in Southern California, there's lots of opportunities for you to work in conservation and tell people about the awesomeness of nature. All right, so let's get to it. This is our last presentation on Channel 1, and then we're going to have some closing remarks and then be be done for the day. So here's day one. Thank you.
City of STEM.
Hello everyone, my name is Nanette Rodriguez. I'm a project director at a public health nonprofit called Day One. We are located in the San Gabriel Valley, also known as the SGV in Los Angeles County. I'm streaming from the city of Alhambra, but before I begin, I want to recognize that we are on the ancestral land of Tonga people, the original stewards of the San Gabriel Valley, and we should be committed to uplifting the names of these lands and the voices of the community members who reside along us today. So let's talk about keeping our nature green. You all have viewed today so many great demos, videos of scientists, educators, students, community members, and volunteers across Los Angeles County who are dedicated to diversifying and expanding STEM education with all youth and adults. And in this program, we're going to hear the story of how Day One and other partners are advocating those same values with nature through conserving, protecting, and providing access to all community members to the outdoors. Before I start, I just want to let viewers know that Day One will be hosting a raffle at 7 p.m. tonight. All you have to do is message at Day One Do on Instagram, Facebook, or email with your first and last name, including City of STEM 2020. We will raffle off 3 Southern California annual forest adventure passes, which are valid for 1 year and gives you access to all Southern California national forests. So let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about Day One and our experiences with nature. Our neighbors are the San Gabriel Mountains, the closest mountain range to our community members, and what we view every day when we're in our cars, walking down the street with our friends or families, or riding our bike by the Santa Fe Dam. Right now, during this pandemic, the outdoors is more essential to us because it provides a space to reflect, to heal, to exercise, to be creative, to listen to the natural world. And when we come into our homes, we draw those memories in our dreams and online with our friends, family, and classmates. Nature is an outdoor classroom. There's so many things to discover. It always has something for us to create, like art, music, science projects, or just learning about the animal that you see every day, but you don't know what its name, where it came from, or what its purpose is in our environment. As we face climate change right now, it's important for us to learn how we can help our natural environment from disappearing. Working with local government, our grassroots organizations, our elected officials, our community members is more essential today if we want to see change. Change like creating community gardens that provide education on planting squash, corn, rosemary, lettuce, and other types of plants that we can grow in our own backyards. Change like providing access to our community members that have never been on a hike in the San Gabriel Mountains because they don't have access to transportation. Nature for All is a coalition that Day One is a member of. And within this coalition, we work on providing resources to teach others how to be responsible stewards in the outdoors. Day One, including all these amazing organizations in LA County, work to build a diverse base of support in the coalition to ensure that everyone in the Los Angeles area, no matter where you live, has equitable access to the wide range of benefits that nature can provide. But how do we ensure that we can protect these natural spaces? Right now, we still communicate. We communicate online through Zoom, Instagram, or other online platforms that continue to teach us about our rivers, our animals, our mountains, and how to be more climate resilient. But what is climate resilience? Well, it's changing our behaviors. It's recognizing our public lands and why they're important to our ecosystems, our living conditions, and our health. And today marks the anniversary of President Obama signing the declaration for the San Gabriel Mountains to become a national monument. And this was back in 2014. Here we're going to show a short video about the San Gabriel Mountains.
The San Gabriel Mountains, a mountain range serving as the backyard of one of the largest urban centers in the U.S. It provides Angelenos 70% of their open space and 30% of their drinking water. Did you know the San Gabriel Mountains is a national monument? In 2014, President Obama established the San Gabriel Mountains as the 8th national monument under U.S. Forest Service management. The mountains are recognized as an important geological, ecological, historic, and scientific and recreational resource. According to the U.S. Forest Services, there are more than 600 archaeological sites within the monument. It houses the re-owned facility called Mount Wilson Observatory, which was used by notable scientists such as Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein. The San Gabriel Mountains is home to 300 California native species, including rare wildlife such as California condor, the spotted owl, the bighorn sheep, 1,000-year-old limber pines, and the San Andreas Fault. But there's still more work and conservation efforts to be done. The Los Angeles area is one of the most park-poor regions of the country, and as a result, the mountains are one of the few places Angelenos can enjoy the outdoors. There's persistent trash, safety hazards, lack of access, and few visitor facilities in the mountains. These conditions can increase fire dangers, decrease water quality, and threaten the diverse ecology and other features that make these mountains unique to the world. By supporting California Public Lands Act, also known as Protecting Unique and Beautiful Landscapes, by investing in California, we can expand the boundaries of the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument to include the western areas of the Angeles National Forest and establish new wilderness areas and designate wild and scenic rivers. We need our mountains for future generations to explore, to discover, and to enjoy. We must protect our endangered species, our cultural traditions and resources, and provide more transit access to our families from all over Los Angeles County. This is our neighbor, our home, our lens to the natural world.
Thank you for listening about the San Gabriel Mountains, and I hope you learned a little something about it. Next, we'll show a video, a little commercial actually, that Day One created. This features our staff members about what it looks like to be an environmentalist. Environmentalists can come in every race, every shade, every color, everything. And so now you'll listen to our staff members talk about how they're conserving at home.
Hola, mi nombre es Nancy y soy latina. Durante esta pandemia hice una máscara reutilizable que puedo lavar una y otra vez para poder seguir usándola. Puede ser una máscara con una vieja camisa de algodón o tela que tenga en la casa. Es una forma de mantenerse a salvo y vivir de manera más sostenible.
My name is Ashley and I identify as a Latina. I wanted to express the importance of being able to exercise outdoors, especially right now during COVID-19. It's very nice to be able to go outside, get some fresh air, get really creative with your workout, and as a bonus, you get to support your local fruit vendors and paletero vendors. So, hey, make sure to go outside and get some fresh air.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerry and I identify as a mixed race Latino. Today I'll be talking about recycling aluminum cans. If you didn't already know, aluminum is a sustainable metal, which means there is no limit to how many times it can be recycled. This is great because there are many benefits to recycling. For one, it reduces pollution and waste that ends up in landfills, and it helps save on energy. If those weren't good enough reasons, you can also get money for recycling cans. And that is how I practice conservation at home. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dominic and I identify as Latino. Water is something that's super important to everyone's overall health. But did you know there are currently over 800 million people without access to fresh and clean water? One way that I reduce my water footprint is by adopting an all-vegan diet. It takes over 2,000 gallons of fresh water to make just 1 pound of meat. By being both Latino and vegan, I hope to expand the definition of what it means to be currently a vegan as well as a conservationist.
Again, thank you for listening, and I hope you learned ways of how you could be an environmentalist at home. Now let's play a game. So the directions of this game is for 2 puzzles. The first direction is solve each puzzle in 1 minute. The first puzzle is having you count all the animals you see in the picture. Try to find where the raccoon and the rabbit are. In the second puzzle, solve the maze by finding the route from start to finish. And we're going to begin the game right now. So this one is the maze. So once again, thank you for doing the game. The next thing we're going to do is show you a video about some safety tips for and safety essentials for hiking.
Hello, I'm going to go over safety tips and essentials for hiking. These tips are for all levels of hiking. Tip number 1, plan your trip. Make sure to plan ahead where you're going. Study the area and trails beforehand so you won't get lost. Tip number 2, check weather and air quality. Make sure the temperature outside is cool enough to hike. 50 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit is ideal. Layer your clothes if you need to keep warm. Do not go on a hot day. Also check air quality. You don't want to go on a smoggy day. 50 or less is the ideal air quality index. Tip number 3, bring basic essentials. These essentials consist of sunblock, sunglasses, a mask for safety, jacket, hiking boots, a sturdy backpack, water for hydration, hand sanitizer, a map, snacks, a cell phone, a compass, first aid kit, and a flashlight. Tip number 4, don't hike alone. For safety, bring a household member, a friend, or a dog on a leash. Remember to practice safe distancing and wear your mask. Tip number 5, leave no trace. Do not litter or throw your trash on the ground. Throw your trash in a trash can, or if a trash can is filled, make sure to have on you a recycled plastic or paper bag to carry your trash to dispose later. Tip number 6, stay on marked trail and follow signage. Stay on trailhead. Do not go off trail. Follow all directions and signage on the map or on the trail. Pay attention to hazardous areas, warning signs, or private properties. Lastly, tip number 6, do not touch or feed wildlife. It could be dangerous or poisonous. Thank you for listening. For more information on hiking, visit on the web LA Nature for All or the U.S. Forestry Service. This video was created by a public health nonprofit called Day One.
I hope you all learned a little something about some safety tips and essentials for hiking outdoors. Now, these are just basic tips and basic essentials. So of course, I'm going to give you in the end some resources where you can go to find further information. But right now, I want to give you a little demo on what these items look like. So whenever you're going on a hike, remember to always pack a first aid kit. It's always important just in case you ever get injured. Pack yourself a map. Make sure that you have a map on hand. You can download a map through your cell phone, but it's always advised to have a hard copy of a map. Bring some sunblock, SPF 50 and over would be ideal. Some sunglasses. Bug spray. I didn't mention this in the video, but I like to bring bug spray just in case. Hand sanitizer. A mask. Make sure that you're wearing your mask at all time. And a compass. I have a little compass like this, but you can find compasses at Target or any other place that sells hiking gear. And also bring a hat. Go Dodgers. And not lastly, bring a water bottle too. And a backpack. So to learn more about hiking, camping, parks and recreation areas, trails and beaches, visit lanatureforall.org to get more information. Also support our Public Lands Act by scanning the following QR code or visit Day One's Instagram at Day One Do. You will find our link tree of how you can support the Public Lands Act or our other virtual online events that we're hosting this month. This month, we're hosting a Day One Walk Month. So check out our virtual 5K event to win prizes. I want to thank City of STEM and the Columbia Memorial Space Center for providing Day One this event and space. Remember everyone to stay safe, wear your mask, be connected, and vote.
City of STEM.
Hey everyone, that was fantastic. Thank you, Day One, for that wonderful, very informative session. And Nanetson, you're super great at this. We can't wait to have you back. I know it was your first City of STEM. We can't wait to have you back for the next one. Everyone out there, thank you so much for watching today. We are at the end of City of STEM 2020. Woo! The virtual event is almost over. I have a whole list of people that I want to thank. Please stick with me while I go through because it's super important. But I want to let you guys know that, you know, it's been super fun and wonderful to be able to do City of STEM this year as a virtual event. If you are friends now with us, follow us on social media. Make sure that you check out our Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. Because we'll be announcing City of STEM 2021 very, very soon. So make sure if you've liked what you've seen today, it's going to get even better in 2021. I want to thank all of the groups who participated today. That's Emerald Bay Outdoor Academy, PBS SoCal, Non-Scriptorium, USC, the Newport Whales, Day One, Long Beach Public Library, County of Los Angeles Public Library, the Los Angeles Public Library, FTC Lockdown, the Science Learning Center at Cal State Long Beach, 3D Space, the Peterson Auto Museum, the Port of Los Angeles. I want to thank Jason Latimer and Impossible Science. I hope you were able to see some of those awesome videos throughout the day. You know, he's been doing science with some celebrities. The Cobra Kai guys did something with him, and I think you saw that. Super great. Jason, thanks for participating again this year. I want to thank the Natural History Museum, the La Brea Tar Pits, the California Science Center, Astro Athens, Bugible, who made Milena, the host, eat that bug on screen, which is pretty great. The Aquarium of the Pacific, Cardboard Superheroes, the Los Angeles Maritime Institute, Boundless Brilliance, illuMINDS, the Girls in STEM Club at the Columbia Memorial Space Center, NASA JPL, the Greater LA County Vector Control District, the Los Angeles Clean Cities Coalition, Roundhouse Aquarium. I want to thank all of our panelists who participated in the fantastic panels today. The panels are led by the Latino Health Today, our Diversity in STEM panel, Relativity Space, the DeVry STEM Careers panel, the Toy Association's panel about how to grow a STEM kid with toys, and the Tinker's Corner Ask an Engineer panel. I want to thank everyone who participated in those. That's all that fantastic live content today. I also want to thank all of our sponsors today. I want to thank our lead sponsor, Amgen, for kind of heading this off and being so supportive of City of STEM. I also want to thank Edison, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Hitachi, Northrop Grumman, SoCal Gas, the Broad Foundation, the Annenberg Foundation, Kaiser, Financial Partners Credit Union, and DeVry University. Thank you so much, sponsors, for supporting us and making today possible. And finally, I really want to thank some very special people, actually, that helped make City of STEM so great today. I want to thank the City of Downey, and especially Mayor Pacheco, for introducing us today. I want to thank Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti for continuing to support City of STEM and support our regional outlook and the regional sort of building up the regional support of STEM in Los Angeles. Mayor Garcetti, thank you so much for your introduction today. I'd like to thank Ian Armitage, who is young Sheldon on the TV show, for actually getting today started off with a fantastic video. And I want to thank all of the hosts. I want to thank Milena Acosta from the Natural History Museum, Allie Ward, our icon winner and host today. I go back to Milena. Thanks again for eating that bug. That was pretty awesome. I want to thank the hip-hop scientists for being a host today, Ray Hedgepeth from the Amoeba People. I want to thank the Amoeba People and Music Notes for having such fantastic content, some wonderful science music today. I also want to thank my wife Laurel and our kids Lucy and Miles for kind of making this whole thing happen. I've said this before in the past, but it was Laurel who said, you know, LA should have a science festival. And here we are. And I also want to thank the fantastic, fantastic staff and volunteers. I want to thank all of the 150 partners, the STEM organizations who are part of City of STEM. All of you who I've tried to mention your name throughout the day today. every single one of you have really made City of STEM a real vital resource in LA. It's because of all of you and your collective work coming together to put on these events and work together that LA is as strong in STEM as it is. So all of you City of STEM participating partners out there, thank you so much. Particularly, I want to thank the Carrot Group for helping out with the Icon Award and this and our City of STEM Innovation Challenge. Natural History Museum for always being there to help promote, and I don't know, countless other STEM organizations out there. And then again, calling out the staff of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. All of this is done in a collective effort of the City of STEM partners, but a lot of the grunt work happens because of the staff of the Space Center. They're the greatest staff in the world. I particularly want to call out Monica and Diana and Laura. All of the three of you just really went above and beyond to make today such a fantastic day. But then all of the other staff who are monitoring our chats today and who contributed to programming, who moderated panels today. The Space Center staff is the best. Don't you forget it out there. And I also want to thank Chi Ni and Noah Kalb, who are part of the City of STEM partner team, but who also volunteered countless hours to make this thing possible. Chi and Noah, thank you so much on behalf of the Space Center. And yeah, with all of those thank yous, and I hope I didn't miss anybody, let's call City of STEM Virtual 2020 a wrap. I'm Ben Dicko. I'm the president of the Columbia Memorial Space Center. I've been honored to be with you today. All of you who are STEM enthusiasts in Los Angeles and beyond, keep doing science, keep doing technology, keep doing engineering, keep doing math. You can do it no matter who you are, where you come from, or how old you are. Just have fun. Use the resources around you. Hopefully you'll follow up with all of these partners that you saw today. Just have a great time with STEM. Thank you very much. See us in the springtime. Take care. Bye-bye.